get something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? It's a Lola V product.
Jay on 105.3 The Fan.
Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left. Coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shocked the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121 to 119.
NBA playoffs again. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pay back. We got Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube, and 2 thrillers, one by the road teams. The New York Knicks and the Denver Nuggets go in and take the openers.
But the road teams are 3-0 in this round. 3-0 because the Pacers as well.
I'm rooting for Carlisle, man.
Yeah.
I have like strong rooting interest. I thought after the Luka thing, all right, I'll follow the Lakers. We'll see how far they get. But I've ended up with strong rooting interest in Carlisle. I hate the Boston Celtics and their fans, and I hate Joe Mazzulla, who tackled a referee yesterday and is rooting for Porzingis and Tatum to be bloodied on the floor. So I'm definitely rooting for the New York Knicks, and I might have a little Denver love too.
I'm absolutely rooting for Denver because the Joker getting a second title with all his MVPs is really going to change a whole lot of conversations about top 10 players ever. I hate the Knicks. Despise the Knicks. I don't like the Celtics either. So that series is who could possibly be worse for me. But
and then
easily root for the Pacers.
The most fun of all is probably going to be Warriors-Wolves, and I think I'm on the Anthony Edwards train. I want Anthony Edwards to take the torch, whether LeBron wants him to have it or not.
Yeah, I wonder
if that was awesome last night.
Man, Minnesota's too close to Winnipeg. I feel like the people of Minneapolis are just like the people of Winnipeg, so I can't in good conscience.
Generating a lot of hate for Canadians who usually don't get it.
Who Winnipeg is? Well,
you are.
Oh, yeah. I love Canada. I love Canadians. But that I like Western Canada. That's central part of Canada. It's a weird spot, man. It's a weird spot.
I thought you were going to say pre-tariff.
Yeah, he's always said that.
No,
Western Canada,
we
big
want
Western
them here.
Canada.
Look, the only way they're going to win a cup is just to become another state. It's the only way they're going to win a cup.
They got to just dissolve into us. I wonder if early on, I mean, obviously Boston and New York kind of flipped this yesterday, but I wonder if early on when you mentioned Timberwolves and Warriors coming up, if this is just going to be around maybe where we're going to see experience winning out. Like we've talked before about like, are you ready or you got to learn how to lose in the NBA? And we thought Oklahoma City learned how to lose last year, but I mean, they're heavy favorites over Denver. And yesterday that looked like a team that was a little unprepared to deal with the kind of blows that a veteran team like Denver can give you.
New York was down 20. Jalen Brunson misses the bunny. Still don't know why it's called a bunny, but misses the bunny at the end of regulation. They settle it back down. Mikal Bridges, who brought back more than Luka with that New York trade, takes over in overtime, and they absolutely shock Boston. And then Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook is running free in the open court. There's an amazing clip of like the Denver studio announcers, like the Bally or Victory Plus Denver team going, no, because Westbrook has it open in the free court. Passes to Aaron Gordon, who had the highlight reel dunk on Chet Holmgren last night, and Gordon hits the 3 for the thriller.
In terms of the Boston Knicks, I don't even know. I can't even give the Knicks credit on the comeback. That was all Boston. It was a Boston miss choke job.
No. It was all Jason Tatum and his 0 for 8 in the fourth quarter.
When you missed 45 threes, they didn't even try to take the air out of the ball in the fourth quarter. Like it's like we could sit there and take 20 seconds off the shot clock. No. They are going to race down the floor and chuck up a 3 with like 14 seconds on the shot clock.
It was amazing how the offenses for both teams. It was just like, here, Jalen. It's like you have professional players everywhere on the floor in the second round of the playoffs. Here, Jalen, just do every single thing on every possession. And then Tatum, forget ball movement. I didn't even notice Porzingis at the end of that thing. Forget that Jaylen Brown could be as good as Tatum. Jason Tatum just decided to jack everything up. Like ball movement, offensive sets, running plays, getting others involved, all out the window, at least at the end of that game in the East.
This is the way he plays in the postseason. This is Jason Tatum when postseason comes around. This is the dude who was shooting like 32% and almost winning the NBA Finals MVP. There were people arguing for that last year with him basically making 1 out of every 4 shots. And this is
he didn't shut Luka down.
No, exactly. That's why Jaylen Brown got it. And because, as Jason Kidd reminded us, Jaylen Brown is the best player on their team.
Now, Jason Tatum did average 31 and 11 and 5 in round 1, Bobby.
That's round 1. Like, I mean, we're talking about how does he show up whenever you're standing across from the Knicks, when you're standing across from Jalen Brunson.
There's no when you're standing across somebody you're 6 inches taller than, there's no such thing.
By the way, a bunny.
This is the NBA today. That's what this game was. This was a perfect microcosm of the NBA where you don't change. You just keep.
Which one?
The Boston. Well, really both of them, but mainly the Boston game. You're just chucking threes up. You're not changing your style. It's all about that. You could any team. The moment you go cold, you're cooked because you don't change your style up. You don't try to take air out of the ball. You don't kick it underneath to get easy buckets. It's like, okay, we're gonna keep shooting threes. That's the way the game is. There's no excuse to miss 45 3-pointers in a basketball game.
I mean, they're just gonna. It's efficiency run wild. Like, It's the whole little just put up it's the 3 true outcomes in baseball ideal, like applied to basketball.
But when you've got a lead like that, why are you taking 15 threes in a fourth quarter?
15 of 60 from 3. The first team to attempt 63 pointers in a playoff game.
This is the kind of basketball though that like you've heard the old heads complaining about.
Yep.
And it's kind of the basketball that's been antithetical to what we've seen so far in the postseason, which has just been really, really good.
Is that an ethics thing?
Competitive,
Anti-ethical?
Yeah, that's what it is. When you see really like competitive, close basketball games, like this has been, you mentioned it yesterday, this has been just a really good playoff run for the NBA. And it doesn't help. I mean, that's a good, like, intriguing game. You get a 20-point comeback for New York. NBA probably loves that. But the idea of just blowing it because you're just chucking up so many bad shots.
Yeah.
You found out what a bunny was?
AI says that it's the idea that you're so close to the rim that even a bunny could get to the hoop. They could bounce and get to the hoop.
Okay. So a wild night with Game 1 thrillers won on the road by both teams in the association. We welcome back Peyton Phillip Russell. A reminder, at 6:20, the Rangers hire. They look to the morning show for offensive answers. Friend of the show is taking over as the Rangers' new hitting coach. We'll bring you everything at 6:20. But Peyton Phillip Russell not serving on jury duty this morning, Pepe.
They did not like me, I guess. No, it's so annoying. I mean, I dress up, I show up to this place, and I get turned away. I had khaki pants on, not nice shoes, nice dress shoes on, with a collared shirt. Like Bobby going to his brother's wedding. That's what I was wearing.
He would never wear khakis.
And they turned me away. They said, no, it was canceled. I said, well, when? And apparently I didn't fill out this information. You got it. No one tells you these things, right? Unless you ask. But I didn't know to ask these questions. And you had to fill out this information. Then they would have emailed you and sent you a text and called you and said, oh, it's been canceled. Did not do that. So it backfired. And I'm here today.
When you say no one tells you these things, I'm pretty sure whatever they were telling you should have registered for was probably on the summons, and that's why other people didn't show up.
Yep,
right?
It was, but all I saw was the date, and I was like,
somebody
all right.
did tell you.
It was probably on there, yeah. There was probably a number, and fill out this information, but I see the date, my name, and then that's where that's what I did.
Oh, your looks go. You're going to struggle, man.
Go.
I know,
They got to come to go. This sounds a little fishy.
You think he made it up?
I think there's a 50% chance that this is worse than Wolchuk, who brought us, got on for not coming in to do the program after his jury duty. You just show up and you didn't do everything right, and they're like, go back home.
there was no jury duty. That's what it's. It's like
because it can get canceled. I mean, it happens all the time.
If you don't have enough, if they don't have enough cases on the docket, they will sometimes push to the following week, and then they've already got a jury pool for that, or. So, it's just basically not one to spend city resources on stuff or county resources on stuff. You can also get it canceled if there's only one jury trial that's on there, and then, they settled before they even got to the jury pool. There's a couple different things that can cancel. But I think it's more likely, Cowboys rookie minicamp was over the weekend. He's like, I'm not working Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, I sent you all the summons. I didn't lie about the jury duty. It was there. I turned it into the bosses. That's what you had to do to get the day off.
The day off. Did you want to get picked?
Yeah, I want to do it once. I want to go through the experience. Now, it can backfire because my mom a couple years ago was on one. It was a 4-day trial. So she kept having to go back day after day and was missing a whole week's worth of work. But so one day I would do, but not a whole week.
You're so full of
You don't
crap.
get a one-day jury trial.
Don't they pay you anyway here? Would they pay you, or are you like hourly?
No, I'm salary.
All right. So they would have paid you that you would have had a week off just going to jury duty and making the money here. Don't act like you would have.
I think jury duty does.
Jury duty pays you for the parking?
Well, they pay you like
No, I'm saying the company.
the company
he wouldn't
would,
have missed out on his salary.
for like a week or something. I think. I don't know what their policy is, but a lot of companies will just pay you for like a week of jury duty, and past that, they're like, well, just stick with the $4 you're getting from the county.
877-881-1053. It's good that he's back because the Tolos asked for more Peyton, and you are getting more Peyton Russell this morning at 8:20.
Oh, baby.
On 105.3 The Fan. So stay tuned for that. We got the Red Zone every morning at 9:20. We have news in the National Football League. Choppy, you called them frauds a couple of days ago before the news came out that the Baltimore Ravens said goodbye to the Texas Longhorn Justin Tucker.
Yep.
Done in Baltimore.
He has been released. Now they are saying it's a football decision. And it may very well be because he was not great last year. He was not even good last year. So they can absolutely use that as an excuse and make the case that it was a football decision and it's a convenient one for them.
And they drafted a kicker in the 5th.
And they drafted
that
a
helps
kicker.
them even more.
Right. But they forced their own hand. They constantly said zero tolerance policy. So they kind of had to do this. They were now, to their credit, they were given it a chance to play out.
Yeah.
Right, and see what information came out on this. And I'm sure they've done an investigation into the matter. And so is the NFL. And so have the courts. And so is Tony Busby. And so is everybody else. But they do release Justin Tucker. And now they don't have to go to training camp with him and answer all those questions. They don't have to answer questions about why he's there. They don't have to answer questions about did they let the process play out. They can just move on and act like this never happened.
Which I don't know why you would lean into calling it a football decision. Like, to me, if you want to get any sort of heat off your organization, even if it is a football decision, like this was something that I saw yesterday, kind of talked about. It was like they had to just take the free pass. Like, just go ahead and say, like, look, we felt it was best to move on. Like, you don't have to like outright say it was that, but to stop down, just go, guys, this is strictly a football decision. I don't think they're open up to any liability or anything else by saying, look, we just decided it was best to move on. We thought it was good to just get a separation and get a clean break.
Well, could he get a wrongful termination?
No, because you can get cut for anything in the NFL.
I think they handled it fine. I'm not going to look at them as, oh my gosh, you weasels. They did draft a kicker in the 5th. So, like, they put the money where the mouth was. Did you scout any kickers?
No.
Spittle does.
Yeah,
right?
that's
The punters.
That's a swinging leg right there. Yep.
Tucker was cut with 3 years left on a 4-year, $22 million contract extension that made him the league's highest paid kicker at the time. They won't have to pay the $4.2 million salary in 2025. So it's over for Justin Tucker in Baltimore. Now let's see if anyone else picks him up.
Yeah, because he is.
Can First Take do a Cowboys segment on Justin Tucker today, not realizing we got a Pro Bowler here?
He's toxic. And even if he had no allegations, he still had an awful year.
Mm-hmm.
He was bad.
Yeah, so it's not like, if this was Justin Tucker from 2016, now it's a real discussion about whether or not you bring him in because he was elite then, and then he would have this red flag all over, hanging all over him. But obviously the league is doing their investigation, but you can't even call him at this point.
I mean, it was pulling teeth to get the Ravens to release a declining Ray Rice, who they had to see a whole ass video before they cut a guy. So I can't imagine it's just a football decision, but that's what they're going to lean into.
He'll be a UFL coach in 10 years.
Like Mark Colombo.
Right, there you go.
The big news yesterday that happened with your Texas Rangers is connected to the morning show. Can our Hump Day buddy help save the Rangers offense? The hiring of Brett Boone. Next on Sean and RJ.
But before we get to that, let's talk.
Remember something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Entire squad back together again for the long term. Sean, RJ, Bobby, we got Peyton kind of back from jury duty. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the Texas Rangers, and the big news was made yesterday. Friend of the show that joins us on Wednesdays, Brett Boone, Odyssey podcast host, gets the call from Bruce Bochy, and he's here now to try to save the Rangers offense. Brett, how did it happen?
This completely came out of left field. It started, I went up to USC, my alma mater. I threw out a first pitch. I ran into an old buddy of mine, Michael Young, and he's with the Texas Rangers. And we just started talking, and we had a 10-minute conversation, gave each other a hug. I said, give CY, which is Chris Young, my new boss, the president of the Rangers, and obviously the skipper, Bruce Bochy, who is I played under in 2000, but we become, have a really good friendship with him for a lot of years. And I get home, and the phone's ringing, and it's Bruce Bochy. And the first thing I thought is, this is weird. Mid-season, I know the Rangers have been scuffling with that offense. 2 years ago, they won the World Series and with the best offense in baseball, and now they're scuffling a little bit. I said, this is a weird time for Bruce to be calling, so I answered the phone as I do, and I said, Bruce, I know, can't get enough. You want to come back on the podcast? Because we've had Bruce on quite a few times, and he said, no, Booney, it's a different call. And he kind of ran it by me, and he said, why don't you think about it? And, I talked to my wife, and I talked to the people, close to me, and it didn't take long. It was one of those things where I didn't know where this journey's taking me. But if there's a guy to get back on the field for the first time in a long time for me, there's no reason. Bruce Bochy's number one on my list. I mean, he's number one.
How cool is this, RJ Choppy?
It's pretty darn cool. It's not often that you have somebody who's been on your show for a couple years now. He's now the hitting coach or a coach with the team that you guys that we cover. So that's really, really cool. And he's one of the first families of the sport. It's in their blood. There's nothing that Brett Boone doesn't know about baseball that he hasn't learned from his dad or his grandfather, uncles, brother, whatever, so it's like the whole family is just immersed in this. This is like the Phillips family in football, the Bowdens, Tommy and Terry and oh my God, Jimmy, yeah, no, no, wrong one. But it's a fantastic family for baseball, and who knows what this is going to do.
Right.
It's a hitting coach. It's about messaging. He's not going to sit there and break down and change. He's not going to go there and tell everybody, hey, change your batting stance. That's not how this is going to work. This is about messaging.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he's not even their sole hitting coach, right? They've got he's co-hitting coach, and then you've also got you've got the co-hitting coach, and then you've got an assistant hitting coach. So you got three people working on them hitting. So hopefully that'll be enough to iron out some of these issues. I love it because just from getting the chance to have him on here over the last 2 years, I think he's exactly the type of at least philosophy or view of the game that they need right now, which is they've got a guy who clearly is interested in analytics and is not just, it's my old way. He comes on here, he talks to us about spin rate and all the different StatCast measurements and stuff that he thinks are important.
He knows,
but he also is still old school baseball guy.
Yeah.
Who just believes in certain
Bochy. He believes in Bochy's approach.
Yeah, that's basically it. He's essentially the same sort of view of baseball as Bochy. And I think I think this is a good hire.
3-time All-Star, 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner, played for Boch on the 2000 Padres. As Jared Sandler points out, Brett hit more home runs in his career versus the Rangers than any other team. So he'll try to go ahead and flip that. Hey, being the home of the Rangers, we get the GM every single week. Chris Young, right there yesterday on the G-Bag Nation, explaining why Booney.
Well, it came together relatively quickly. It kind of started behind the scenes with conversations in the front office with me and Ross Fenstermaker and then Bruce Bochy. and really sitting down and talking about if we had to make a change, what are we missing? What are we looking for in the next coach, and what are we missing as a group right now? And as we kind of discussed those things with Boch, we were all on the same page, and we kind of came back to this idea that we need somebody who's going to bring some of the wisdom and experience that a former player has, somebody who can, relate to these players, having walked in their shoes and done it, understands the ebbs and flows of the seasons and what a team mentality looks like, and somebody who has a little bit of edge to them, who can instill confidence and conviction and belief. And as we talk through the criteria, then we started listing candidates who may fit that, and Booney was one of those. And as we kind of reached out and he expressed interest, it materialized pretty quickly.
So I have a bunch of follow-up questions. How did Chris Young and the Rangers keep up with Brett Boone's current outlook on the game? Did they have a lot of conversations behind the scenes? Were they actually monitoring or getting notes on the podcast? How did they know that Brett Boone, who's not working in the sport officially on another staff like Jeff Bannister or someone, how do they know his views and that he's the guy?
I assume that I doubt they'd listen to his podcast. Now, Chris may have been on his podcast, and Bochy may have been on the podcast.
Bochy's been on a lot.
Bochy's on a lot. But if Bochy's heard some of his philosophy, he would know exactly how to relay that.
Also, this, it's like all the sports is about relationships. You know somebody, you coach them, you worked with them, whatever. And then it's the simple Michael Young who works with the organization. I think they were looking for a voice, maybe trying to get a former player as an old school kind of guy to match Bochy as well. I don't think they were sitting there, hey, let's check out his philosophy of this podcast. It may have more been, hey, I know him, I know what he's about.
My next follow-up is, how does Brett go into this and start? Because he's keeping an eye on the entire sport. Is he just cramming film study on the flight to Boston? How does he start off with the advice to guys that he's not studying every single day and every single week?
I mean, I would guess right now he's probably leaning on.
I guess that's why you have a co-hitting coach.
I'm guessing he's probably leaning on those two other hitting coaches right now. They're going to be doing a lot of the stuff while he gets his feet wet and figures out, all right, let me get to know these guys. Let me build relationships. Let me, get my feet under me, essentially. I would imagine he's not doing a lot of coaching the first week that he's here.
He's probably doing scouting report stuff.
So I would imagine a lot of the direct hands-on stuff they're getting is from the two other coaches, and then Boone is just kind of there. But this is exactly why relationships and connections matter, because he just laid it out for you. He played for Bochy. He's known Bochy for years. He became really good friends with Chris Young when they were teammates. He had Michael Young, who he said, that's the assistant to the general manager. And he's like, oh, Michael Young, a great friend of mine who I just happened to bump into. It is, when you look at it, it kind of makes sense of just oh yeah, all these relationships are layered in the organization that would end up this way.
It's funny how it just all comes together on a first pitch night. It's funny, it's just all out of nowhere.
And now the most important question, and shout out to the G-Bag Nation for remembering that Brett Boone is on this show every other hump day at 9:20, 105.3 The Fan. Is Brett Boone, newly hired Rangers hitting coach, still allowed to come on the morning show every other week?
Well, given that you guys that they cover, the Fan covers the Rangers, I see no reason why he can't continue at least jumping on the Fan. And regarding the podcast, I kind of leave it to him. He's built a very good business with this podcast. I think it's very insightful. I think it just exudes the passion for the game that he has. It's one of the things that really attracted us to him in these conversations. And, certainly we'd like to explore ways for him to be able to continue it in some capacity, while knowing that his primary responsibilities with the team are going to be our players and helping these guys win baseball games. And so I think it's going to be a time commitment on his end that's going to be a little difficult to balance. But if there's a way to do some of it, we're open-minded to it.
Chris Young is so smooth.
Maybe we can finally get a Ranger on the morning show.
Maybe. He did. I texted him yesterday. He did say, talk soon. He said, talk soon.
What did you text him?
Just congrats, from all of us.
And I mean, we were already
talk soon.
We thought we were going to get him on this week.
Yeah.
What happened, Pepe? He was texting you, trying to set things up?
No, so he goes through another guy with Odyssey. So I email him, and then he contacts Brett. And I've texted Brett sometimes before when I can't get a hold of the other guy. But yeah, he texted or emailed me yesterday afternoon. I was like, "Hey, are we doing Wednesday with Brett?" And so I was
yesterday afternoon. He hit you up.
Not Brett, but
the guy for Brett to come on.
Yeah. He's like, "Hey, because we skipped Brett a couple weeks ago because of the draft." So they're trying to get back on schedule every other week. So we had him on last week. He wanted to try to do this week, and then we get every other week to go on. And then so I had emailed him back after the news broke and was like, "Hey, I know he just got hired as hitting coach, but we'd love to have him on." And then I haven't heard anything.
The part he's not telling you is that was he replied late to that email. It initially said, "Hey, can we get him on Monday morning?" And Peyton was at jury duty, and he missed it.
I said, "Yeah, sorry, I don't guess when I'm off." So
did they ask for Monday morning?
No. It was Monday afternoon, but they wanted Wednesday.
Well, that's interesting that they still wanted to try to come on tomorrow.
That'd be great. It'd be fantastic. It'd be the day after his first game back as you're back on the grind.
East Coast time.
Yep, they're in Boston, so it'd be fantastic. And then obviously with the podcast. These podcasts, they're not. Some of them, I guess, some are 3 hours long, but most of them are like an hour long. I mean, you have a 3-hour game at 7:00 at night. You get to the ballpark maybe at noon. You've got time. There's plenty of time to kick out an hour and do your podcast.
Not with this offense. This offense needs work. But I will say,
not with Chris Young either.
You mentioned East Coast time. I will say Brett Boone deserves a ton of credit for being the best ever about just coming on regardless of what time zone it is.
Hawaii.
That dude would show up in Hawaii, like it's dark out, and he's like, "My wife's sleeping on the other side of this door. I'm going to have to be quiet.
I'm in the deer blind right now." And you can hear the gravelly voice, and he was a trooper.
It didn't matter. Whatever time it was for us, he's like, "Yeah, I'll be on. It may be 4 where I'm at, but I'll come on," because that's just how tight we are with him.
Yeah, cool dude. I would DM him. I didn't ask for the phone number like Chop, but I would DM him during the World Series or the playoffs and shoot messages back and forth. And yesterday, I just sent him a hell yeah, and he wrote back with like the hands up prayer emoji. So hopefully we can get him on tomorrow. And now we need the offense to start clicking so we can take all the credit.
Gotta click. That's the key. Because otherwise this is just another name
or new personnel like Evan Carter. With the news they came out. The other day it was Donnie Ecker and Leody Taveras. And yesterday we get Brett Boone and Evan Carter, CY, announcing that they are recalling him. Quote, "He's passed all the tests that we have wanted to see. We're excited about where Evan is," Bobby.
Yeah, we were talking about this last week, that Evan Carter had, despite struggling early, had gotten on base every single game. And then we went and jinxed it because literally the day after saying that, I think he went 3 games in a row without getting on base. So we kind of jinxed that a little bit. But yeah, you're talking about he's only hitting 221 right now in AAA Round Rock. But
league average.
It's still it's still the Evan Carter approach. He's over 100 points higher on his on base percentage. He started hitting the ball harder. He's had a few home runs in the last couple weeks and still stealing bases. So I mean, his approach looks sound. It's just the fact that he's not striking out a ton. I think that when you hear him talking about that, when you hear Chris Young talking about him passing every test, it's that his approach is strong and looks more like the Evan Carter we know.
Rangers, Red Sox, 5:45 first pitch.
Baby.
Later on today.
Yeah, we'll be over by 7:30.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home for the Texas Rangers. How Jelly Roll may get Bobby beat up in Fort Worth tonight. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Forward in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Be careful driving out there. For the first time I can remember, I got redirected off of 30 to 635 to get back on 30 this morning as the rain started yesterday right after I had all the weeds killed in my yard. So I think about $300 of weed killer spray right down the drain as it started sprinkling and raining within an hour. It's supposed to set for like 6 hours, I'm told. RJ got an awesome Tolo helping me out with the treatment. And then it just continued raining until this morning when I was almost late to work.
Yeah, you do want it to set. What did you use? You don't know what you used?
With all due respect, I don't think I could take lawn advice from you anymore.
My lawn looks legit right now.
Finally, you got it.
Did you get the body off the?
I want you to
body
freeze
off the grass.
Stop! I want you to freeze frame RJ's face right there. Angry RJ face comes out very rarely, but when I just said that about his lawn, he's got that lip curl.
How
you talking
dare
about
you?
Stonehenge underneath? You got homeless people laying in the front yard. How can the lawn?
Hang on. What is the homeless people about it? Stonehenge. That was yes. That's
San Francisco yard.
Yeah, I got those dug up. But even the lawn before that looked good. It was that one spot because of the stones underneath. That's not my fault. See, I only take responsibility for things that are my fault. I don't take responsibility for things that are other people's faults. That was the builder's fault.
Yeah.
But no, the lawn looks great. Super, super green. Very dark. Get a good dark green going right now. Even the neighbors have been commenting on how good the lawn looks.
Some of them are even sleeping on your lawn.
Mowing it 3 times a week. Mowing it 3 times a week now. Oh, baby.
Shout out Tolo, Jeremy. But then you felt inconsistent rain this morning driving in.
Yeah, I've never, I looked at the radar. It looked like it was pretty much widespread driving in, but it was like, I'd be driving and it'd be pouring for 15 seconds. It's like, oh, okay, it's done now. And then it'd be pouring for like 30 seconds again. So I have no idea what was up with like the little spotty showers when we were driving it, but it was like heavy downpours and then absolutely nothing.
what are these bags of goodies and treats that we have sitting before us here?
That is courtesy of Justin and Emily Pate, the charity auction dinner with Jared Sandler the last couple years, I believe. And so I bought this house, and I immediately knew, okay, it needed some work done. And we had talked about with Justin and Emily over the dinners over the last couple years that they have a renovation project. They own that. And so I was like, all right, if I need something done, I'm going to hit up my man Justin. And I did, and he got his guys out there and knocked out a shower.
I got to say, that freaking shower looks incredible.
It's awesome.
Dude, it's so legit.
Good.
Whoa, did they go over the design? Did Mac pick the design, or was this from Emily? Like, oh my goodness, the before and after. I was a little bit jealous.
Yeah, a combination of both. Mackenzie and I had picked out like tile that we wanted, like somewhat of a design. You know, we wanted the gold shower head, sliding door, and then Emily had sent us pictures about, you know, okay, what about this design in this way? Because there's certain ways where you can have it. And then, you know, we had the little bench in the side there with the niches in there as well.
Oh,
for
you got
our
a bench
soaps.
in there?
We got a bench.
Oh,
You know,
baby, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
There's only two reasons you get that. One of them is you can't stand up anymore. The other is Peyton's reason.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I do put the foot on the bench.
To scrub.
Yeah, to do the you guys to
Just
wash
make
the
it
bottom of
easier,
your feet.
a lot easier.
Okay.
It's I'm sorry. Like once you get over the age of like 25 and your balance is all like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't. I'm not balancing. Not that you can't. I'm just not balancing in the shower anymore.
Hold up that tray for the fan cam.
Look at this.
This is the real masterpiece.
That's from Emily.
Yeah, we know.
Well, no, I was telling the listeners.
We were here before you. She's been making cakes for us for a while.
Look at this. Look at this beauty.
This coffee cake, I would put up there in the running of the best dessert. If you want to call it a dessert, I don't know. That thing could be sold, and they could sell the construction business. Oh, Jake Reedman's checking that right now. Reedman, you got to try a piece of this in the commercial break. I think it's flawless. I think it's a flawless piece of baked good.
I think I would pay $29.99 for this in a store.
That's probably the max I would go.
That's the highest I would go.
Yeah.
I think you could get $29.99 for this.
You've talked about spending more though, because you keep threatening to pay a food scientist to reverse engineer it for you and tell you what's in it.
I already tasted something that was in this,
dude.
All right, I know something that's in this.
It is so freaking good.
Yeah,
so, Emily, let us put you out there. Just go ahead and start selling it up. Set up the little bake stand.
She also, when we went to the Sandler dinner, she made it like another dessert, like this peanut butter pie. I think Peyton would like inhaled that thing. Peyton thought that was one of the best things he had ever eaten.
That was really good.
So the Pate's doing shower work, doing oven work, crushing it. Thank you to Justin and Emily for getting it done. But man, that shower
looks good. Looks very good.
I almost want Aiden to put it on the fan cam. I almost want a before and after. That's how impressed I was with the way that thing looked.
Dude, they were quick too. I mean, like he had his guys over there at 9 a.m. because with our smart house, basically I can let him in the house.
Our smart house.
No, we have a lock on there.
You bought the locks for the door?
Yeah, we have a lock. Well, actually the previous owner left it there, so we just download the app, and so we were able to let them in. So he had his guys over there from 9 to 5 working, but they were in and out in like 7 or 8 days.
So if I can open my front door off my phone, courtesy of DFW Security, does that mean I have a smart home?
It does.
Yeah, it does. I thought I have to control the lights inside, and I need like 3 or 4 more things. I feel like to qualify as a smart home.
It's a
versus
form of a smart home.
Automatic lock.
It's an intelligent home. It's an intelligent home. Okay,
it's a homeschool home.
It's a homeschool home. It's got a high school graduation home. All right, then you get
it's
the
like
lights.
what you compared Mesquite and Garland to yesterday.
That's right.
What'd you say?
What was it? It was
Mesquite is Garland with a
with a GED.
Damn.
It's amazing how quickly Peyton's becoming Chop though. With just the he's learning the ways of asking for free stuff.
I think he's become more arrogant than Choppy. Like this first 47 minutes, pretty arrogant.
You remember when he did his song when he hosted? He took side swipes at us, and then meanwhile he goes like, "Choppy, you know I love you." And so, what is that?
All right, tonight, old Roberto could be in physical harm. I know many people just fist pumped in their car as.
Real quick, one thing, Peyton. People are asking, please tell me that you changed the code on the locks.
Yes.
So your previous owners can't just walk into your house.
That was the first thing we did, yes. We changed it out.
Yeah, it's 1053. But tonight, Roberto in Fort Worth.
Yep, they got Jelly Roll and Friends. I guess he's done this a couple years now, or this is either second or third year that he's done it. But he comes into town, he goes to Billy Bob's, and then he does like a concert where the week before they announce all the pop-up artists. So this will be the big one that's going to be there with him tonight is Lainey Wilson.
Whoa!
So Lainey Wilson will be in town, and Jelly Roll will be
said
performing.
maybe Shabuzi would pop in.
There's been buzz. People are wondering if Shabuzi's going to pop in. He came in last year as a surprise, and so people are there's some other artists they think could pop up as a surprise.
I was bringing this up to Amanda. I was like, she's like, he's going to Jelly Roll. They're going to Jelly Roll. She's like, Post Malone has been with him a couple of times, so maybe a Post Malone pop in.
So Post is here this weekend, I think, and Jelly Roll is at that show. Like they're going to be performing together there, and
I'll be there.
You could have the payback.
You know, the other thing my wife said to me was, what type of money they rolling with at that Russell residence? She said that when I was bringing up the shower renovation.
New shower?
So you're going this weekend to that?
Yes, yeah. I got tickets through Kim here at Odyssey, so we'll be going there Friday.
Coming a little player.
Yeah.
I'm learning from y'all.
The games, baby.
I'm learning from y'all.
You gotta learn the game.
No, but it is, I'm excited about it. The problem is there are no seats. There are no tables. There's nothing else. They're pulling all the tables out of the main area, and so you've got pit tickets and you've got GA seats. So I mean, it's all standing room. It's all standing room only, which is fine if you're fine losing your spot. Like to just say, hey, I'm not going to stand in this one spot for the next 4 hours. This is not going to be like going to AT&T Stadium and taking the party deck spot and then just being like, well, I guess I'm here the rest of the day and can't go to the bathroom or anything. No, Kristen thinks, oh yeah, we can leave and we'll just walk right back through the crowd because you're going to hold my spot for me.
Oh boy.
And this is last time we were at Billy Bob's.
What does holding that spot mean? Like, paint the picture for me physically. Are you supposed to widen your stance? Are you supposed to stick the elbow out? Are you supposed to put the drink where she has vacated?
Have you seen the like the wings at Billy Bob's? Yeah. Okay, so you've got those little platforms. So she'll stand up there, and then what she wants is she'll usually go to the edge of wherever that platform ends so that she's got the wall to bracket her. And then I'll stand on this side, and if she walks away, I'm supposed to widen out and like slide my hand over with her like drinks or whatever. And she's like, I'll do it for you because I get the sciatic thing. I can't stand for like 4 straight hours without like my leg going numb. So I got to start walking around. And so Kristen was like, well, I'll do it for you. I was like, yeah, because you have no problem telling people like, beat it. This is my spot.
Yeah.
I have a massive problem with if you are in a venue like this for general admission, I think when you walk away, you've lost it.
Yeah, it's like party pass at the Cowboys game. Mm-hmm. You know, where you're standing on that ledge, right, or the little table, and then you leave, but someone's there. She is just going to have to be aggressive, or you are, force your way back in, and once you're back in, the whole crowd just sort of like disperses by inches.
Well, and that's the thing is that in a normal Billy Bob show, this is tense when she does this. Yeah. This is going to be Jelly Roll. Like the GA seats are like $250 a pop.
Yeah.
So you're talking about it's going to be crammed in there.
Wow.
And if she's gonna walk away, she's gonna have to like push people out of the way to come back from the bathroom and then go like, yeah, that's my spot. I don't know how that's gonna go. She almost got us in a fight last time at Billy Bob's.
So what time are you planning on getting there to like position?
So that's the problem. The doors open at like 5:30, I think. And so I don't even know. I think the concert starts at like 7. But it opens at like 5:30, and so
Kristen is an early bird too. Like we went to the Rangers suite, and she's like, "I've been here 30 minutes because they're not restocking this buffet."
No,
and I was like, "Oh, so you got that."
She was gonna dive into those drinks in that buffet.
Yes,
saving the hot dog water for us.
This will be, This is not. I'm not looking forward to. Essentially, what I would imagine are going to be 8 hours of standing in a spot.
So
7-8 hours.
Thinking 5:15?
Oh no, I think we're probably going to get there at like 4:30. Oh boy, because she's going to want to. She's not just going to want to get there when the doors open. In fact, she probably think an hour before the doors open, we're still going to be way behind because it's all general admission. Everybody's going to have the same idea, which they probably are. But I mean, to me, she's not going to get a platform spot unless we're there at like 1, and I'm not going at 1.
Franklin, injury attorneys, fan text 877-881-1053. You got to meet the people around you. They help hold it down.
That's what she does.
Until you get back. You're going to have to do it for them at some point, too, like the other people around you. Girls think differently in these situations. Bobby, I'm with you. How do you want me to save air? Have none of you been to a rock concert? Okay, a mosh pit's totally different. That's totally different. There's no. You're moving around. You're all over the place.
I didn't plan
stationary like that.
I didn't plan on going to this. I got her the tickets. I was like, you can take somebody, and she's like, no, I want you to go. And so it's like,
sounds fun.
I mean, it is going to be fun. Billy Bob's.
night.
Billy Bob's is a great venue. I love Billy Bob's. Billy Bob's, like I say with Kristen, is not always fun. There's
a lot of things not fun with you too.
There's a high probability. There's a high probability
very fair.
of a fight. Is the problem?
They also, when they take the tables away, it changes the dynamic of Billy Bob's a lot.
She was literally like elbowing some woman in the ribs, like out of her spot. She's like, nope, there's no room here, and just kind of subtly trying to like turn and push. It was bad.
All right, there it is. Bobby and the missus in Fort Worth tonight at Billy Bob's. If you see him, try to go ahead and defend him. Jalen Brunson is going to be the greatest New York Knick ever. Ouch for Mavs fans. And double ouch, we now have Luka's future plans. Crazy night of the NBA playoffs. We talk about it all. And a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Does not sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
White has the ball, holds it high, throws it to Brown, left wing, stripped by Bridges, hangs onto it, took it away, throws it down court, and the New York Knicks stun the Celtics. 108-105 the final. The Knicks saved their biggest comeback of the season for the biggest win of the year.
Look, I know that there's a ton of basketball bitterness in DFW, but try not to miss out on these NBA playoffs. Last night was amazing once again as Jalen Brunson and New York come back from down 20 and take out the Celtics in overtime, and then Aaron Gordon hits the three to stun the Oklahoma City Thunder. Both road teams win last night. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on a rainy Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station.
It's like they're following the NFL model of like close games are good games, whether it's good or not.
Yeah.
Because like you could look at the Knicks Celtics game and say, look, that's a close that's an entertaining finish, but that's also exactly the reason why I don't watch the sport anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
that one game. I think overall the NBA playoffs
they have,
good so
but like,
far.
but, you know, it is the 3-point barrage, and missing 45 threes is maddening. You know, Tatum 4 for 15, Brown 1 for 10, Holiday 2 for 7. Derek White was the best one, 5 of 16. Pritchard 2 for 5, Horford 1 for 5.
Well, it's like a 16-13 playoff game. A regular season 16-13. Ugh. What else is on?
Yeah.
I don't know. 16-13 is two defenses grinding it out in playoff conditions.
Yeah, you're getting close games, and that's great. Like you will take it because the last few years with the playoffs, it's been blowout after blowout after blowout, and it would alternate. Like you would have no rhyme or reason, and it's just all this team's on tonight, that team's off. Well, there's your blowout.
One of the things I love the most about these crowds are college crowds. I love NBA playoff crowds. OKC is a top seed. We know when we went, God knows how many.
State.
Yeah,
seed.
Golden State,
Toronto
Boston.
Used to be.
There's no other home game I love watching more than at the Garden.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. I can't wait for Game 3 at the Garden. Denver can be good as well, but these crowds are madhouses that remind me of college.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big part of what Ballmer was trying to achieve when they were adjusting the Clippers arena.
Build the wall.
Yeah, he wanted to build the wall, the wall of fans there. And I mean, the big thing there was just creating college atmosphere for LA crowds, because LA crowds are not typically the same like rambunctious ones that you're going to get elsewhere. But
when he yelled out, "Toilets!
We got toilets!
We got toilets!"
His voice cracking. No, I mean, like this is a really good setup for. I thought Minnesota was pretty strong last year when Dallas wouldn't play there. I thought that was a pretty strong environment.
Yeah.
So you've got Minnesota, Golden State, Denver. Like these are Oklahoma City, Boston, New York. Like these are really good crowd setups. I don't know about Cleveland and Indiana. They don't pop in my head like that, but I mean, these are really good environments.
Is this old school basketball disrespect? I probably like talking old school NBA more than any other sport when we're getting into Hall of Fame discussions or Greg Popovich and stuff like that. This is Jay Williams on ESPN talking about Jalen Brunson. This is before last night.
I said it last year, and I'm going to say it again. And I know that he has to close the deal and win a championship. A lot of that is roster construction, the right pieces. I don't think they're actually going to have a chance against the Boston Celtics. But I think we are watching the greatest Knick ever to play in that Knick uniform. I firmly believe that. He embodies everything that I think the Knicks.
Clyde Frazier.
He has a chance to before said and done.
Yeah.
I think we will be talking about him in that capacity.
What? Bobby's face. Bill Simmons tweeted to this video and said, "I don't even know what to do when people on TV say stuff like this anymore."
Like, is he forgetting?
And Jay Williams usually, I don't think, is one of these hot take artists.
I don't know.
This might have to be nominated for worst take on Friday.
It's definitely going to be in there. He stands out to me as a guy who, I mean, the thing that always rings in my ears now with Jay Williams whenever I hear him brought up is the fact that, remember when he was complaining last year about, like, we really shouldn't be doing Mount Rushmores of sports. That's pretty stupid. And just his whole. He strikes me as self-important, just like he was at Duke. And so, I'm not a Jay Williams fan, but like, is he forgetting? Like, people have literal conspiracies because Patrick Ewing was so great that like the Knicks were fed him as a player. Or like, I mean, they mentioned Walt Clyde Frazier, but I mean, you've also got
Monroe, DeBusschere. Can we get Allen Houston?
Phil Jackson?
Yeah, Allen Houston.
Well, he's better and going to be better than Allen Houston.
But Brunson nobody is going to think of Brunson as greater than Patrick Ewing when he's done.
No.
That's not going to happen.
And Jay Williams isn't, I mean, he's my age. He's 43. Like, we grew up with the 90s playoffs.
It's come on, like that's a bad take.
What if
he played?
I've also heard people say that the Brunson shot against Detroit in Game 6, was
Jordan Byron Russell.
No, they were saying it was like the greatest shot in Knicks history, and I'm like, we remember Larry Johnson's 4-point play,
or Willis Reed,
or Allen Houston's 78 bounce shot against Miami.
Oh yeah.
There's Ewing to
Starks
the
may have
final.
hit a few.
Starks.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. So, but he tried to qualify it if he wins a championship. And Jalen Brunson, fantastic. Some Maverick sting right there, but we all disagree with that.
That's just that's a nonsense. Like, that is just, hey, we need a topic for today? What do you got, Jay? I can say Jalen Brunson's the greatest Knick of all time. Great, do it. Say it right now.
All right.
That's a bad franchise that if he's the greatest of all time.
It is kind of a bad franchise.
A little more salt in the wound. Tim McMahon says Luka is now fully committed to the Lakers. Quote, his heart was broken, but he's fully committed to L.A. His goal now is to win championships with that franchise. So some Mavs fans are holding out hope. My father-in-law kept telling me, I'm telling you, Luka's coming back. Luka's coming back here. There was that video of him leaving this L.A. dinner with J.J. Redick and Rob Pelinka. Rob Pelinka has like a notebook, and they're walking out. Luka did not look happy walking out of that. He couldn't get into his vehicle. I'm like, okay, was this the dinner where they sit down and it's nothing but like edamame and different salads, and they're like, this right here is your future. These salads, these vegetables are what you need to be eating moving forward. I don't know what was said. I assume it was, here's the different ways we want to offer you a max contract.
Because there's no doggy bag.
There was no doggy bag. That's right.
It does make me, like, I think a lot of he's clearly still not over leaving Dallas, no matter what he says. And like, oh, I'm focused on this or that. So I'm sure part of these negotiations are naturally going to be upsetting because he's going to be thinking about, like, this should have been in Dallas. And knowing how much money he missed out on.
And he said he was mentally exhausted.
He did say that. He said he was exhausted during the playoffs, and that was part of the reason why not that he didn't play well, but they didn't win. And look, there's no excuse for him to be gassed in a game. Now, when you play 46 minutes, there is an excuse.
Yeah, what if you don't get a sub?
Yeah, if you don't get a sub, there is an excuse.
Oh, I think Bridges last night played like 51 minutes or something.
Yeah, he's the Iron Man, Bridges.
But you've got to be ready to do your job. But look, it happens. It happens when you have an off day. But I can absolutely see how this entire second half of the year took a mental toll on him. But there's no doubt about it. He had to be mentally exhausted.
Kendrick Perkins deciding to continue his Luka hate when the whole conditioning thing was brought back up again.
Luka Doncic is the worst defensive star that we've seen in the modern era of basketball. Period.
Bam. 10 seconds. Look, the Luka conditioning thing comes down to this for me. Do I think he's in his prime physical shape? No, I do not. Now, the counter to that is, so what? He's 28, 8-8. Who cares? The question that has to be asked is, if Luka was in his prime physical shape, how much better could he be? And could that difference in improvement take the Lakers to another level? That's what it's all about. Are you fulfilling your maximum potential? That's the way I look at it. I don't just say, now for the purposes of the Mavs trade, I say, hey, 28, 8-8, who cares? But for the purposes of Luka's potential, Shaq had seasons where he was in physical prime peak shape. The beginning of Phil, early on Orlando, when he was a skinny kid coming out of college. Luka, to me, looked like he did lack quickness. it seems like he's just becoming a three-point or bust shooter in a lot of instances. When he came back here to the AAC, he was driving inside and getting layups, but man, some of them early Luka videos, I actually thought that they were sped up, that they were fake.
Yeah.
They came out over the weekend or late last week, and I was like, what? Who's that? Someone's altering this video. He needs to get a little bit of quickness back, in my opinion.
I also think he is getting worn down by the usage.
Yeah.
And so
he's going to play, I think, again, Euroball this summer.
Part of it is, being out of shape. That's a big part of it. The other part of or not being in peak shape, like you say. That's part of it. The other part of it is the high usage rate. Like you watch Dirk, when you watch highlights of Dirk at 20, holy cow, it doesn't even look like the same guy. Like Dirk became a lumbering player by the time he was 25, basically. So I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I think where the usage just starts kind of breaking you down a little bit. But man, for Kendrick Perkins to throw out worst defensive star of all time when he played with James Harden, like he knows how bad James Harden was.
That's true.
Yeah. And look, I mean, maybe for Luka playing Euroball actually keeps him in shape. Maybe they want him to.
Right.
But we saw you were talking this. I saw the same videos you were talking about. He looked half the size too. American food, obviously, is crap.
Well, tell us about Switzerland.
Yeah. Oh, that you can't even when you buy a Happy Meal in Switzerland or any kind of McDonald's. First of all, it's like $30, but they don't use any. It has to be stuff made there. They don't use any stuff made in America.
Did you buy one?
I know. No, we went on a tour. Right, the tour guy was like, the McDonald's here is great. Tastes nothing like America. It's so much better because they don't allow any American food there. Has to be made in Switzerland.
Was it the same type of combo meals?
A lot of the stuff was the same. They had their own stuff too. I don't remember what it was, but they had a lot of the stuff was the same. But it's all like premium quality.
Yeah.
By the way, you missed last week while you were out when he was telling his story about not getting into the Roman Coliseum. This man pulled a Kurt Signetti and told the guard, "Google me." They didn't know who he was. He's like, Google search.
They said, because they said your name on the ticket doesn't match your passport. And I'm like, yeah, I know. This isn't an airline, right? I wouldn't put my real name on anything. And they said, well, do you have any documentation that shows your name is RJ with your picture? And I said, yeah, Google me.
And did you show him the phone?
There was like no cell service. So they couldn't even do it. I tried. I tried on my phone, on Sarah's phone. They tried on their phone. Nothing. They couldn't do it.
Yesterday, the Spurs introduced Mitch Johnson as the successor to Greg Popovich. Man, Pop looked rough.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to just tweet about Tim Duncan's hair, and I didn't want to say anything about Popovich, but man, you could see the stroke in his eyes, the way he was walking. He said he's getting better day by day, which is great. He's going to be team president. He had an awesome shirt that said, "I'm no longer coach, I'm El Jefe," so refer to me as that. But man, it was pretty. I thought that was the big takeaway yesterday. It was pretty sad to see Pop like that.
Yeah, I mean he's 76, and he for sure had the one stroke.
Yeah,
and then after that there was another medical episode recently. I don't know if he had a second stroke, but I mean he's had the medical issues. He's already 76, so yeah. I mean I was kind of anticipating. All right, if it's bad enough that he's walking away, like he's probably struggling a little bit, and that's what it looked like. It was sad to see him up there yesterday.
No way he could coach a basketball season in yesterday's shape.
I did love, though, like you mentioned in there, Duncan, and so I did love that all the current Spurs were out there to walk him out. All the
felt
old
like
Spurs,
a family.
Yeah, like that was a family thing yesterday.
Wemby, Tim, David, Manu. I don't know. I saw Tony, but they were all there in full support, and the Rookie of the Year on top of it. So it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Tolo Tuesday edition. The commercial-free expressway is next. No reason to turn the radio anywhere, especially when we hook you up with Dierks Bentley tickets. And the smear campaign continues against the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Commercial-free with a concert ticket hookup after this. And this
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. In case you did not know, you're new to town or you're just skimming through the dials, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. Choppy will have Diamond Calves with friend of the show, Brett Boone, being hired as the new hitting coach. We'll bring you all the latest on that at 8 o'clock this morning. We have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway, and we have a Cowboys insider. His name is Bobby Belt. As the smear campaign continues, we've been trying to now figure this out for a couple of months. Which one was the diva or the quarterback problem in New England between Drake May and our new backup,
Joe Milton? And that is right, because there's Greg Bedard, who is a Patriots insider, said on his podcast regarding Joe Milton and Drake May that Joe is not a good dude.
Joe Milton was, and this is like direct quotes from somebody in the organization, not a good dude and not conducive to a good quarterback room. I'm not saying I think they meant they did say that, but I think they just meant in terms of, knowing your role, playing your role, being part of a harmonious quarterback room, that was going to be an issue. And it wasn't about Drake May. It was just about the room.
Two things here. Number one, you have certain people in New England trying to justify this because Patriot fans were not happy with this return. We all celebrated it here in DFW. We're like, oh my God, the Cowboys finally pulled off a good move. We like that for the potential. So you have that part of it. Then you have, I'm sure, Patriots people trying to smear Milton and justify it on their end. Then you have people who are trying to protect Drake May, the new franchise, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone is in love with Drake May. That was Bobby's guy last year. You have other reports saying, well, Drake May, a little insecure. He didn't want anyone in there threatening him. The Patriots front office has said Drake May needs to take a step forward this year in leadership. So I don't know what to believe. You've said from what you heard at your alma mater, Joe Milton, good dude, calm, cool, chill. But now you have these reports back and forth.
Yeah, I asked somebody within the league about this when the stuff first started leaking out after the trade, that maybe he was a problem. And I was just told, I haven't heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Not that he's a bad dude, but he's competitive and he's going to, he's not going to say oh, you're just entitled to your spot as the number 2 pick or number 3 pick, whatever he was. The idea would be for Joe Milton, he could absolutely see him being if I'm playing better, I need to play. It doesn't matter where that guy was drafted. Yeah. If I'm playing better right now, I should be out there. And it doesn't work like that in the NFL. When they've invested in that guy and they want him to play right now and then get going as quickly as possible, he's going to go out there.
Well, right. I mean, you can't have a vice president who thinks they should be president.
Yeah.
Right? That's... we may or may not have had that once 60 years ago. At least. But you know what I mean?
60?
There's... Well, but there's rumors, right? There's always been rumors about that one incident. And it happens, right? That you can't have that. You want to have a VP who has no aspirations of being president. And here you want a backup? Now, I don't like that. I want a backup who absolutely thinks they can be the starter and thinks they should be the starter. I don't think that makes for a toxic quarterback room. I think it makes for a healthy quarterback room.
Ooh, see, I do disagree. I think generally at most positions, I do want competitiveness. I want guys fight. Quarterback, that's got to be the guy.
It was toxic with Aikman and Walsh, they said.
Young Montana got really toxic.
Rodgers, Favre. I don't know if you have a lot of examples where it was not bad blood, unless the guy is definitely almost on his way. Roethlisberger was petty.
Yeah. You got petty, but now listen, Walsh and Aikman, they were young. Troy was not established.
Milton are young.
Yeah, right. So I get that. But if you had, let's say you had a hot shot behind Tom Brady, that's healthy, man. It's Tom's job. He's not losing it. Come and take it.
Well,
come and take it.
But they shipped Garoppolo out.
They did. They shipped him out.
All these examples, the younger person or one of the competitors,
I
showing it was not a good relationship.
I get what you're saying. I would say I like the healthy competition. Come and take it. That's how It should work in a vacuum.
So I don't know if you all discussed this. I'm sure you did last week, but I thought the Cowboys blew an opportunity to get Shedeur Sanders. If you're all about true football decisions and value, there was no reason not to go ahead and make a move and pick him up, in my opinion. And I was laughing at Shedeur dropping.
When? When did you want him to get him?
In the 5th?
Didn't he go before they're picking the 5th?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how much you've
move up?
said on the radio, but you've texted me certain things.
I think if he would have been there at their pick, they were taking him.
Okay. And I would have been fine if they moved up in the 5th to jump to take him.
And I think they would have. So I think they probably would have explored it. They may have. I don't know if they did. I don't know if they explored a move up. But I'm guessing just with, they decided not to based on, all right, let's just see where things fall because, the cost to move up is prohibitive and we don't want to jump up.
And I would have been fine taking him in the 4th.
Well, that's you got Jonathan Mingo, and so when you got Mingo, and now if they would have been in the 3rd round, maybe they take him in the 3rd round, if not for Ravel, because Ravel's just was such a highly graded player for them. But I don't know where exactly they had him in the stack. I just know those top 3 they got were so high up for them.
Yeah,
that I think if he was there in the 5th round, if he would have been there where they picked Jaden Blue, I think they're taking Shedeur.
Well, they should have moved up. They should have given up something to move up in order to get him.
That's fair.
What grade do you think they had on him? Do you think it was a 3rd?
Yeah, I would guess probably a 3rd.
You think it was a 3rd round pick?
That's I don't know, but that's my guess.
I'm going under the premise that they had him as maybe a 2nd. And it just made too much sense with the Dion Jerry noise working here better than other places. Dak's injury and age. It was a golden. I thought it was a golden opportunity to do it.
Here's my initial thought is no, because you're not getting the main number 1 benefit of a rookie quarterback contract.
You might. You might when number 4 goes down, if he does.
Okay, but you're not getting the financial savings of a cheat code.
You might if number 4 goes down.
But you can't because Dak still got too much money on his contract. You have 2 years. So that you would basically only get a 2-year quarterback cheat code.
Okay.
Because he's not getting the 5th year because he wouldn't be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And you have what? It was at least 2 years before you could walk away from Dak. And even when you walk away from him then, you're not getting the full savings. So in order to get that quarterback cheat code, you really need to stink and have it reset.
I'll say if they hadn't traded for Joe Milton, they may have gone up. Like they may have been willing to pay a tax to say, all right, let's go up there and get him. I think just once you have Milton in tow, it's like, yeah, if he gets to us in the 5th, the value's too great, but do we want to sacrifice capital when we just sacrificed capital to get this quarterback that
for
we
your
think
next
has
potential franchise quarterback? The answer is absolutely yes, depending on where they had him. If they viewed him as a backup, then no. We're getting to Quinn Ewers coming up at 8:40. But that was my hot draft take. I was like, okay, this is all funny and everything, but now the value is too obvious to ignore.
I think if they had a 4th, they'd probably take him in the 4th. That's what I think probably happens.
Yeah, I was hoping for it for multiple reasons. My own selfish wallet purposes being number 1. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. You think the Cowboys' schedule is working against them?
Might. So last year, if you went and looked at the Cowboys' schedule last year, and based on who they played, just use the win totals. Just use the win totals from this year's projected win totals that came out from BetMGM on Sunday. And then you use last year's schedule. The Cowboys will face, just 2 teams this year that have a lower win total projection than they do. Just 2.
And they're currently favored in what, 1 game?
They're favored in 1 game currently, Sean. They're only favored in 1 game right now, next year. They have a pick 'em in about 4 or 5. But and those will not be a pick 'em at the time of the season starts. But right now, the only game they're clearly favored in is a 3-point game at home against the Giants. But if you look at it and if you said the same thing and took the same schedule from last year with everybody's win total this year, Cowboys would have had been favored in 6 games already. That's how much different this season is than last year, and how much more difficult playing the AFC West and the NFC North is from playing last year's they played the NFC South and the AFC North or whatever, right?
They had that G-bag schedule.
They did.
He beat me to it.
So this year's schedule is 3 times as hard when you factor in the amount of teams that they have a higher win total projection of them.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's and what's that Vegas over under? I was
7.5.
Oh, 7.5.
The other teams that are 7.5: New England, Jacksonville and Indy, Seattle, Atlanta. The Bears have a higher win total. The Bears win total is at 8.5. Yeah, Miami, Pittsburgh, they're at 8.5. And then Arizona is at 8.5 as well.
Yeah, I mean, teams I expect to be good next year, there's a ton of them on Dallas' schedule. Chicago, Philly, Washington, Green Bay, Minnesota, Kansas City, the Chargers, the Broncos, the Lions. Who knows about what you could get from the Cardinals, depending on how well Kyler Murray plays. But, I mean, they've got an absolutely ridiculous schedule.
Cardinals have the Cowboys number as well. All right, it is 7 o'clock Expressway, commercial free. Also the place where we hook you up. We're going to do it at 9 as well. We got a brand new Peyton Russell segment at 8:20 at the request of the Tolos. So let's let Peyton hook you up now.
What was I thinking?
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley on Friday, May 30th at the Dos Equis Pavilion. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. I think the Tolos labeled this their number one favorite segment of the program. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We do it every Tuesday where we kick around the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum every week. We get your answers on the fan cam at YouTube and Twitch and on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. And I even sent it out through the newsletter yesterday. So we also have some email responses to some of these questions. You're making a face, Sean.
These were really, really tough questions.
They were tough.
Really?
Yeah, thought-provoking.
There were not as many easy, just like, what's your favorite food that you could eat till eternity? Those weren't going viral. Everybody was very...
it's not KFC.
They were very... there was a lot
Hagen, that's because your tweet yesterday, or your text. Your text on the group message, so I don't want to hear nothing back.
What's your favorite water park?
So, all right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton's always super prepared for these, but he's answering phones right now, so I'm going to go to Chop.
All right.
Chop, you're going to get hit with this one first. What's something women say that you've learned to take with a grain of salt?
I'm done.
I'm done?
Yeah, when they say, I'm done.
Like
I'm
in
done.
an argument?
You're done with what? You done with the argument or a relationship? Like, which one are you done with? I'm done. I'm done. Okay. Sammy used to say that on Jersey Shore. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done, Ronnie. I'm done.
That's a good one.
That used to trigger me so bad with Chris. I had to tell her at one point, I was like, you got to stop saying that. Because she would, if she got worked up, she would always go, I am done. Done. And she would emphasize it the second one. I was like, you have no idea how much that gets under my skin. You've got to stop saying that if you want the argument to actually reach a resolution, because I can't stand that. The easy answer here for what's something women say you've learned to take with a grain of salt is like, I'll be ready in 15. Or something along those lines. Just anything having to do with how quickly they can get ready is usually like, probably not. And I will end up.
The other day when we were going to this event in Arlington, I'm just waiting. Now I tell Amanda, I say, you call the Uber, you call the Lyft. I'm not, because if I call it, if I walk in, I'm terrified to say, should I call him like 15? Should I call him like 10? And I'm terrified, towards what her response will be. So then she comes out and she goes, 10 minutes for the car. And I said, do you want me to call it now, 10 minutes away, which I can't control? Or do you want me to wait 10 minutes to call?
Right.
And that could have turned into something. So I said, you know what? You call when you're ready. Go ahead and do it.
Some of the answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, we're getting a lot of I'm fine or fine.
Oh, I'm fine is the number one probably.
That's a big one. Also, I saw this one on Reddit. I don't care what we eat, or something along the lines of I'm not hungry, because they're always. I've learned if I say, hey, do you want anything? And she'll go, no, I'm good. It's like, all right, I'm going to order an extra fry, because she will eat them. And if she doesn't, the kids will. But I'm not going to chance that she's going to cut into my fries. That's not going to work. Peyton, what's your answer for this question? In case you didn't hear it, we were saying, what's something women say that you've learned to take with a grain of salt?
When they say, I'm not hungry, always a lie. They're hungry. You have to eat. Oh, no, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. It's like, okay, well, what do you want to eat? Oh, no, I'm not hungry. And then 10 minutes later, what are we going to eat? Well, what are we gonna eat? You're just not gonna eat today?
So
and
how
then
many
I pick a place, and then it's like, oh well, I don't want that. And I go, well, you just say you were hungry.
So how do you guys decide dinner every night throughout the week?
Well, I go grocery shopping, so I pick the dinners out for the week, and then she just eats what's on the table.
Okay.
Wow.
So,
I like
Dino
it.
Nuggets.
yeah. Oh, no.
I like the answer on the Twitch from, I think that's Jaime T. Says, do what you want. No, do not do what you want.
No.
That's
Don't
a bad
do it.
idea.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, since you've got your pre-planned answers here, what phrase instantly infuriates you?
When people say, I could care less. That's not how you say it.
Yes!
That's not how you say it. It's I couldn't care less.
That's a good one.
I cheated
That's a
off
good
you.
one.
I know.
That was mine.
I couldn't care less. Just say it right the first time. Because every time, when people tweet it out or something, they're going through, I go through people's replies or whatever, I see it, and I go, I could care less. I really want to reply and be like, I couldn't care less. Or if someone texts me, I want to like respond back to them. It infuriates
So
me.
when we're out in public and someone says this, I'll just go, couldn't. And Amanda's the only one that knows what I'm doing. Like, no one's like, huh, what'd you say? I'll just say, couldn't. And you just try to correct them and be a smart ass. But it doesn't infuriate me. It's just a minor pet peeve.
Yeah. First world problems.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, Diane, we live in a first world. Like, am I not allowed to complain? Like, everything is relative to the problems that we have. No, we don't have to worry about not having running water or indoor plumbing. Does this mean we can't complain?
Dr. Mark from Austin, Big Time Solo, says his answer when he emailed back on the email that I sent out yesterday. He says, we need to talk is his answer of a phrase that instantly infuriates him. Yeah. I hate whenever anybody uses the just the term conversation. I hate it. It makes my skin crawl when it's used in the sense of like,
let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation about that. Like when you're talking about in the talk show format or whatever. I hate it. Or when we're talking about it's part of the national conversation. Stop. It's
the Discord.
It's yes. Gosh. That's an ick, as the kids say. Chop. Kids say that, ick, right? Yeah. They say ick. 956 says at the end of the day. They hate that.
That's my dad's. That's one of his crutches.
214, whenever anybody says frustrated instead of frustrated.
Never heard that.
Oh, you've never heard frustrated?
Supposedly.
Oh, gosh.
Frustrated?
Frustrated. There's a lot of people who cannot say frustrated.
I've never been the biggest fan of no regrets. I can't stand when people say that. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot if there's nothing you would go back because it led to this. It led me to here.
YOLO, baby.
What's that?
YOLO.
I'd never go back and change a decision. That's one of the dumbest thought processes I've ever heard in my entire life. It's so stupid.
Over on the Twitch, the Sethnicity says, why do you have a tone? That grates on him. And then Mike X Cowboy says, when somebody says pacifically instead of specifically.
My boy Jake does that pacifically.
There's a lot of just yet. Not
I said my boy.
All right, Sean Sharif. We're doing Ask Reddit.
Hey, I gave him some coffee cake this morning. He's my boy.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what movie messed you up for days after watching it? Oh, which one? The 1991?
The old one, yeah. That messed me up for life, not days, because no horror films for me.
You'll float too, Sean.
No horror films for me, man. I could maybe say like one of the Jason Freddy's, like at a friend's group sleepover, and I'm like trying to like hide in the back underneath my sleeping. What are those things called? You tuck in
covers.
No, like
a sleeping bag.
A sleeping bag. I'm trying to sit there and hide in there. I can't do horror films, man. I cannot do them whatsoever. And then Anaconda. When I was young, I think I went with a girl to the movie theater to see this stupid movie, and that's why I try to avoid snakes on a plane.
Yeah.
Chop.
Fast 5. I can't believe Letty was still alive at the end.
Hey, spoiler!
I mean, it stuck with me for. But truthfully, I don't watch deep movies generally, and I don't really watch horror films. Like, I just avoid them at all costs. So I can't think of one that actually stuck with me for a few days. This is not I just don't watch those kind of movies.
The Twitch is blowing up with what was my answer. Who all gave this one? The Sethnicity, DFW Dad, and Macmillion 2093, 7. The ending to 7 is so brutal. Like, I did not see that coming at all. And when it hits, it's just like, gosh, that was dark. And there's no happy ending. The other one that messed me up when I was like 11 was when I saw Pay It Forward. That ending that's a totally sad movie where they like make you think like, oh, it's this uplifting thing where you pay favors forward and everybody's happy, and then the ending is not happy at all. Peyton, what movie messed you up?
Real quick, the 903 says Inside Out was theirs. And then my movie The Shining. My parents liked watching it, and so when I was like 8 or 9, I was like, "Oh, well, let me watch it." I'll just watch it. And my parents were like, "No, you won't like it. It's scary." And I was like, "No, let me watch it." I got like halfway through, done, couldn't do it.
Over on the YouTube, Craig Mattingly says interview with a vampire. Lil MF Mason says Blair Witch, and then Max says The Ring movie.
A lot of people coming up with Ring and Blair Witch on the fan text.
Blair Witch wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah,
I didn't think so.
Blair
either.
Witch was just. I think when it first came out, it was one of those. It was one of the first person ones where people weren't sure if that was this really found footage,
Yeah.
like people, and so I think people thought it was real early on. Was another big part of it. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, I don't think Sean sent us one. Sean, did you send a song to Peyton?
No.
All right, well then I'll go with Choppy on this one. Chop, what is the best Bleep You song out there?
I think there's only one correct answer for this one. I think it's the all-time number one GOAT, revenge, get back kind of song. Came out freshman year of college.
You're so vain.
Not You're So Vain. It's Alanis Morissette. There's no other answer.
Is this the Dave Coulier song?
Yeah, it's the Dave. Well, it's not really him. I know. It's somebody, but that's the one they suspected of it.
Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill era.
And
did you just wear that CD out?
I didn't have the CD, but every girl I knew had the CD.
That created a bad group of girls. Alanis
It did.
Morissette.
Yes, very.
Not
very
a fan of that. I mean, my answer is what we did a couple weeks ago of the Tupac one.
Oh, Hit 'Em Up.
Hit 'Em Up.
Yeah.
Hit 'Em Up's that's where I thought you were going, the all-time number one.
Peyton,
I could say Kendrick Lamar.
Well, yeah, there's that one. That's a pretty big bleep you. Peyton, what is the best bleep you song out there?
I went with a literal bleep you, and this is by Big Sean.
I don't with you.
I love this song.
This is what I went with too.
Is it?
Yeah, this is it.
Literally F you.
This is a great song. Yeah. The beat's fantastic, but just the whole energy throughout the whole song is just like, not messing with you, don't give a damn. The whole energy behind it is great. Of course, you remember the song, and then it was like, I can't remember, 02, 03 maybe. You remember that song by Eamon? That was literally called Bleep You, and it was just bleep what I said. It don't mean S now. That was like one of the first songs I think to hit number one that had F word in the title.
Would people say though that Kendrick's is like the number one takedown ever?
Like diss song ever?
Yeah.
I mean, there'd be recency bias with that.
Yeah, it would be
it's that. It's Hit 'Em Up. It's No Vaseline.
It'd be in the conversation. Yeah. No Vaseline, Hit 'Em Up, Ether, Bridges Over. Like it'd be stuff like that. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
What is 100% a myth about men?
Oh, that we can fix things, that every man can fix things, that every man can work on cars, that every man is manly.
Dude, my mother-in-law the other day, she tempted me. I was talking about like the pool equipment, you mess with your own chemicals and stuff. I don't do that. And she's like, you really need to start thinking about like doing that. And I was like sitting back like, I've known you now for about 7 years or something like that. I didn't do it at the last house. I'm not doing it at this house. I got my guy Earl and Austin, and she she was flirting with getting on me over not messing with the pool. Fortunately, my father-in-law came in. He knows I'm a dumbass, and he's like, "Oh, you don't want to mess with the chemicals with the kids, all right? You don't want to play with the chlorine levels with the babies
or in their skin
going into that
eyes,
water,
everything." Yeah,
like, yes,
sure.
Here you go, Rudy.
Answer on the email response here. Edgar says that we're not smart. Like the just general stereotype of the dumb, bumbling, like
the mimbo
dad or guy and a thing. The 100% myth about a man is, and I saw this one on Reddit and I was like, yeah, that's it for sure. It's the idea of just like we're always primed and ready to go. You know what I mean? Sometimes I am tired.
Sometimes
I really do.
Like
just
tonight.
Like
that's sciatica.
Yeah, the sciatica is going to be here. Oh, gosh, I still.
Watching him walk to the elevator yesterday, I was dying laughing.
I get so.
Why are you limping?
I get so mad. Well, that was the calf because I had gone down the stairs.
You went down. Not up the stairs. You went down the stairs.
Up the stairs would have hurt my quads. Down the stairs hurt my calves. No, I still get so mad that I hooked up the Chris Young meet and greet for Kristen. And then we were standing outside at the venue.
This is before you hired Brett Boone?
Yeah, this was. And we had I had the sciatic nerve issue. And so I didn't even get the benefit of look, I hooked up this great night for you because I was in too much pain. I was like, I'm going to bed. That's what we're doing right here. Peyton, what is 100% a myth about men?
The stereotype that men are less romantic than women. You women are wrong out there. We are absolutely 100% more romantic than you guys. We plan the dinners. We plan the gifts, the parties. Everything.
What's the last romantic thing you've done for Mackenzie?
Valentine's Day. So what was that?
Oh, gosh, 3 months?
No, the Post Malone thing. I surprised her with Post Malone tickets. So there you go. I call that romantic.
I think a top one is that men don't cry. How about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can get emotional. Thank goodness they don't have it on anymore. The guy on ESPN who did those.
Roy Firestone.
No, more recent. He'd do these kid special requests.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Rinaldi? No.
I know what you're talking
Tom
about.
Rinaldi.
Tom Rinaldi. This is always the sweater vest.
Tom Rinaldi. Man, those things could get me. Like music underneath of a story. Sometimes that can get me. You've had some sports cries in here over golf.
Yeah, Masters.
So maybe men don't cry, possibly.
817 that we don't listen. We're just selective. Is what they say. Let's hear. 817 that the idea that we don't know our kids enough to answer questions about them when they're at the doctor or the hospital.
Oh, that's a great one.
Kristen will all the time throw out, like, she'll be like, if I was gone, you wouldn't know the first thing to do, which I wouldn't. But I mean, I would be able to answer basic questions like their birthday and their social security number and different things like that.
Oh, I can. No way I could give you Ollie's social. No way.
Nope.
You know all your kids' socials?
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to read them on the air.
I think I may have at one point. I don't recall it anymore. I remember their phone numbers.
Well, that's good.
I know their phone numbers.
There's a lot of people who don't know phone number. My wife doesn't know my phone number.
Really?
Oh,
I know your phone number.
I think I know your phone number.
She may have gotten in the last year, but every other time when you're on the phone with someone like a service person, and she's like, it's that, right? I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know Sean's number because I started reading it on air one time and he got mad. Easy, or who do we got? Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says men are pigs. That's one, and
I don't think that's a myth.
Over on the
Look
YouTube
at his studio.
Over on the YouTube, Zach says that men don't have a say in relationships. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif.
Actually, the studio I feel like has been cleaner over the past 6 months.
Yeah, it hasn't been bad. That's Broadus probably because Broadus ends up. He'll clean up. He'll literally spray down with Lysol every single time. All right, Sean Sharif, what's a social norm you think will disappear in the next 50 years?
50 years?
Mm-hmm. So think, we'll be in 2075. What social norm will no longer exist?
I don't know. That's a really hard
dating.
One. Dating?
Yeah, like standard dating of going out on a date. Like, I mean, it's already starting to go away with like we hear about these Zoom dates. People are doing different things like that. They don't seem to like.
There's still advancement of the species.
How are people going to get together?
No, like I mean, alcohol. I think that like I'm saying, I don't think they're going to have the traditional dinner date. Like, oh, we're going out on a date somewhere. Like, I think you're going to just exclusively, essentially, socially meet people through internet and through like over video conference and crap.
I think happy hours. Nobody's going to go out anymore. Kids just stay inside all day now. And then the fact that I assume sometime in the next 50 years, we will be a majority work from home society and remote work, or at least. And most people you go to happy hour with are people from work.
But people are going back to work.
Now they are, but over the next 50 years, like I suspect that we will.
Predicting some pandemics?
No, I'm just predicting that people will find ways to cut costs, and one of those is going to be office space.
Susan, replying on the email, said people making videos everywhere. She thinks that that's going to go away. The TikTok culture, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I could see. I mean, 50 years from now. I don't know, she didn't say. She just said that was her answer.
You just said you agreed. You could see it.
No,
Why?
I'm saying that I could see absolutely, like, when you're talking about where anything is at in society, and there's so many people who are, eventually somebody's going to get in trouble, or it's going to become a bigger. I'm surprised we don't have more confrontations and stuff where people are making videos and doing stuff for social content. That
like Baldwin.
I think it's going to just become one of those things where people are like, that's too risky to try and just pull your prank videos all the time. Just put your phone up. Peyton?
Yeah, it's having to wait in line to pay for something. Everything will just be kiosk at that point. 50 years from now, it'll just be no more lines. And I rarely go in a line at the grocery store. I always go self-checkout, even if there is a little bit of a line. I just like doing everything myself. It's just easier.
The scan and go at Sam's Club is such a game changer.
Really?
You just use your phone with the app, scan the item, swipe, and it pays. You just walk out.
Fast food coffee, Amanda she's ordering it on her phone.
Yeah.
People we're gonna lose a lot of customer service.
Yeah, like
everywhere.
Food service industry. Yeah. All right, we got time for one more here. Ask Reddit on 105.3 The Fan. This is perfect to start with Peyton on because I feel like there's
by the
nothing.
way, I don't love those self checkouts every time.
I
if
hate
I have
them.
3 things, 4 things, if you have alcohol, it's a pain. You got to wait for someone to come. If you got 40 things, man, no. I want to be checked out.
If I'm shopping, I'm going to I will never go through the
Why?
self checkout. No, I'm saying I will never go through the self checkout if I've got like a basket full of stuff.
Yeah, but why?
Because I hate that. I don't like the whole scan and wait or like item in the bagging area or like you fill it up and you put it in the bag and then you move it just to create more space and it will go, please put back in the bagging area. And then it'll be like an attendant needs to come over and clear. I got
like 2 items at CVS the other day. I didn't want to put it in the bag, but it wouldn't let me do the second one until I put the first one in the bag.
In the bag.
It's so irritating. I can't stand it. Peyton, I feel like you don't censor yourself at all. So
820.
This is a specific topic that I think fits you. What is a turnoff you will never tell a woman directly?
Any type of facial piercing, nose, lip, like even the little stud. I've never found it attractive.
Really?
Yeah. Won't tell her that if I was single and I talked to someone, I'm not gonna say it, but I deep down I don't like it.
Peach fuzz.
Peach fuzz. Yeah, I think once you're in a relationship, you could tell them just about anything. If it's stable relationship, a healthy relationship. Prior to that,
I don't agree with that.
Prior to that, you can't tell her that she smells.
I get
just
what you're
hand her
saying.
a piece of gum.
No, for me, this one is, and we've argued about it on the show before. Like, does it matter? Does the nail upkeep matter? If you have busted nails or whatever, and you're just not saying, I am just like,
I've never cared, but thank God for cost purposes, Amanda has now gotten these at home do-it-yourself nails.
Oh, wow.
And it took 3 hours the other night. She put too much whatever the hell super glue on. It was 3 hours. We couldn't do anything until she tried to get these nails off. But it's better than going to that place every 2 weeks and paying tip on top of it. I love that, but I've never cared about the nails. But no, that upper lip peach fuzz.
By the way, what is the
that peanut butter ski?
When Peyton says he can't do any facial piercing, what's the top seed facial piercing that
the
you
best?
Do like? Yeah, that you do like. Is it the hoop in the nose for the girl?
No,
or
it's
is
not
it
a
the
hoop. It's
stud?
got to be a stud.
I don't like a hoop.
If there's going to be anything, no lip ring.
I can't stand the septum piercing.
No eyebrow ring. You can't stand the what?
The septum piercing.
Oh. Like the bull, like a bulldog?
Yeah, the bull, or a bull, yeah.
A bull, yeah, that's right. All right, Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. Thank you for your participation on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Congrats to the Dierks Bentley ticket winner. We'll do it again tomorrow at 7:20. But huge news for the morning show. Our Hump Day buddy, Brett Boone, is the next hitting coach of your Texas Rangers. Choppy has it as a part of Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next. But first, I got Ownwell Savings.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
We have a hitting coach. Another one. Like a
couple now.
A couple. It's like a hitting coach.
Yeah.
Really. It's a couple. But Brett Boone, friend of the show, every other Wednesday with us for what? 3 years. We thought he was the good luck charm when they won the World Series. But he has been hired away from us as the new hitting coach of the Texas Rangers, offensive coordinator. They want to call it that now. And he was on the plane yesterday. Texted with him, said, I'm on the plane. Talk soon. He is meeting the team in Boston as they get going tonight and early start, pre-6 o'clock start, 5:40, right here on 105 to The Fan. But here's Brett Boone as the new hitting coach of the Texas Rangers.
This completely came out of left field. It started, I went up to USC, my alma mater. I threw out a first pitch. I ran into an old buddy of mine, Michael Young, and he's with the Texas Rangers. And we just started talking, and we had a 10-minute conversation, gave each other a hug. I said, give CY, which is Chris Young, my new boss, the president of the Rangers, and obviously the skipper, Bruce Bochy, who is this I played under in 2000, but we become, have a really good friendship with him for a lot of years. And I get home and the phone's ringing, and it's Bruce Bochy. And the first thing I thought is, this is weird. Mid-season, I know the Rangers have been scuffling with that offense. 2 years ago, they won the World Series and with the best offense in baseball, and now they're scuffling a little bit. I said, this is a weird time for Bruce to be calling, so I answered the phone as I do, and I said, Bruce, I know. Can't get enough. You want to come back on the podcast? Because we've had Bruce on quite a few times. And he said, no, Booney, it's a different call. And he kind of ran it by me. And he said, why don't you think about it? And, I talked to my wife and I talked to the people, close to me. And it didn't take long. It was one of those things where I didn't know where this journey's taking me. But if there's a guy to get back on the field for the first time in a long time for me, there's no reason. Bruce Bochy's number one on my list. I mean, he's number one.
I imagine Brett Boone he's the lifer in baseball. He comes from a family of baseball players and coaches, managers, whatever you want to call it. I imagine that at some point he sees his brother in the game still. He's in the game from a podcast standpoint, but it doesn't leave these guys early. We see people retire in media, whatever, and here they pop up 6 months later and they've got a podcast. You can't stay away. It's in your blood. It's what you do when it's something that defines you in part. It's what Brett Boone. I mean, he made a ton of money throughout his career. Might not need it. Probably could retire very, very comfortably, but he was looking for something to do, and he got the phone call.
And you like the job that his brother has done in New York?
I think Aaron has done a really nice job. It's a hard job. Like, that is one of the hardest jobs because they treat every game like an NFL game with the Yankees. Like, if they lose a game, the sky is falling. And, there's podcast every night. There's a podcast. This is unacceptable. I mean, how do you not hit? It's like, guys,
the idiots going off on Soto. You might have been out that week.
The Met fans?
No, the WFAN.
Sal Licata.
Yeah,
I saw
freaking
that.
Moron melting down over Soto.
See, and it's like it's like, guys, it's a 6-month season. It's 162 games in 180 days. Give the guy a break. But his brother deals with it all the time. I think he deals with it well. I think Brett's going to be fine at what he does. Like, it's in his blood. It's about the message. It's about relaying information. That's what a hitting coach is. It's not like the manager's job is different. The hitting coach is about relaying the information that the scouting department, that the analytics department gives you, and putting it into words and terms in a way that doesn't do paralysis by analysis for the players.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's a baseball family. It's that it's also, it is a coaching family. It's a managing family.
Yeah.
The fact that Aaron's managed, Bob managed, and now that Brett's getting into this, they clearly have, it's family that's not only played, but has gotten into the coaching side of things. And he seems like the perfect blend of, he likes the analytics, but he's also just old school baseball guy. He is Billy Bean and Grady Fuson. He's both of them together.
Mix them. You got to mix them together. Like the teams that just go all in on one or the other. I understand, like, from in certain situations, you got to be all in or all out, but you also have to be able to blend it.
Chris Young yesterday on the G-Bag Nation explaining why it was time for change.
Well, just really, you have to look at the overall performance of the team, and at a point at which there's still a lot of baseball left, but the trend lines are really such that we've decided that we need a new voice at the top to help get the best out of our group. And unfortunately, we felt like it was time to make this decision and part ways with Donnie. Really, this is not a reflection of Donnie necessarily. This is all of us collectively, myself, the coaching staff, Boach, and of course the players have responsibility anytime a decision like this is made. But we did feel like at this point in the season, with a lot of baseball left, it's time for a different voice that may find a way to get the best out of these guys and work with Justin Veely, our current hitting coach, and Seth Connor, our assistant hitting coach, and that this combo will be the right group to push this group forward and for us to start producing in a manner that we feel like this group is capable.
I was expecting a little worse numbers looking at the team and the production. Now, Simeon, horrific at 182. Adolis is 217. Both are in the 0.4 WAR category.
Ugh.
Adolis is positive. Marcus is negative. And then you had, Jake Berger, who was sent down. Josh Young's 274. Wyatt's at 297. Jonah's at 275. Josh Smith is at 311. And Seager is at 291. So I was expecting some worse numbers when it came to the collection of Young, Heim, Seager. Obviously, Jock Peterson doesn't even have a 1 starting off his average yet. So Peterson, Simeon, Berger.
I have never seen, by the way, when you mentioned that, and I just pulled up the roster so I can look at it. Do you know what Jock Peterson's OPS plus is?
No.
46.
I've never seen this. It is -1.
Explain that.
100 is league average. That's like the league average for OPS.
Yeah. So he is twice as bad as the league average player.
I've literally for instance, Marcus Semien, as much as Marcus Semien has struggled at the plate, he's a 50 on OPS plus. -1. I didn't know it could go into negative territory.
Wow.
I thought it just bottomed at 0.
This man helped spurn the championship run and ignite them. Can he do it again? Chris Young on G-Bag explaining the call-up of Evan Carter.
We are excited that Evan will be rejoining the Major League team. He's in a really good place physically and performance-wise, and we're excited to get him back in our lineup. We think he complements our lineup very, very well, and he'll be a really good addition to the group we have. And I think it just collectively getting Corey Seager back, getting the good version of Evan Carter back in the lineup, and getting the confidence back in some of these guys. We haven't seen the best of this team. We just have not. This team has not clicked at the level that I believe they're capable, and I think once they build some positive momentum and kind of the confidence comes, I really believe this team will be capable of doing some special things offensively, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I like the check. He goes, getting Evan Carter, the good version of Evan Carter back. I was like, oh, okay, that was...
Look, I said, it's what he does in the next couple of months is going to really dictate a lot of the Rangers season. He extends the lineup. He makes it a deeper lineup. He makes it a more potent lineup when he's on. When he's not, then obviously we're in the same predicament that we're in right now, looking for somebody else. You hope, because they're not. Nobody's going to trade anybody right now, right? No teams are making trades in the first week of May. They're going to wait things out. So you hope this gives you an opportunity to not have to make a trade. That Evan Carter comes up, plays well, he's your midseason acquisition.
The Mass Holes are at 500, second place in the AL East. Rangers at Boston today, 5 o'clock pregame on this station. Nate Eovaldi, 2-2 when you got a 2.11 ERA.
Sad. It's sad. And Boston just lost Tristan, one of their better players, ruptured a patella tendon. So he's gone for the whole year. It's a bad injury for them.
By the way, there was a note from CBS that seems kind of impossible, but since April 25th, the Rangers haven't won a non-DeGrom start.
What?
Yes, yeah.
It was Eovaldi. It was the last one they won. It was against the Giants when Eovaldi pitched that shutout ball, and they beat San Francisco 2-0.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
So they're, like you said, they head east to Fenway Park, and then they go to Detroit. To start the year, they had a projected win total of about 89 wins on ESPN's projection model. That was ahead of most AL teams. Now it's down to about 500. They've lost already about 8 wins off their projected win total. They're at 81.9, so still slightly above 500. 81.9 would be above it. But they went for a 61% chance to make the playoffs. Now they are below 40. They are at 38%. The chance to win a title is down to 1%, down from 5. And here's the write-up. Even after an 8-run outburst against the Mariners, they ranked 29th in scoring. Only the Rockies have scored fewer. Stunning turnaround from an offense that kept scoreboards spinning in 2023. Last year's fall-off was steep, and based on what we've seen, hope for positive regression are fading. Adolis having another down season. Simeon below replacement. The key additions, Peterson and Berger, have hurt more than they've helped. Peterson hitting a remarkable 0.94 with a 334 OPS. Berger's OPS of 561 already sent down. Like we said, Donnie Ecker was fired during. Who was with the club during the 2023 run, was fired. So, I mean, they specifically pinpoint Adolis and how he has fallen off. And for a guy that is a power bat to have an OPS that is 131st in the league, it just means basically if you took every team in baseball, he would be at best the 4th hitter on every team.
And speaking of the diamond, how about this special delivery we had brought in?
Yeah, this is the doing of you, I think, Sean. So yesterday we were talking.
I love to pit high school athletes against each other.
You do, and I'm representing both Marcus High School and Keller High School today because we talked about yesterday that in Best and Worst of the Weekend that I was in I was in a bit of a bind because Marcus is our home high school. But Keller is, of course, the official softball team of the morning show, and they're going to play each other in the playoffs this week. And Mike Eggleton, Mike, step over here to this mic over here. So Mike Eggleton is he's the dad of one of the players there, Brooke, who hooked me up with my Keller hat. And Sean's holding up on the fan cam one of these koozies, these leather koozies with the 105.3 The Fan emblem.
Look at that.
Sean said yesterday whoever brings us the most gear is who he's going to support. And we got Marcus gear last night. Somebody dropped some Marcus gear off. We did not get this much gear. So I think Sean's already made his allegiances.
Look at our heads, or at least me, Peyton, and Bobby wearing the Keller K.
Yeah, and I've got I'm still trying to, I'm going to sit behind home plate. I'm going to have the Mama Kelsey split jersey. That's what I got to do. But yeah, Mike, pull that mic over there, and then Aiden, you can throw him up on the fan cam. So, Mike, you just heard your name dropped, and you were like, I have to come through now.
You did? Yes, you did. You called me out last night, called me out last year. We brought you the stuff. You showed up to games. You actually, you drove all the way out to Abilene to watch us
I dealt with the cartel over in Midland.
That's a whole different story. Yeah. We could talk for 2 seconds on that. I literally I kicked in doors at apartment complexes in Odessa to find the stuff, and then we actually found it the very next day because someone dumped it because there was so much heat from them.
You really kicked in a door?
The equipment?
It was more than one. Yeah.
The equipment that was taken last year?
They left all their stuff on the bus, and they woke up in the morning. We were all in the lobby, and we literally got calls from our daughters at the same time. Wow. And they all, my daughter was in tears. She's like, Dad, they stole the stuff. You know, like on Animal House. They took the bar, the whole bleep, right? What do you mean they took the equipment? No, Dad, they took everything. Someone broke into the bus. One of the dads had airdrop on the bats. We found them in an apartment complex. We were staying in Midland. It was in Odessa. Found the apartment complex in Odessa. It was definitely less than habitable, and so we had to kick indoors to find the equipment.
Squatters, not just catchers. Not just catchers. Thank you. Hey, man, thank you.
Yeah, we got plenty of gear here, a whole box of shirts and hats and everything else, and it's all courtesy of Mike Eggleton. And Keller and Marcus squaring off in the softball playoffs this Thursday.
Go Keller for today.
Go Keller.
Till another box comes. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. The Tolos asked for it. We debut it. More Peyton Phillip Russell.
PP in the morning.
With another segment next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-323-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. What, Sean, you silly goose. It's not Thursday. Well, why are you putting payload on the run sheet?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Number one, after Bobby's annual Tolo fan survey came back with the request of a lot more pay, we decided to add a second segment. So you're only 3 behind Alec Medford now for the week. But usually it's the payload 6:40 on Thursdays. So we said, okay, let's spread it out a little bit. Different hour. So the 8 o'clock Tolos get a little taste of Peyton Phillip Russell. I also asked for maybe a different name for it. Well, yesterday, while you were not participating in jury duty, you sent the message, hey, if I get time, maybe, I'll come up with a new intro for a new segment name. I wasn't a big fan of what you came up with.
Well, I technically came up with it.
Okay, well, I wasn't a big fan of what Bobby came up with.
It was a great name.
Come on, Bobby.
They wanted to name the segment. I think this needs to go out for a poll question and let the text decide, as they did for the payload. Gather the foreigners.
And he'd bring 4 stories.
4 stories.
Yeah, 4 stories.
Good play on Peyton's,
The foreigners, which is an old inside joke from Pepe. I'm not a fan of that. So I don't think that's going to happen. I kind of like what RJ loves. I just don't know if we're allowed to do it in terms of, FCC. And there's some rule about talking about the act of number one. But go ahead.
So, and now we're not necessarily talking about the act of number one, because when Peyton was doing his 5:30 segment, because he lost the NCAA tournament bracket, he said it's I'm Pepe, PP in the morning. Double entendre, right? Or whatever it's called.
I like that.
Play on words.
Play on words.
Well. Yeah.
Your initials are Peyton Phillip, right?
Genius.
PP. PP. PP in the morning.
Exactly.
A lot of guys, first act that you do.
Quick and to the point.
Right.
Quick and to the point. But it's funny. It's funny.
I think it's funny. I think, we need the spittle sign off in order to make it official. But if you have other ideas, is it the payload 2.0? I don't know. Do we just keep it the payload? That's where we need the fan text to decide. But you are getting more pay right now. I would vote for PP in the morning.
Thank you very much, PP in the morning. I second it.
Why'd you say thank you very much? Wasn't that Peyton's?
Yeah, you didn't come up with it.
Called it.
I brought it back. Bobby. I brought it back.
2 weeks ago.
But thank you to all the Tolos in the survey. Sean, RJ, Bobby, thank you for allowing this. And let's hope it sticks around for a while. But guys, the Met Gala was last night. Do you guys keep up with that? I know it's not the exact same as like the Oscars, Grammys, but I kind of throw it in the same category. I'll follow up on Twitter, X, if I find anything interesting, it'll be on there. But I don't make time out of my night to watch this or to keep up with this event.
Because you're a guy. Yeah, that's why you don't follow the Met Gala.
I don't even know what goes on there. What is it?
I think it's just a fashion walk.
Yeah.
They raise money or something. Ada has some of the pictures from last night's event. I know, Bobby, someone you were talking about in the fan text as well last night.
Yeah, and so I wanted to send something to my prep for this. I wanted to basically take every photo and then that what does it look like they do for a living bit that was going on social media in the past. I wanted to take that and then describe it. And as I went through it, I was like,
is that Stephon Diggs?
There's Pamela Anderson, dude.
Yep.
Yeah. There was no way when I started going through the exercise, I was like, there's no way for me to not get in trouble with the way I'm describing these things. So I can't.
Is that mink? Is that fur? Is that fur from Stephon Diggs?
Hey, it's mink is back.
The Pam Anderson though almost brought Bobby to tears.
Yeah, it doesn't look. Now look, she's going on natural, no makeup, anything. That's fine. That haircut, I don't know what she's doing with the haircut. It doesn't look like her. It just does not look like her, and it's sad. Those bangs are a little choppy. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Not a fan. Not a fan. But no, this is a significant other thing. Like Amanda forgot it was on. Otherwise, she would have kept it on in the background. But no, I have zero interest.
I guess they do the most. This is like the most ridiculous outfits they could come up with. Like the Oscars is like you want to look super glam, right? This is different. This is like avant-garde, kind of super fashion-y, high
like they're given a
fashion.
theme, I believe, or something that they go along with. So
yeah,
there. But yeah, that was Aiden threw some of the pictures on the fan cam, just of some of the popular ones from last night. But yeah, it's just a fashion show basically. Some really great outfits, but it kind of looks like an NBA game.
Great
the
outfits.
pregame.
What great outfits did you see?
Oh, did you see Stephon Diggs up there? That was actually really good. I liked it. I know people poke fun at it, but I thought that was a good outfit there. Joey King as well. But yeah, so that was last night. But also yesterday, guys, I was off, of course, but Cinco de Mayo was yesterday. Did you guys celebrate? Do you celebrate that as a holiday, or do you kind of just
canceled right now?
Dude,
here we go.
Yeah, see, this is why.
I'm waiting to see where you go with it.
No.
This is why he wanted to call it what he was originally going to call it.
Nothing to do with it.
I had tequila.
There you go.
No, like
Does anyone know the origin? Does anyone know the real meaning, or are we just
5th day of May? I have
put
no idea.
Tahine on your glasses and
It was
say I'm celebrating?
Mexico's war against France, fight for independence against France. Do they even I don't know. Do they? Is it even celebrated in Mexico? Like, I don't even know, or is it just an American excuse to get drunk?
Right. So it's not a widespread holiday in Mexico, according to Google. And I guess some people observe it, but it's not this prominent holiday in Mexico. Apparently, that has crossed over. It's kind of become an Americanized holiday. It seems.
Yeah, it's one of those holidays where it's like, because it can fall on during the week. It's like one that I only celebrate if it falls on the weekend.
Yeah.
Like St. Patrick's Day, it happens on the 17th of March every year, but like we can make it to where we celebrate the weekend before or weekend right after. Same thing with Halloween. If Halloween falls during the week, we decide do we celebrate before or after. But Cinco de Mayo, no one's celebrating it the weekend before.
I mean, the fact that growing up, I knew people would either call it Drinko de Mayo or Cinco de Drinko, like kind of just says like it's just people generally today use it for like, oh, let's get drunk and like have some great specials at the bar.
Did you go out for the tequila or at home?
No, I just had it at home. We didn't go out. We were going to leave the house. I wanted to get the lawn mowed yesterday, but I couldn't because of the rain, and it was just I'm staying in.
And it's just like Valentine's Day, which is on a Tuesday February every year.
But I don't feel like that's a holiday that people celebrate the weekend before. It's either on the day or not.
Right, Valentine's Day, you got to do it on the day of.
Well, no, but I'm saying Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because
Well,
the specials are going to be on.
Yeah.
On the 5th.
214 says, us Mexicans do not celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Only white people do. 469, more Americanized holiday like St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
All right, it is the payload every Tuesday now at this time, and then Thursday as well. But guys, it wouldn't be a payload without a Gen Z story. Do you guys call your significant others a cute nickname like honey, babe?
I will at times, not one time have I ever gotten it in return. I'll be like, hey, babe. That's it.
Never?
Really?
Not one time has she ever said it back. She's too cold.
Does she ever text it? Like, does she use like shorthand like there or anything? Or did she ever during the dating phase?
Nope. Never. The reciprocation of it. I'll be like, hey, babe, what are you doing? Hey, babe, you're in the other room. That's the only like cutesy nickname, but never gotten in return.
Wow.
She cold.
Even when we're fighting, we say babe.
What?
Babe, what are you doing? Babe, what's going on? Even when we're fighting. I'll call her a country girl. Her last name is Countryman. So instead of man, I'll call her country girl every now and then. But not anymore. She's a choppy.
Yeah, that's right.
She's a choppy one. So when we were dating,
I can't picture you two saying anything to each other.
Me? No, I used to say it all the time. It's like,
babe? Is that the number one seed that we're going with?
Babe, or like I would do like honey or sweetie. But I texted sweetie one time and I fat fingered it, and it was like instead of an
sweaty.
I, there was an O. Instead of an I, there was an O. So it was like sweeto. So she'll text that still to this day.
Okay.
She'll say like, hey, sweeto. Let me blah, blah, blah. And so she'll do that.
Little play on it. And you?
So yes,
Mr. Romantic?
I'll say babe, or I'll text, baby, like that.
Oh.
But like there's times where like if I say like Mackenzie, come here, she's like, why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me? Like,
do you whistle too?
Heel? You tell her to heel?
Like, get over here.
Mackenzie.
Get over here.
Come, girl, come.
If I say her name, she'll be like, Am I in trouble? Like, why are you saying my trouble?
I love how you act like you have all this hand. Anyone who's been around y'all for 5 minutes knows that she runs the show.
Kristen,
she thinks she's in trouble. I decide dinner. I pick the meals.
Yeah, if I say Kristen though, if I use her name, she is like, she thinks there's like a serious context. She's
the dog ears go up according to Peyton.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if I text, Mackenzie, this, she's like, why are you yelling at me? It's like, I'm not. I'm just saying your name in the text. Like, but Gen Z guys, they're trying to change things up. They're tired of the cute nicknames for your partner, like Honey and Baby and Babe. They want to change the meaning. They want to change the nicknames to have more meaning. They've suggested some of these names. Let me know what you think. Queen.
No, God, I hate that. There's the phrase that infuriates me. Back to Ask Reddit: Queen and King.
Yeah, no,
my king.
Not.
Yes,
my
queen.
Yes, Queen.
Yeah.
No.
Day one, they also threw that out. I never liked
Kings
that
and
one.
Queen. You have to be born into it.
Day
You can't just
one?
call people kings
Yeah,
and
like
queens.
you're my day one.
You're my day one.
You've been there since my day one.
No.
You know?
That's also fundamentally inaccurate.
That just doesn't. Yeah. Hey, day one. That doesn't work.
You were just a better option that day. I call you better option.
or second option.
Second option.
Side chick.
Second option.
Second option.
Or third option, depending on how you roll with it. But yeah, it is the payload here. Last story here, guys.
Is that it? Are those the three suggestions that they want to replace Honey, Babe, and Sweetie?
Those were the main ones. They had other ones. I think Bay maybe was one. B-A. Do you guys know what Bay stands for?
Before anyone else, right?
Yeah,
Before anything else.
Bay does it. Like Bay is probably the one that's got most normalized that I hear people use.
Yeah, I hate that too. That's not lovey-dovey. You know what I mean?
But yeah,
Bobby thought that my daughter was going to change me and melt me and all that stuff. No.
Oh, she has.
No.
Yes, she has. I'm going to start keeping a book of record because there have been a few times where like I see it and I'm like,
when I FaceTime her, that I'm not like, hey, baby, consume that milk. I'm like,
Rasta.
By the way,
I don't think you're supposed to say that, Bobby.
The Peyton Russell takeover continues. I just got a DM from Atolo. Said, tell Peyton to tell me where he's sitting for the post concert. I'll be sure to take care of his food and drink. And I'm not going to say how. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but this is a very prominent individual at AT&T Stadium.
Well, you need an access code because I'll be in a suite.
Well, Jerry can get in. Jerry can get in anywhere.
Jackass! You'll need an access code to hook me up with. I'll be in a suite.
DM me, and I'll respond back to you, and we can meet up and stuff. But there it is.
He'll go down to steerage.
I'll humor you. I'll get you a drink.
Humor you, yes.
Yes.
There it is. There's the payload.
All right.
Wow,
we'll see.
done.
Did the Tolos vote on a name? Did they come up with something else? PP in the morning?
They like PP in the morning.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll see what Spittle says. 877-881-1053. Alec Medford just entered the studio. Probably congratulating Peyton on almost catching up to him. We're almost 50% there. Below the Belt is an 840 staple on the home of the Cowboys. Was NIL the reason that Quinn Ewers fell in the NFL draft? That's next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Q.
Jets has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is NIL actually costing players money in the long term? Let's talk about it. That may be the case for Quinn Ewers here. Quinn Ewers was by general accounts, I think thought to be a guy that was going to go in the third round, roughly.
At the highest.
Yeah, but I mean, like in general, I think he was thought third, fourth round.
Okay.
Like not a guy that was going to go in. Definitely not going to be first round. Probably wasn't going to sneak in the second round. But third is where you start looking at, all right, this is generally where he might end up going, or he could then day 3.
Didn't you think undrafted?
No, I had Quinn in fourth round. But like, I mean, I did know that there was a lot of split opinion on Quinn. There were some people who were like, yeah, that's a guy who I think you could take in the second round. Then there were other people who thought, like, I wouldn't draft him. And so there was a lot of variance around him. I don't know that there was a player I heard more split opinion on in terms of how they viewed him than with Quinn Ewers. So he
screwed himself, man.
Well, he goes pick 231 in the 7th round, and he may have screwed himself because of that NIL money that you think he should have hung around for. Or at least that's the explanation that teams are giving him. So Ron Slavin is the agent for Quinn Ewers, and Ron Slavin is one of the big power agents of the NFL. He was Leighton Vander Esch's agent. He helped coordinate getting Alden Smith to Dallas. But Ron Slavin had done an interview with Todd Archer, and Florio was kind of recapping some of it over at Pro Football Talk, and this is what he said. He said, Quinn Ewers was the 13th and final quarterback taken in the 2025 draft at pick number 231 in the 7th round. Some teams had him rated higher than that, but they didn't take him. Agent Ron Slavin told Todd Archer of ESPN that the day after the draft, Slavin reached out to half the league to figure out why Ewers slid so far. This is his quote. They thought he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, but too big of a name to be a clipboard holder, which I think is chicken S.
By the way, I can't remember who it was, maybe on NFL Network. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah. When Shedeur was falling, he said this is where agents call in between the days and rounds and be like, hey, we're about football. Like, they try to go ahead and reset things. Who's Shedeur's agent, Bobby?
He doesn't have one.
He doesn't have one. So that did not help in terms of the PR chaos that was taking place.
PR chaos, and like we talked, I think you were out, how his number got released because of that. Normally, it would have been just the agent's number gets released, and then they give that they get in touch with the agent.
Yeah, but other players got pranked.
But
I don't know whether they were also not represented.
Correct. But yeah,
why are you saying he screwed himself?
So he was a reclassification out of high school. He was a junior. He just played against Cade Klubnik in the state championship game at Southlake. Instead of going to his senior year, he says, I'm going to take him. He was trying to get an NIL deal because I'm going to take the $1 million, go to Ohio State, reclassify. So he graduates after his junior year instead of after his senior year. So he missed the extra year of growth development football. As opposed to playing another year of high school, getting better, he doesn't play his first year at Ohio State, and then comes the transfers to Texas. He had to sit out a year, right?
No.
Did he not have to sit out a year?
No.
Well, he sat the first year. He redshirted, right? He sat the first year at Ohio State.
Yeah, at
Comes to Texas. So he had already missed a full year of playing football. And it was just like, all right, you kind of ruined any momentum. Some of your development and growth is at the high school level.
Here he was talking with John Gruden during his Barstool quarterback camp on his local high school days.
South Lake, Texas, you don't have much of a twang there, do you?
That's a good spot.
Yeah?
No Texas twang, huh?
South Lake, Carroll, that's kind of a hot spot. You have had one of the most mysterious high school careers that I have seen. You're the number one prospect. Hell, I had you as getting scholarship offers when you were like how old were you, 7th grade?
7th grade, sounds about right.
Tell me about that. Who came in and offered you a scholarship? How'd it happen?
Yeah, this is a funny story. I went to a little summer camp at UNT, and I was young, so I guess I was throwing it better than all the high school kids, so they pulled me aside. I started throwing the ball, and they were like, all right, man, like, how old are you? And like, what's going on? I was like, yeah, I'm going into 7th grade. They cut to the chase. They're like, we're going to offer you scholarship to come play ball here. And I'm like, all right, we'll see what happens in 5 years, whatever it was.
Baby Gronk, the original Baby Gronk.
The original.
Quinn Ewers with the real attention there. This brings up an interesting thought, though. And I trust Ron Slavin's one of the more connected agents in the business. I trust if he called around to half the teams and that was kind of the feedback he got. That's the question then becomes, all right.
And the feedback was again
that they didn't think that he could be a clipboard holder. He was too big of a name to be a clipboard holder.
Yeah.
Which Slavin said he thought was chicken S. Now, the problem here is, or the thought process behind this is, are teams giving you a BS reason? Are they just sandbagging you?
Yeah.
Or is this legitimately the thought process now that teams may be willing to pass on a guy that they view as a third or fourth round type of player out of fear that we don't know, you might be too entitled or too big a name to have in our quarterback room, and so we're going to pass?
So, two different things here. This principle, I believe, does apply. It doesn't apply to Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers is not a big enough name to be a distraction as an NFL backup, in my opinion. Maybe here on the Cowboys, maybe with the Texans. This applies to Shedeur. This applies to, if we don't think you're a starter, the additional Shedeur slide, I believe, in addition to sending him a message probably, which Bobby says the NFL will always win at. So far, that looks pretty accurate. If we don't think you're a starter, the noise and the circus and the hype ain't worth you as the backup. It applies to Shedeur. In my opinion, it does not apply to Quinn Ewers. So Ron Slavin got fed, I think, some BS from teams. Quinn Ewers ain't big enough to be causing all these local talk shows in whatever city it is to be going crazy. Shedeur Sanders is.
Then what about the entitlement angle of it? That he's too big of a name in terms of, like, he's used to a certain type of approach that we don't trust him to necessarily hold a clipboard and be satisfied with that.
If I could buy that, depending, I don't know what type of dude Quinn is.
By all accounts, he's a good guy.
Yeah, like this is Gruden with Quinn talking about his demeanor. I watched this entire thing. He did not look. I wanted him to be more doggish on the field. When I watched him, I was like, man, he's a dead body out there. He's weekend at Bernie's. Here's Gruden with Quinn on demeanor.
I've always been just a chill guy. A lot of people say I don't have a sense of urgency. I got a sense of urgency. It just looks different than a lot of people. Going into Tuscaloosa last year and doing what we did, these guys saw me right here. I get up a little bit, but when I needed to, but these guys saw me right here, and they're like, oh, Bama just went up against us, and we got to put a drive together here in the fourth quarter to go score. They look at me, and I'm chilling on the bench, right? I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on what I need to do for my teammates.
Your leadership style with your teammates in these big moments, is there a speech that you give, or are you just leading with your actions?
I'm a big encourager, man. I speak life into my guys. And to be a good leader, you have to be a good follower. I follow Jesus, so he's the greatest leader of all time. And everything I've learned, about him and through reading the Bible and whatnot, he's the greatest leader ever. And, he's stern when he needed to be, but he's, the greatest encourager of all time. That's where I get my stuff from, man.
So, man, in watching an hour with him, this is only an hour, I find it hard to believe that he sat down in these rooms and turned them off with entitlement.
Yeah, now here's...
I wouldn't think so. But, also, like, the quarterback at Texas is a massive name in general, just in a vacuum, right? The quarterback, whoever the quarterback at Texas is going to be boosted to a level that, they sometimes they shouldn't be at, or if they should be there, they're going to be boosted even higher. Like, Arch is going to be boosted even higher.
Well, Arch is different.
Yeah.
Arch is a Shedeur conversation. The last 5 to 10 Texas quarterbacks are not. Period.
Right, because they a lot of them haven't been great.
Right. And neither was Quinn Ewers.
No, but not great, but he was better than the rest of them. He was better than a lot of them were.
So here's the thing about Quinn. The Georgia game during the regular season where he was getting destroyed. And I mean, like, he was coming off of the injury, and then they can't protect for him. He's not as mobile as Arch Manning. It made sense to put Arch in and give it like all right, let's give you a breather here. And they did. They brought Quinn back out into the game. I do wonder if, when they wonder about his ability to hold a clipboard, I wonder if some of the stuff I heard coming out of Indy that he was talking about, that Quinn was talking about with teams, impacted that. So Quinn apparently was telling, when it would come up, when people would ask him about, hey, the Georgia game, when you got pulled, like, talk to us about that, how you approached that, everything like that. And he was apparently pretty furious and made that known, that he was upset that he had gotten pulled. Now, he's probably saying that in the sense of, like, I'm a competitor. Like, I don't want to come out. Right. I fought to be back out here. I fought through the injury. This was something that was painful to do. And if I'm out there, I want to be out there. But I wonder if, when teams are talking about the clipboard thing, I wonder if they look at it and go, it was reasonable to sit you for a series. Your health was in danger. You weren't helping the football team. For you to cause a fuss about that or stink about that just makes us wonder about your ability to sit and play your role in the moment that you need to play the role. But I think you're right. I've never gotten the sense, especially listening to that Gruden stuff, that he sounds like a super entitled individual.
It just says the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. If he's too famous to be picked in the 4th round,
then
he's too famous to be picked in the 7th. Because the nothing changes. Like he's not less famous in the 7th round.
I think at that point you're just looking at the
right. But if
that's why he got fed. That's why this is BS.
Right. Because if he's too famous to be a backup in the 3rd round, then he's too famous to be a backup. Period.
I agree.
But if he's too entitled to be a backup from the 3rd or 4th round, there reaches a point where they go, well, a 7th, that's no investment. We cut 7th rounders all the time.
But
if he's
how
a pain
does
in the
that
ass,
change
we move on.
he's too famous for the room?
It doesn't. It's just what you're willing to stand, like what kind of investment you're willing to make in taking that risk.
The entitlement thing sounds like a reach. It feels and sounds like a reach. He's not that good. How about that? I mean, how many times do I have to say it?
How about that?
He's not that good to be drafted in the first 3 rounds or to be a team starter. Put that up there with my J.J. McCarthy takes. I ain't putting him in a J.J. category, but you can use this as evidence that I'm wrong moving forward.
Chop brought something up last week. We did a segment on this where, like, was Shador evidence of teams trying to take back power, like from entitled athletes?
That's what it felt like.
And I wonder if, again, not necessarily entitled, but if they're just like, we're not putting up with any NIL diva behavior. So if we think that might be an issue, like if you're one of those kids coming up from that era, we're not playing with it. Like, think about how much the Cowboys just prioritize the selfless, like, egoless, just team-driven individuals who rejected a bunch of NIL deals to transfer. I think that more and more teams are going to do that.
Yeah, but I think talent will ultimately win out.
Yeah, it will, and ultimately there reaches that curve where you've got to say, okay, well, now it makes sense. We're going to do it here.
B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Every single day at this time here on the New Look Morning Show, your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But we have an actual playoff team to talk about. The play-by-play voice of the Winnipeg Jets joins us next to preview Stars Round 2. Paul Edmonds is his name, Kevin Hagelin, and he joins us after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
5-3 the fan.
Connor back toward the line. Pionk. Pionk walks the line. Wristed through traffic. He scores! Deflected in front by the captain, Adam Lowry. Jets win! Jets win! Jets win! In double overtime tonight! And they'll move along in the series and win it 4-3. Bring on the Dallas Stars!
Jets radio with the call. No offense, but hopefully a call we don't hear too often. Moving forward here, starting with game one of the Western Conference second round. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now is the voice of the Jets, Paul Edmonds, here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Paul. Thanks for joining us on the Fan Cam as well. How are you?
Yeah, my pleasure. Good to be on with you guys. Should be a really good series.
Where's that call fall in the Paul Edmonds power rankings throughout the career?
It would be probably top 5. I didn't, but I was part of a minor league baseball championship. And so that's, always a highlight. And then there was a triple overtime game when there was the no fans in the stands a few years ago that the Jets won that would be up there as well. It would be top 3 to top 5 for sure. And you're hoping that maybe as you move along in your career and the team that you cover moves along in their series and playoff pursuit for a Stanley Cup, maybe you'll get an opportunity to top all of it with calling a Stanley Cup championship. But it was a great moment, an epic moment in the history and the annals of sports here, at least with hockey. But I think the fans have a thirst for more for sure.
So in peeking ahead, how are you looking at us versus Colorado and what would be better for the Jets?
I don't know that you want to pick your poison on that one because the Dallas Stars, it's a great building. It's a big building. It's a hard building to play in. The Jets matched up very well against the Stars. They've had some great battles over the 11 years that I've called games for the Winnipeg Jets. And yet you didn't really want Colorado either because last year you got beat in 5 games by the Colorado Avalanche in the first round. After winning the first game, you dumped 4 in a row. So you looked at that series and said, well, if this one against St. Louis is going to go 7, we're really glad that the Dallas-Colorado series is going to go 7 as well. But look, I like the matchup here, and I don't think that anybody should be prepared for anything that's going to be a short series. This will be a long one. The time change doesn't have a factor here. It's only 2 hours and 40 minutes in the air between the two cities, as much as, there's a big latitude swing between the two cities as well. It's fairly easy travel. So the back and forth, it's also going to be an interesting series because the Jets didn't have this with St. Louis. There was at the start of the series for Winnipeg, they were the first ones to start and the last ones to end. There was multiple days off in between some of the games, and then it accelerated as it went along, and you played every second day. This series will start, and it will go every second day until its conclusion. So this is going to be a different challenge, at least for the Jets, because it was physical against St. Louis, no doubt. And I know this is a long answer, but there was time to have a little bit more rest in between some of those games. You're not going to get that here. And I don't see Dallas moving off of what St. Louis did to push Winnipeg to 7 games. I think Dallas will be just as physical. They are star-laden as well. And the interesting part is both these two teams have 2 stars, one in the forward core, one on the back end, that are questionable for at least game 1 tomorrow night.
Paul Edmonds, voice of the Winnipeg Jets, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you believe in curses, and is there a President's Cup curse?
Well, there's certainly a stigma about it. I mean, it started in the mid-'80s, and there's only been 8 teams, correct me if I'm wrong, that have gone on to win the Stanley Cup after fetching the President's Trophy, and no Canadian team has done it. Certainly, I think when you look at the last Canadian team to win the President's Trophy was Vancouver 2 years in a row, and they're still waiting for their first Stanley Cup banner. I would have believed in it more had the Jets lost in the first round to St. Louis, but now we'll just wait and see what happens here. I think that there's a reason why you can finish first. You've certainly had things go your way. You haven't run into major injuries. You're a deep club. You've had good goaltending. So we'll see what happens. But for right now, I'm not a big believer in it. But only a couple days ago, I might have been.
What do you make of the Connor Hellebuyck playoff narrative that he doesn't perform in the postseason? I suppose nobody performs in the postseason the way they do in the regular season. But what do you make of the narrative that he is a regular season goalie?
I think when you look at the numbers, you have to say that accusation is fair. I mean, until he's proved himself beyond what he's done in the postseason, there are going to be people that critique it strongly and harshly. He won some series back against Minnesota in 17 and 18, and he was better than Pekka Rinne in 17-18 against Nashville, but he wasn't as good and quite up to snuff against Marc-Andre Fleury and Vegas in the Western Conference Final. And since then, as I've talked about, there's been first-round exodus from the Jets when it came to outside of, with nobody in the building, to St. Louis and Vegas and Colorado. But I will say this, the numbers did not flatter him going into game number 7. There was a huge focal point on him, and he was definitely under the microscope. I know he was feeling the pressure. He did bounce back quite nicely in game number 5. Game 6, I mean, you could be critical of a goal here or there, and there was a goal here and there in each game in the series that some would say he should have had back. But I will say this more succinctly. When the time was nigh for him to buckle down and help the Winnipeg Jets in game 7, after he got to 3-1 in the Radek-Faksa goal, Connor Hellebuyck was Connor Hellebuyck that has won 2 Vezinas already and is likely going to win his 3rd when they make the announcements formally after the season is done, and maybe a Hart Trophy as well. He was impervious down the stretch. He made big-time saves with Colton Parayko coming right down Broadway. There was another one of Nathan Walker on a giveaway at the side of the net. He was to the front of the net. He looked very bold and big and confident at the base of the crease. He was just excellent when they needed him. And he was part of the reason why the Jets were able to have that comeback against St. Louis a couple of nights ago and ultimately win it in double overtime, because that's the Connor Hellebuyck that Winnipeg needed to have at that time. So if you can make the timely save and you can play to the level of the game is dictating, I think you'll be okay. But you're absolutely right. You really can't compare postseason numbers to playoff numbers because it is an apple and an orange.
In the spirit of that, Paul Edmonds, voice of the Jets, if you're drafting 3 players in this series today, what's your 1, 2, 3 on both sides?
Okay, well, I mean, again, if everything is relative, and you're thinking about the guys that are maybe on the shelf that will play, so we'll just presume that they play. I mean, Robertson has to be one of the guys for sure for me. I think if you got Miro Heiskanen, if you got him back on the back end for Dallas, I mean, that would just be so much advantageous in terms of a couple of areas: defending, moving the puck, and then the offensive side. And then Rope Hintz, I thought, has really been able to move and guide that top line in a lot of respects. Although, 3B might be Wyatt Johnston. I've always loved that kid and the way he plays, and he's going to be a star down in Texas for a long time. So those would be my 3 to 4 guys for the Dallas Stars. For the Jets, Mark Scheifele, Kyle Connor, and then Connor Hellebuyck. Josh Morrissey would be in there as a 3B as well. But I think that when you're looking at what the Jets have had as their foundation for the last many years, Mark Scheifele, Kyle Connor, top line, tough to stop, 2 top scorers on the team, and then your goaltender who, despite some deficiencies at times defensively for Winnipeg, and historically they've had some of those, even under different coaching staffs, Connor Hellebuyck has always been the guy that's been the cure-all for them, the panacea. You can rely on him to make those saves. So he would be one of my top 3 guys to pick in the series that could be a difference maker for sure.
Paul, you've mentioned our injury concerns a couple of times, but what about you all's injury concerns with 2 big question marks?
Well, Mark Scheifele did skate on Saturday in a tracksuit, did not play in game number 7. He also didn't play in game number 6. He didn't travel to St. Louis. He was knocked out of the game after the first period in game 5. We'll see today. They had yesterday off, so there was no availability for the team. Today, they will have an optional practice at noon Central. I do believe that most of the team will skate because of the day off yesterday. So we'll get to see if Mark Scheifele is back on the ice. The concern for me was that if he was ready to give himself a real good tug on the ice to see if he could go, he would be in full uniform, not in a tracksuit, just to saunter around and sashay around the ice to see if he could get his heart rate up and how things are going. The other part of that is I don't know about Josh Morrissey, knocked out after playing just 4 minutes in game number 7. Don't know the extent of that injury either, but that's a huge blow on the back end for the Jets. The puck mover, top scoring defenseman, a guy that eats a lot of minutes. I mean, the Miro Heiskanen, frankly, of the Winnipeg Jets. So those are the 2 question marks. I'm sure everybody else has a bump and a bruise here and there, but guys at this time of years will find a way to play through that. But the biggest concern are Scheifele and Morrissey for the Jets going into practice today.
Paul, Dallas struggled with Winnipeg this year. If this gets to the end of the series and Dallas is able to pull this out and kind of reverse their fortune a little bit, what do you think is going to be the narrative or the reason looking back? Is it just going to come down to Hellebuyck continues to struggle, or is there going to be something else we're looking at?
Yeah, I would say more simply that Jake Oettinger outplayed Connor Hellebuyck. That would be probably the narrative that you'd want to spin, because it will come down to the 2 goaltenders. It will come down to 2 really good goaltenders, and Jake is no slouch at all. We watched him for the last number of years. I think it will be the ability, certainly, of Dallas to get on the Winnipeg Jets and do exactly what St. Louis did. I mean, why would you deviate from that plan? St. Louis was 1.6 seconds away from going on and playing the Dallas Stars, right? So if you're the coaching staff and Pete DeBoer, you're looking at a lot of elements. I mean, you don't want to get out of your own structure and play in your own game. But if you're strategizing a game plan, I'm plucking, plagiarizing, stealing, whatever you want to call it, some of the elements out of that game plan that the St. Louis Blues had and trying to make an application to the Winnipeg Jets. The other thing that I think will be important in this game, guys, is going to be home ice advantage. The Jets used it with aplomb. They were 0-3 in St. Louis. They were 4-0 at home. They'll have home ice advantage here as well. We'll see what happens when it comes to a team maybe losing at home. But I like Winnipeg's chances if they can hold serve here and have home ice advantage and hold that through the series.
And look, your dog is already starting the home ice advantage.
Yeah,
we don't like that.
Somebody's at the door. Somebody's at the door.
Paul Evans, Winnipeg play-by-play, join us here 105 through the fan. Each team has to exploit which matchup in order to win?
Well, I think that what you want to do is you have to shut down each team's top line. And then you're going to force the more of the meat and potatoes guys, certainly, to score and be a hero here. Now, in saying that, easier said than done, because you're going to say, well, exactly who's the top line and can't this line score? If the Johnson line is going and the Duchesne line isn't, then, is that okay, though? And if the Scheifele line isn't going, if he plays, is the Nemestikov line okay? There's going to be, I think, an opportunity for some heroes that don't normally find the score sheet to be able to be prevalent in this series. So you have to take away, I think, the top scorers for sure. If one team can neutralize the other top scorers on that one team, then they'll be better off. Specialty teams are going to be huge in this as well. And Winnipeg's power play got rolling along in the series late against St. Louis. Their penalty kill got better as the series went along as well. I believe St. Louis was 0 for their last 9 on the power play, so the Jets' penalty kill was excellent down the stretch. So neutralizing top scorers, defending, and then just making sure that if you have one of the specialty teams that's better than the other, that being the other team, I think you're going to find your way in a path to victory in this series.
Paul, you're the man. Thank you so much for the extra effort on camera, but don't get too excited over the next 2 weeks like you did the other night. Have a great call.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Anytime. Appreciate it.
The voice of the Winnipeg Jets, Paul Edmonds. Nice get, pay on 105 through the Fan. And we have another get.
Oh, boy.
This is why you Tolo. If you talk into the mic, sometimes you got to face the feedback and fire. The agent for Quinn Ewers was listening in Below the Belt, and he wants to join the program next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you on.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
What a perfect clip from Parcells for this segment. It's a brand new one. 9:20 every day. It's the Red Zone. 9:20, get it, Red Zone? 20 minutes away from Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. And what a way to have a second edition with an unscheduled guest. I always love when Bobby gets nervous. I can always tell
great.
when
It's
it comes
fantastic.
to the world, because Bobby goes, this guy's a power broker, man. He's a big time power broker in the NFL. And he was listening to Bobby's segment Below the Belt when we were talking about the Quinn Ewers slide in the NFL draft. And first off, getting the hotline number is impressive. I don't know how that happened. It didn't come from Bobby, but Ron Slavin is joining us live, the agent for Quinn Ewers and NFL power broker on 105.3 The Fan, the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning. So I heard your guys' segment, and it's always, especially in this day and age with Twitter and everything else, people can have their opinions, but it's always a little bit out of context. So I figured I could call and give you guys a more in-depth look at. I know the quote got out there, the chicken-ass quote was, everybody picked up on that, but my point was in the conversation was there's 6 teams that took a guy in the first round last year, right? So those guys are all off the board. They're not taking any quarterbacks. And then the Saints and Seahawks were 2 of the teams that really liked Quinn, but I knew that they liked Tyler Shuck more. So if the Browns didn't take Shuck at 33, the Saints are going to take Shuck. And then at 92, I thought Milroe would be off the board because people wanted to move that kid to running back, but the Seahawks and Mike McDonald, he lived with Lamar Jackson for those years in Baltimore, so they went with a runner over a thrower. And then at that point, it's like, what's going on? It doesn't make sense, because if you look at any board across the league, and I do a board every year with 300 players on it, and I usually hit about 88% of the top 100 guys, and I think I get pretty good information. So then it's like, what is happening here? Because everyone says a 3rd or 4th round pick. So when I called some teams, some scouts around the league, does it make sense to you guys? No, it probably doesn't. But what people don't realize about Quinn Ewers is his engagement numbers, and this has nothing to do with football. It's just the world that we live in. His engagement numbers are 3rd behind Mahomes and Josh Allen when he puts out a post or he does an advertisement. And Quinn Ewers is exactly what NIL is supposed to be, not a college buying you off, which was always the misconception. Ohio State never gave Quinn any money. Texas didn't give Quinn any money. It was getting your name, image, and likeness out there and making money. Dr. Pepper, EA Sports, Uber Eats, all the companies that Quinn got deals with, because his engagement numbers are huge, because when he came out of high school, there was no bigger name in football.
True.
Ironically, the same thing that Quinn had to put up with at Texas, having Arch Manning behind him for 2 years, which became a huge distraction, which isn't really fair to the head coach or the starting quarterback, that no matter what Quinn did, 11-1 on the road as a starter in 3 years at Texas, brought a 5-7 team that lost at home to Kansas within 2 years to the Big 12 championship, set a passing record in the Big 12 championship, then goes to the SEC, takes them to the SEC championship. They win that. He throws for 353 yards, and everyone was saying he didn't have a good game. There was a few missed kicks that changed the whole outcome of that game. And everybody wants to say Quinn wasn't that good, Quinn wasn't this, Quinn wasn't that. All he did was win with more pressure than probably any guy in the country, having that name behind him. Well, the same thing goes to the NFL. If we're going to take a guy between the 4th and the 7th round to be a backup, do we want to have to answer the question every Sunday when a team loses? Well, what about the backup?
Right.
You don't have to. We live in a real soft world these days. And if the starting quarterback is affected by that for $1 billion company like all these NFL teams are, I know for a fact that there was 2 teams that the quarterback would prefer not to have a name like Quinn behind him. And you guys, being in the state of Texas, got used to it, right? And the University of Texas, like Sark said, is probably as hard of a place to play outside of New York City for any sport as a quarterback. So we're used to it here in Texas. But the outside looking in, the other 49 states, everywhere I go, you talk about Quinn Ewers, the name is a bigger name than he ever chose to be. And like you guys said, when you watch him on Gruden, he's the most humble kid in the world.
Yeah.
He was a great teammate. Other teams or other players from Texas, when they went on visits, Matthew Golden, Calvin Banks, Barron Sorrell, all these guys, when teams said, who was your favorite teammate, who was the leader of that team, every single guy answered it was Quinn. Does he lead in a different way? Yeah, but it's a calm demeanor, like, I got this. Does that rub some people the wrong way? Probably. It doesn't make any sense to me because I've known the kid since he's been a 10th grader. But all he's ever done is won. He won in high school, he's won in college, and he's in a great place in the NFL now. But my comment was, one, it's a little emotional for me too, because I've known the kid as long as I have, and I know what he's gone through, and I know, you grow up your whole life, and all you want to be is the University of Texas quarterback. And from the minute you're there, it's never good enough.
Yeah.
And he gets trash talk day in and day out. And he brought back a program that was struggling.
Ron
and
Slavin.
Now here we sit here today. So
Ron Slavin, the agent for Quinn Ewers, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Ron, you mentioned how the humility and things that came across in the Gruden interview that you testified to as your own experiences with him as well. Why do you think that humility in the interviews with teams didn't win out over whatever concerns they would have had about the name and whether he could have served as backup?
Yeah, it's not him as the person as the backup. It's the name. It's not like Quinn's be like, oh, I need to play. That wasn't ever the thing. I think there's two parts to that because another team told me that going into a meeting saying I'm good with getting developed and being a backup year one, year two, that some people took that the wrong way. That was not saying I'm not going to compete to be the starter. That's look at the most successful quarterbacks in the NFL. It's not the ones that they throw on the field, the Zach Wilsons and the Trey Lance of the world that have failed because they get pushed on the field and they aren't ready. It's Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years. Mahomes sat. Josh Allen sat. I mean, find a championship-winning quarterback. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl, who played right away. So that's the other part of it, is that he went into this thing saying, I know I need more development. I'm good with sitting. And I think some teams take that as, oh, see, he's too laid back. That's not the reality of it. It's he knows what it takes to be a championship-winning quarterback, and that's to be developed, to watch a little bit, not getting thrown in the fire. I mean, the development of quarterbacks in general in the NFL has changed so much with NFL Europe is gone. The offseason has been cut in half. If the NFL goes to 18 games, there might not be an offseason at all. You think the quarterbacks are struggling now and the defense are ahead. Wait till they go to 18 games and they take away March till July of quarterback development. These guys are going to be, in Dallas working with their quarterback coach and hoping, they can maybe do Zooms with their coach. I don't know what they're going to do with the teams, but it's the quarterback development thing is a big deal. And it's also the reason why the Bo Nixes of the world and the guys who are playing 5, 6, and now Shuck played 7 years, which is insane to me. Those guys are getting drafted higher, though, because, we'll take a 25-year-old who we think mentally is there, but he had one good season in 7 years.
So Ron, because of that, and do you think with NIL, it's given teams a perception that the players coming in might be a little bit more entitled? And also, do you think we might see players decide, like a Quinn, maybe future years, stay in school because they could get just as much money in 1 year as they would get over a 4-year contract? Like Quinn could have probably easily made $4 million last year or next year.
Yeah, 100%. This is the other misconception of Quinn, though. Quinn didn't want to go anywhere else. His entire life, he wanted to be Texas quarterback. He didn't go there because of the Tom Herman mess, but he came back pretty quick once Sark was there. And this is where the NCAA screwed this whole thing up, too. The portal dates and the way that it works, if you're in the CFP as a quarterback, it's really not doable if you win January 1st to then say, all right, I'm going to the 10th and playing Ohio State, but I'm going to go in the portal. You have to make a decision with the Miamis and Notre Dames of the world. They can't keep waiting. They need a quarterback. So Quinn wins that game in the 4th and 13 play and does what he did against Arizona State. At that point, the discussion was never even had. Quinn didn't want to have a discussion anyway. His whole thing was, my legacy is at Texas. and I'm ready to go to the NFL. And he thinks his game translates better in the NFL, and so do I, because it's quick game stuff. The reason Quinn became the number one recruit all time is if you get the ball out of his hands quick, intermediate routes, there's not a better player when he's healthy. You watch the Michigan game. After that game, even Mel Kiper, the biggest Shedeur Sanders lover of all time, said Quinn's the number one guy in the draft. Go watch that video. Him, Field Yates, everybody after Michigan. He tears his oblique, the same injury that Derek Carr and other people have missed the rest of the season with. Quinn misses 2 weeks. I mean, the kid is tough as nails. He played with a double hernia in the state championship after 4 weeks after surgery. I mean, the stuff that this guy keeps doing and he gets bashed for it is insane to me. But back to your question about the NIL stuff, 100%. These kids are going to go back to school. They can make $2, $3, $4 million playing quarterback in college. Get, the number with Quinn, and when we went and looked last year, is if you have over 25 starts, over 1,600 pass attempts, all these numbers go into it of who is successful. And then guys who didn't have 25 starts, there's like 18 of them that went in the first round. And Michael Vick and Alex Smith are the only ones who had good college or good NFL careers. So you need to play games. You need to throw a lot of balls in college to be successful in the NFL. If you can continue to get paid $2, $3, $4 million, build your resume up, then go to the draft, you're going to be in a lot better position to be successful, because we know the NFL, probably 15, 16 of these front offices and coaches are probably on the hot seat going into the year every year, and they fire 6 to 8 every year. So they need to push guys on the field and play, and they need a reason to keep their jobs.
Rom, was this the most surprising draft slide that you've had in your career?
Oh yeah, it was horrible. It was a bad day. Yeah.
Hey man, we really appreciate.
And you have the relationship with the family and everything else that goes with it, right? It's a tough day. But the two teams I wanted them to go to after the fourth round was either the Cowboys or Dolphins, and I was in contact with both of them the whole time. And thankfully, the Dolphins pulled the trigger, because the offense is Sark's offense. The verbiage is reversed, but they run all the same routes. They do all the same things. We obviously know, Tua's history, and then Zach Wilson hasn't had the greatest, start to his career either. So he's in a good spot, and he's with a good offensive mind, and him and McDaniel and Sark run, like I said, almost the exact same offense.
Hey, man, really appreciate the time. Thank you for clarifying. You're welcome anytime, and keep killing it moving forward.
Appreciate it, guys.
Ron Slavin, NFL Power Broker. According to Bobby Belt, the agent for Quinn Ewers, after listening to Below the Belt at 8:40 on 105.3 The Fan.
This is what I do. I bring numbers with my segments, with my content. So you're welcome, guys.
Yeah, show everyone how you're shaking. You hold this water bottle like this as he's on his phone.
Slavin's going. No.
Slavin's going.
That's because I haven't had Adderall. These are withdrawals. Okay, just relax.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next. But you know what's been taking over at Hurtado Barbecue? Catering. Local.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 8-7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left, coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121-119.
Denver radio with the call. Your fist pumping like RJ Choppy. The OKC lost.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good call by Knockoff Coop.
The first line I thought was
sounded
Coop.
like him. Yeah, also, I mean, that was just a really fun game. I thought that was a heck of a pass by Westbrook. I know he gets dumped on all the time.
Did you see the Denver in-studio team going, no.
Because they thought he was going to shoot.
They had a camera on him, and he's just freewheeling up the court. No. And then, great pass.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I'm really interested to see how this series plays out. I'm a huge Nikola Jokic fan, and that was a heck of a first game.
What was that? 42, 22, and 6.
Yeah. They OKC went from minus 900 to win the series to now just minus 300.
Wow, that's a big drop. That's still a pretty heavy.
It's still a heavy favorite. It's over 70%. That's a big drop.
Were you more surprised by that? Sorry, or the Knicks Celtics? Because I think it was Knicks Celtics for me.
Same.
What a stunning collapse that was by the Celtics.
They got hammered during the regular season by Boston.
Yeah.
I don't know. NBA offense, it's amazing. Like the last 5 minutes of that game, everyone's just terrified. Like, get it to Brunson's hands no matter what. Like, the other guys can't play at all. The guys can't shoot at all. They're not running any sets. And you see it in a lot of games. Like, here you go. Just every single time. And then Tatum just jacking up. No Jaylen Brown
and
touches.
Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown was shooting terrible in that game.
1 for 10.
Though. Yeah, and the one he made was in overtime, I think.
Hasn't their shooting been poor the last half of the season though? Like they've just been.
That's a good question.
They've been trying to figure it out.
60 attempted threes. They missed
15.
45 of them. Ooh. Yes, according to my math, that's 15. Yeah. Corey, are you enjoying the NBA playoffs as much as I am?
Oh, last night was the first game of the NBA playoffs I've watched.
What?
I've avoided most of it. I've been hurt, man. I've been hurt in my soul. So I just avoided it all. And last night I was like, all right, let's watch some hockey. And I guess the hockey game was over. And I was like, I guess let's watch some basketball then.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I was busy, man. I'm a busy man. I get asked to do things. And so I sat down and watched some basketball, finished that one up. I'm actually happy for Jalen Brunson. I'm still kind of pulling for him and his. I always said whenever we stupidly let him go that I was a fan of his and I would be supporting and keep track of his career while he was in New York, so I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I missed on that one.
I'm Brunson.
Yeah. I mean, can you really think he would turn into this? The greatest player in Knicks history, according to Jay Williams?
This high. Yeah,
No, Dallas always, it felt like on his way out, everybody was downplaying him more than was fair, but I don't think anybody could have projected he was going to play this well.
What's coming up?
We do have Matt Hicks joining us at 12:20 today. We'll talk with him about everything that's going on in Boston with them right now.
Are we getting Brett Boone tomorrow? What do you think, Pepe?
Oh, we got to. Chris Young said we should have him.
Okay.
We should get him.
Did you guys get him hired?
I'll text him today.
That's what I feel like happened.
Yeah, we did.
That's what I think.
It was us. They heard the interviews and they were like, this is Chris Young, Tolos. He listened and he was like, we got to hire this guy.
I like it.
In all y'all's discussions with him, have y'all felt like hitting knowledge was the thing he gave y'all the most? Insider information? What was the thing that y'all felt the discussions were best with him?
I feel like that's typically the stuff we really focused on with him was usually Texas offense. Like anything that was going on with Texas's offense, either their struggles or what they're. So yeah, I mean, I felt like a lot of it was approach and
he was a fan of the Rangers before they won it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was hyping, and he's a Seattle guy, so he's not going to be a homer.
No. And he's going to bring an approach that is not what has been around the game for years. And
what do you mean by that? I mean, I know what you mean by that, but what do you mean by that?
Swing from your colon on every pitch.
What was Bassick texting?
Bassick's texting more now. He's Peloton riding.
He's a bigger Tolo now than ever.
Tolo's more now than when he worked here.
Sure.
You think he misses anyone? You think he misses you guys?
Yes.
But here's what he said
every morning.
Here's what he said. MLB teams are realizing the new way of hitting, which has been taught for a decade plus, doesn't work. That's the launch angle swing. Swing as hard as you can on all counts, regardless if it's a 2-strike count. And he says, the Yankees hired Sean Casey. Seattle hired Edgar Martinez. The Rangers getting Brett Boone. People understand that what's worked for 100 years is you need to make it as simple as possible, but that's really what works. It's not these teacher man, drop your shoulder, swing like that. And, the new hitting coaches have made it tough to be just a hitter. And he said, this is interesting. Battle with 2 strikes. That's what they want. That's what they want to teach. Battle with 2 strikes as opposed to just swing away. But earn your home run swing.
That line.
Find yourself to get into counts where you can kind of force the pitcher to throw your pitch in your location that you can throw out that absolute balls to the wall swing.
That's the line right there. That's what the Rangers did in 23. They forced pitchers into. I got a group one here.
Zone.
Yeah, and like just the way that they were, the way that they hit, they forced pitchers to do that, and they were able to take advantage of it when it was time to get the big swing off.
You can't cover both sides of the plate, right?
Yep.
You can't cover up down.
But you got to decide,
and you can't cover fast slow. Like you've got to decide. But you also don't want to be a guess hitter. That's what makes the sport so hard.
What happened to Meathead Choppy? What happened to you? This is the swinging area you should love. All or nothing.
All or nothing.
Chicks love the long ball. Don't be talking no small ball in here now.
That's not small ball.
Is this
That's not small ball. That's not small ball. Okay, it's you know what it is. It's Juan Soto against Gaddis last year. He was hunting fastball. He kept fouling off the off speed, waiting for him to elevate a fastball, and he did, and he hit it out.
Yeah, I never really thought of hitting the way you just said with covering certain spots of the plate until that World Series season. And then Mike was explaining how Piazza would go to the plate, and he would say the strike zone for me is small and in right now. And once I have a strike on me, it gets up a little bit, out, down a little bit, out a little bit. If I got 2 strikes, now I'm out further, but it starts small until they've forced me to go bigger and bigger with it. And that's how because if you're saying I'm only going to hit right here, then you're grooving something. You're going to nail it. So
it's an Ask Reddit Tuesday where we have the leftover topics unaddressed from the Expressway for KNC.
Yeah, let's go through these remaining Ask Reddit. We always have a bunch of them there. It's something that Hageland also criticized us for a couple weeks ago. He's like, why do you have so many? Why weren't you able to get through all of them?
Oh.
Huh?
You did. You threw that out at me. And I said, I just have backups there.
I was just kidding with you, Bobby.
He makes fun of me when I don't have answers for all of them. There's like 18 of them.
And there's some things I don't think about. I've never thought about that
say what
before.
I said in the break? This is super
You
fun
did. You did say you like this segment. Yes. And so I'm teasing. All right. I'm going to start with you, though, Hagee. Okay. What's one thing your parents told you growing up that you completely disagree with now?
Yeah, my parents wouldn't let me be the lead kid because they said I got too much social engagement and that they were worried that I would be calling for
Aggie.
I'm just kidding.
R.C. Slocum's a bum.
Oh, you
How about that?
shut your damn mouth.
What do you ever do?
Hey,
nothing, exactly.
More than any of our other coaches ever did. I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm going to pull a Corey here. Will you ask me the question again?
Yeah. What's one thing your parents told you growing up that you completely disagree with now?
Oh, man, that is a good question.
See, they're making him think.
If anybody else has an answer,
Peyton, do you have one?
Sorry.
Peyton always preps his answers.
Yes, I do. It is sorry, say the question again.
Oh, that's one thing.
Wow.
No. I do have an answer. One of the things that my mom does still to this day is she comes up with the most excuses in the world for why somebody won't be someplace. And just instead, I'm like, we're busy or we're not going to make it. Instead, she's like, well, my daughter 3 weeks ago had a cold. And so I'm like, just say you're not going to be there.
Is she always late?
She is always late.
There
I feel I need to come up with an excuse. I think it's like they need to go to college.
Yeah, I mean that's completely
that's completely changed now. Like, I feel like college, like there are certain
and
jobs,
not really your parents' fault in an initial lie. It's just changed.
It's just changed. It's not their fault for sure. Like I don't feel that certain jobs like doctor, lawyer, you got to go to college, right? But there are some that I don't think that it's as important anymore. Also, that you got to separate lights and darks with the laundry. I completely disagree with that.
You just throw all the laundry
throw them all
together?
in there. Sarah gets so mad at me because she likes to separate whites and darks, lights and darks, whatever. But like the whites, especially because
up, Bobby.
She doesn't want all the white clothes turn a little gray.
That is true.
And I'm like,
all my white T-shirts are a little gray because
they're a little gray.
I throw them in. I don't care.
I throw them all in.
I'm
And I
fine.
don't care.
I like the color gray.
She likes vibrance.
It wasn't anything. It wasn't anything they said. It was just it was their general freak out over having a light bulb on. Like acting like one light bulb was going to just like drive up the electric bill $100.
Okay, I do that now.
But I looked it up. It doesn't.
It's not that. It's setting.
I know you're right.
It's setting a tone for the house.
Yeah.
It's a principle thing.
Yeah.
If you leave one on, my house thinks it's okay to leave 8 on. And then
And you leave the air conditioning on when everybody's gone.
My wife
Oh,
yesterday,
my
she's
God.
like, "Why is the upstairs temp 80 degrees?" Well, because nobody was upstairs for
Yeah.
8 hours. So it's
Who
it's
cares?
setting a tone.
But then when you go upstairs, it takes longer to cool it.
Well, that's why if I know I'm going to go upstairs like 2 hours before, then you can go ahead and have those things Peyton's got a smart home. He'll tell you about it, Bobby.
Sometimes you just fall out of love with the person you married.
Wow.
That's what they
told you?
You agree or disagree?
Disagree, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they told you that and you disagree with it. Okay.
You know what I love? Corey is willing to make the most landmine relationship statements in this crosstalk.
Yeah.
He don't care.
I love both of my parents. I still love them. I just, my decision is here right now. So not with Bobby, but
I was thinking about your wife more than your parents. But yeah.
Let's sort through more childhood trauma potentially. Corey, what's something you bought as an adult because you weren't allowed to have it as a kid?
Oh man, can't say that. A swimming pool. I bought a house with a swimming pool. We were allowed to have like the little mini pool and everything, but never really. We could have a
Garland special.
So yeah, exactly.
I get you.
So that was the one I was like, I have to get it. I love the backyard.
Lots of fireworks.
Cable TV.
Of fireworks. Ooh, cable TV.
You're a fireworks guy?
Yeah. I love fireworks.
Yeah, cable TV was the one growing up where it didn't even matter.
Same.
Yeah, that was the one that I was like, I've got to get that because it didn't even matter. Also,
we knew a guy.
A new car. My parents were just like, we're always gonna buy used. Yeah. We're always gonna like get something off the secondary market or whatever. Like they never wanted to get a new car. The very first time I was like, I want to buy a new car, and then I kind of regret it.
It's not so much buy. It's it's like if I wanted cigarettes as a kid, I couldn't buy them. Alcohol couldn't buy. But it really is. It's the cookie before dinner. If I want a cookie before dinner now, dude, I have a cookie before dinner.
I'm perfectly, I'm right there with you with the, hey, life's very short. You don't know what's going to happen. Enjoy dessert.
Or like getting fast food whenever you want.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past, when you're growing up, it was a treat, like maybe once every 2 weeks.
I do kind of spite order sometimes. I'm just like, like it is something psychological probably just me going, I'm going to McDonald's right now. I don't even necessarily want it. I'm just going. I'm ordering.
Or if you want to make 2
Whataburger.
stops, you're like, or I can stop somewhere else if I feel like it.
Yeah.
My mom would never.
I'm a grown-ass man.
Well, did you want to get your drink from one place? Roy used to do that. Roy would know the specials to a T and be like, the fries here, and then the burger here, and then the drink there.
I do.
A lot of taxes added up. Is that smart financial at the end of the day?
I'm not answering. What?
He did it for cost cutting.
Oh. We don't necessarily agree on all the other things, but
yeah. The KNC Masterpiece is next. We'll see if Brett Boone joins us tomorrow and another guest, Brent Severin, to preview Game 1. KNC is next.
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
I'm doing good. Kevin, I just learned that you really love fireworks. And so I wanted to share this story real quick. I was having dinner with a guy who he grew up in Buffalo, and he was when he was a kid, they would ride their bicycles across. They would ride across the border to Canada because I guess fireworks in Buffalo were illegal, or Niagara Falls, or wherever it was. And so he would ride his bicycle across there. And he said they had these little passports. They'd get across. They'd go buy fireworks right on the other side, and then they would take apart their bicycles and shove all the fireworks into the little piping areas, and then ride their bikes back across and smuggle in fireworks across the border. And I was like, that. At first, I thought probably what you were thinking, that they would put it on their bicycles, and then they would
have the most badass ride you've ever seen.
But instead, they were saying, you know what? No, we're just going to make sure that we have these fireworks whenever we get home. So I'm looking. That's an awesome story.
That's where their life of crime began.
Yeah. There's more to it too. But Kevin, one day, maybe if you need some fireworks, we can smuggle some across the border for you. But they're legal in Texas, right? So
in a lot of areas.
In the areas that have wet surroundings,
or in the middle of nowhere. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, I think we should open up the show today with which frequent guests from Sean and RJ do you think will get the next management position in DFW sports? So Brett Boone has taken over as the part-time hitting coach, pseudo offensive coordinator. The way they do that is still really confusing to me. So which guests that they have on frequently do you think will get a job in an organization? Nick Harris?
Nick Harris. Well, I mean, he's running the Star Telegram now. So, like he's taking that over.
Do you think Mike McCarthy could get a job with the Cowboys again? He was on their show a lot.
After he denied Pat McAfee his vape pen, probably so. He was like, nope, no, thank you. I got business to take care of here.
Okay, Alec, or the
I ask the future players to not smoke weed if I'm here doing it.
Or the Franklin injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Who will be the next frequent Sean and RJ guest to get a position within one of our organizations? Alec, is there anyone you like to throw out, like to champion their cause?
Jerry Jones.
I could see Nick Eatman getting a very important job. He seems like he's up to the task. He can handle the pressure.
Yeah, I like it. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on if Nick Eatman will be named the passing game coordinator or some such.
What could Jerry Jones' next job be? What it would be the next
Actually,
thing for him?
You know what makes sense? The most sense, if you think about it, is for him to hire Sean, RJ, and Bobby, since he was about to take away their other jobs.
Makes sense, yeah.
So it only makes sense that he would be like, hey, you're done, but I'm going to give you a different job.
You're back here with us.
Yeah, that would be nice. Let's see if we can make that happen. In the meantime, let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Do you think a new hitting coach in the aforementioned Brett Boone, who is going to be on tomorrow morning, it sounds like, with Sean and RJ, and the return of Evan Carter could be the next step to lead to a rejuvenated offense?
Anytime you're hiring a new position and there was like a problem with the last person, when you're doing the hiring part of it, doing the interviewing part of it, you've been through this process before, where you're gonna fill the position of somebody that they didn't love. Well, how are you going to do it differently than this guy? So what happens? They tell you all the things that this guy did, and you learn all the things that were going on so that you can change your messaging, so that you can be a little bit different. And that's what they're wanting, is a different voice from this. And it sounds like his messaging, from what they understood, is very different from the more analytic style.
Yeah.
So I am hopeful that line of earn your home run swing, that line really sticks with me, because, Kevin, we've seen how many 877-881-1053. How many people out there have been furious with Adolis Garcia just swinging away at every pitch?
Sure.
And that's just one example.
His home run swing feels like every swing.
Yeah, that's just one example. And with Jock Peterson, I'm still looking at him like I don't see a dude that's seeing it. He just looks like he's a little slower with the swing. And so maybe Simeon, that's a different approach with him instead of. I don't know, though, if you get this across to Corey Seager. Corey Seager doesn't earn his home run swing. He just swings.
And look,
that's another thing. We'll get to Evan Carter in a minute, but
maybe we want to ask Bruce Bochy this tomorrow. But Brett Boone is not Corey Seager's hitting coach.
No, he's not. And that's
Corey
an absolute.
Seager has his own hitting coach.
Yes, and granted, so does Jock. So does Berger. So do all these guys. But maybe the messaging they were getting before will be different than the messaging their hitting instructors have been giving them. So we'll see how that goes along. But I am hopeful that they, go out there and score 9, 12, 20 runs tonight. And otherwise, we got to let them go. That would be a bad thing.
Now, one of the things that Chris Young said yesterday, you know what? Let's go to Chris Young, cut number 1. We might have to start and stop this. Some of these answers are longer, but he did give a lot of in-depth answers. One of the things I took away from this is he talked about wanting to make a change because by no means does Chris Young think that this season is sunk.
Well, just really, you have to look at the overall performance of the team, and at a point at which there's still a lot of baseball left, but the trend lines are really such that we've decided that we need a new voice at the top to help get the best out of our group. And unfortunately, we felt like it was time to make this decision and part ways with Donnie. Really, this is not a reflection of Donnie necessarily. This is all of us collectively, myself, the coaching staff, Boach, and, of course, the players have responsibility anytime a decision like this is made. But we did feel like at this point in the season, with a lot of baseball left.
Let me pause you right there. Now, it's the second time that you've heard him say that. I don't mean that as a critique. I mean, if you're looking for the reason that this happened, besides the trend lines, which we can get to in just a second, multiple times, there is a lot of baseball left in this season, and he felt like he needed to make the move now while there still is enough season left to salvage. You know?
Yes.
And if you look at the numbers, he was talking about the trend line, so obviously the direction things are going, and we can dive further into that. But for the entire season, Texas Rangers, 25th in slugging, 26th in batting average, 28th in on-base percentage, 29th in runs scored, and 29th in walk rates. So you are bottom 2 in multiple categories, but you're bottom 4th in like most of the measurable offensive categories, and that's why it happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have to make a change whenever things aren't going well. Otherwise, you do what happened last year. You wait patiently and say, well, the result was there last year. Last year you had a complete season of the similar bad results that you're having right now. So, all right, we got to move on from this and see if we get something else. Again, because we think that this roster that we built, that financially we are invested in, can do better. And so we have to figure out, unless it's time to start stripping down the team, and they're not there yet. They're not prepared to do that yet, because with some of the players, you kind of have to admit that you might have been wrong about taking the gamble on them. And other ones, you're like, man, that big contract is significant, and I have to deal with it for a while. And you got to go tell your boss who gave you that money to do it. So you have to make decisions that you hope or will set you up for better success.
From the 903, fix Marcus, Garcia, Jock, and Berger. Only tweak Heim, Young, Smith, Higgy, and Langford, and leave Seager alone. Now, from the 469, I don't understand. Carter wasn't hitting in the minors. How's he going to hit in the MLB if he can't hit in the minors? False. And that's one of the tricky things when you have to look into the trend.
What's false? Yeah, okay, good. What's false?
That he's not hitting in the minors. False. All right, so let's take, if you want to take the entire year,
yes,
yeah, I get it.
4 numbers.
But we talked about it. He was awful to start the minor league season. But look at the last 3 weeks, all right? In the last 3 weeks, he's hitting .284 with a .351 on-base percentage, and an OPS, which feels like kind of the go-to stat for a lot of people now, is .928. And he's picked up his frequency of being able to play in games. So Round Rock just finished their week. That's 6 games. He played in 5 of them. So over the last 3 weeks, you've seen more durability in terms of Evan Carter being able to get out there. You've seen more contact, and you have seen some more power, hence the OPS. So I hear you on the left-handed thing. I'm still with you on that. But I don't think we can say he just hasn't been hitting in the minor leagues, because I think that is inaccurate.
Yeah, dude. Actually, going back, I'm trying to figure out, Kevin, going back to early April, he was getting 1-2 hits a game down there. And that, I think everything before that was kind of like, oh man, why isn't there a bunch of home runs coming out here, a bunch of doubles and triples?
He started off horrible.
Yeah, he did start off bad, but he's picked it up of late. April 20th, go from there on, and you're feeling pretty confident about it. And I think the other thing that people really, or that the club needed to see was, does he look healthy? But does he look like the back is still a problem and that he's never going to be able to play baseball again? You know, like the team really needed to see that he looked healthy again. And I think that's the thing that they're seeing when they're watching him run out triples, trying to run out a inside the park home run. They said, no, he's back.
And I think both of those signs are particularly encouraging. Look, we're going to do the segment later in the show. I'm still not entirely sure how Evan Carter fits, because I know a lot of people were like, well, obviously you moved off of Leote. He's going to be your everyday center fielder. I do think he'll play some center field. I just don't know if I think that is an automatic plug and go.
Hearing Chris Young talk about him and his approach, I think it marries itself to what Boone does. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't go up there trying to hit every ball out of the park.
For sure.
He goes up there and he's like, I'm actually trying to walk if possible. Like if I can, but if I see my pitch, I'm driving it. He's not one of those guys swinging at everything. And I think that's if I can get that in the lineup, and it's proven through him, this is pinning a lot on him, Kevin. If I can get him in the lineup and it's proven that the way he goes about his business at the plate works, other guys in the lineup will see it and say, I got to do that too then, especially if that's what we're preaching.
As long as they don't do the thing at the very end where if it's a strike and he disagrees with it, he stares down.
That is a little bit.
Corey Seager can do that.
I hope
that's fine.
Grown in that respect just a little bit. Even Wyatt kind of now is different with his approach.
Although Wyatt at least is like, look at the numbers. I helped get the ABS system put in place in spring training. All right. Do you want to hear from Chris Young about Evan Carter?
Sure.
Or Alejandro Osuna?
Osuna.
Let's go to cut number 10. What about Alejandro Osuna?
Yeah, Alejandro's doing wonderfully. He's again, he got off to a little bit of a slow start at AA too, and of recent, he's really turned it on. I was in Frisco last week and got to see him play. He tripled and homered the game I was there. It was fun to see. Continues to get better. The next step for him at some point will be AAA. My guess is that will be relatively soon here. We'll kind of get through today and talk with the PD group and see kind of what the timing on that may be. But he's doing wonderfully. But, he's a work in progress.
Let's go and pause it there. I think that part is the relevant information is you're about to see him jump up to AAA, but still the work in progress. So while I continue to have fever dreams about the fact that Osuna could have made the team breaking camp, let alone make the team now, I like that Chris Young is like, hey, I saw him when I went to go see him in person. He was unfreaking believable.
I like how he downplayed. He had a triple and homer on the game that I was there for.
Yeah.
It's just casual.
But so that's the next step. They're going to move up to AAA, and then we'll see what goes from there. And that will be fascinating because obviously you hope you don't have any injuries. Unfortunately, that is just part of all sport. But even if you don't, if Evan Carter struggles, then I'm curious if we go back to what we're going to talk about later in the show about Josh Smith being in center field and then a little bit of Osuna maybe here and
Trade
there.
Adolis, and then you have your full outfield the way you want it.
Yeah, I don't know. I would be super intrigued by an ultra young outfield, but I think you could play Osuna some in right field absolutely as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the players most deserving of winning their first Stanley Cup. How many did the Stars have? That might be what we talk about. Or we might end up talking about that stupid Winnipeg Jets song. Next on The Fan.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Sweet pass from Jamie Benn. Score! Front of the net. Redirects the Duchesne goal.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is tricky because what I really want to talk about is the old guy without a cup rankings.
I love
to
that.
see where the stars are on this list.
Spittin' Chicklets actually was talking about that.
Yes!
Yeah.
But then another thing developed that I feel like we need to discuss as well.
All right.
It's this really stupid Winnipeg song. Now, we're not going to play the whole thing, and I'll tell you exactly why. So we're going to go to cut 13. I want to give credit to these people who put this song together. At some point during the end, a dude does a backflip off of the little like sitting ledge around a fountain.
Doesn't it look like in this video they snuck into the arena?
Yes,
and they were
it does.
doing it like without the permission of the group?
And that's why they didn't have time to come up with better lyrics. But the guy who backflipped off, I thought that was really neat. So we're going to play cut 13, part 1. Keep in mind, this is edited. And what I did was we went ahead, or what Alec did, I didn't do anything, was take out the second part of this because they just say the exact same thing over again. So I want you to, I don't know, enjoy, listen, whatever, this dumb song.
Oh, God.
All right.
No.
And you might be wondering.
Burn that song to the ground.
Oh, that's the better part of the
you're
song.
Kidding me. You said better?
No, that's the better part of the song.
I didn't make it past that part.
Well, you should
I
have.
stopped after
because they repeat that exact same verse.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they got nothing. And guess what?
So nice you had to hear it twice.
But not only that, at the end of the song, they repeat it a third time.
Gross.
But what we really needed to do was get rid of that second pass through. And let's go to cut number 14. And this is where they decide to talk about the goalie. And look, you might have thought Kendrick Lamar
is already starting
was a master wordsmith. You've heard nothing yet. Just wait until you hear part 2 of this song.
That's Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. That's Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop, Pop, Pop. Connor Hella Pop, Connor Hella Pop.
That's all they got is Connor Hellebuck?
Yeah, here's a new lyric. Connor Hellebuck, Buck. Your song effing sucks. Like, all right.
That is terrible.
So I just want to set up the way this song goes. So look, we could have just played the 2-minute song. That song is 2 minutes long.
2 minutes of your life you'll never get back.
So what they do is the first part, then they repeat the first part, then they do the Connor Hellebuck part, they kind of repeat that, and then they go back to the first part again. That's the entire song. It's 2 minutes long, and to Corey's point, it does look like they broke into the stadium or into the locker room at some point, and that's why they're doing the song.
From the 903, sounds very Canadian. From the 214, WTF, guys. From the 817, oh my God, ban them from hockey forever.
Oh, this is my favorite one from the 972. Who did that? Is that Kids Bop? Man, as somebody who listens to a lot of Kids Bop because of Noah, that does sound like some Kids Bop right there.
Please stop playing this song, Alec. Somebody said that's kind of fire, and they hope it wins G-Bag. It wins G-Bag of the day.
No, I don't want to hear that again. I'll be listening. I don't want to hear it again.
My thought on this is that obviously Bobby needs to respond, and he needs to create a song that goes back at them for making this terrible, terrible song. And I think I'm okay with it, and I'm proud of Bobby if he does it.
Like, I forgot to time it out. I think it's something like 19 seconds of them just saying, Connor Hellebuck, buck, 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 buck. There's so many fun words that rhyme with that. All right? You could have had a blast with that. It might not have been Kids Bop eligible from the 817. I don't know hockey, but now I hate them.
That's Connor Hellebuck.
Oh, stop! No. I swear, if he wins a game and you play that, I will launch myself out of that window. I will do it.
From the 817.
It'll be on your hands.
That's definitely AI. Maybe AI wrote it, but Corey, you saw the video.
They look like
you
they're
sent
singing
me
it.
the video. I watched the entire video multiple times because my brain could not comprehend what I had just seen. It is very real people that are in that video. And like I said, that one guy does a backflip. Everything else about that video I hate.
That's the most Canadian song I've ever heard. It sounds like Carly Rae Jepsen and maple syrup had a baby. Yeah, hey, listen, man, I watch a lot of Letterkenny. I watch a lot of Shoresy. There are some songs that have that kind of beat that just kind of play in the background of stuff. They never have terrible lyrics like that, though.
Okay.
Maybe that's all they could do. They were like, hey, can we do this video? And they said, we'll let you in the arena, but you can't do anything saucy. You can only say the names of our players.
And that's what they did. All right, here we go. Twitch, YouTube, fan text. All I need is a yes or a no. Do you want to hear that song again? That's all I need. I don't need any other commentary, but I want to see if people want. Yes, at least one of those people is wearing a beanie in the video for that person that asked. Absolutely, at least one of those people are. Do you want to hear the song again? Yes
It'll be 2-1-4.
or no?
I hope Winnipeg goes on the longest playoff drought in sports history after this. Same.
It sounded like that was Hanson doing a hockey hype up song. So 877-881-1053.
Got 2 yeses so far, Kevin.
No.
There are a lot more no's.
Good. I think I found my new weapon of mass destruction, though, because you guys remember when I would use this to trigger you guys?
Rattle, rattle, thunder, ladder, boom, boom, boom.
I think we found the new one.
I still love that one. That still cracks me
That one's
up.
awesome.
Rattle, 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 boom, boom, boom.
You know what I noticed?
Those are better lyrics.
The people who are no are more passionate because the yeses are mostly yes. And the no's, there are a lot of, hey, you could have, they put Connor Hellebuck no, is what they really went with.
From the 817, probably the worst song I've heard in my life, and my kid watches Yo Gabba Gabba.
Oh, I hate Yo Gabba Gabba. Play that again, I'm charging you with assault. So
somebody said F it, play it again. So
I don't.
They're just like, why not? Today's one of those days.
No! So I just needed you to know that was out in the world. And I'm really disappointed that when they had the Winnipeg Jets reporter on this morning that Sean and RJ didn't just play that song and be like, no, you're going to sit here and listen to all of it before we ask you any questions.
Do you remember the song by Rebecca Black?
Friday.
It's Friday. That's what it reminds me of. I actually, Kevin, the other day, it popped up somehow like in YouTube, and Carter was like, what's this song? And I said, don't play it. And he started playing it, and he was like, why? Why did I choose to play this? And I was like, you're right. That's what it gives me the vibes of, is that song, the Friday song.
For the 903, you know Justin Trudeau approved of that song. Didn't they just elect a new prime minister? I don't think that guy's in charge anymore. All right. Shamefully, yes. Let's hear it so we can hate it more. Man, this is like, I still think the no's have it.
So that song's soon to be on every TikTok. Probably. That's what happens. That's how TikTok songs go viral.
Okay.
They put it in the background of something dumb.
Holy moly.
It's the softest sounding song ever. And that's the thing.
A lot of thoughts.
The Stars have what? Pantera. You know, like that. We got awesome music that plays around here. And up in Canada, they got that stuff. And fireworks that you can bring across the border.
From the 214, definitely top 3 worst song. Play it again. We'll see. It's
why do we need to look up current day, Rebecca?
No, do we?
I don't know.
It's too close to call. I think the no's have it for now. In the meantime,
she looks different.
The players. All right, Alec, it's me and you the rest of this segment. The players most deserving of winning their first Stanley Cup. So we go to
Pavelski.
Well, he is not active anymore, so he's not on the list.
In my heart, he's active.
Okay, fair. Well, let's say for the purposes of this segment, Corey, we're going off of your brain.
Real
and
life.
people
Gotcha.
that are actually still playing.
Gotcha.
How many stars are in the top 10 or 20 old guy without a cup?
All right, so I'm thinking. I mean, Jamie Benn's an old guy without a cup.
True.
That is certain.
That is true.
Sagan has one. He had one with his rookie year.
Miko has one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of old people on this team, and Rantanen has one. So
there's another one was pretty agitating in the first round.
Oh, Dumba? Oh, hold on. Agitating?
Matt Duchene.
Oh, yeah. How old is he? 48? 50?
No, he's 34.
That's
Ben
old in hockey. I mean, that's old in like he's been playing for a long time.
He's 34 and Ben is 35. So on the list, Matt Duchene is 7, Jamie Benn is 6.
Emotionally, I mean, listen, I love what Matt Duchene brings to the table on this team. He brings offensive energy, like you probably know, stick, puck handling, skating, phenomenal. Sometimes defensively, does he lack a little bit? You know, like on the shorthanded goal you had the other night, you're like, hey, let's get back there a little bit. I love Matt Duchene, but Jamie Benn has been our captain for so long.
Yes.
He epitomizes what you want as a leader in this organization, and he's been a great captain for this team for that time. Now, granted, they've been competitive and still haven't gotten that cup, and that he feels like that falls on him a lot. But even after that game the other night, Kevin, they win. Was it he picks up the puck for one of the game winners. Then the other night after they win, he's not even like super pumped as they're walking in. He's just like, all right, we got to focus on. I want Jamie Benn to have a cup so bad.
What would you think about this idea? I've seen some people suggest, let's say that the Stars score kind of like a soft goal and the Winnipeg goalie just like wasn't totally locked in. Do you think instead of the Dallas Stars song, they should play this?
That's Connor.
No. From the 817, they said, what about Connor? They're not talking about this Connor, right? They're talking about a different Connor, not this Connor. I don't want Connor. I never want to hear Connor Hellebuck's name again, and I feel like I'm going to tomorrow night.
Okay. I wanted to.
That's irritating me.
I wanted to.
And I sent that to y'all. That's what even ticks me off even more.
Man.
I unfollowed y'all on social media because my ears are bleeding now thanks to y'all. Dadgummit, we lost another one.
Now, ESPN put out their own rankings of what players are most deserving of winning the cup. That one is a good little bit different from the old guys without a cup from The Athletic. On that one, Duchene is number 10, but Jamie Benn is second. Jamie Benn is second behind only Brent Burns with the Carolina Hurricanes. He is also number 1 on The Athletic list, old guys without a cup. He is legitimately 40 years old.
How are his chances this year?
They're not going to win.
Okay.
Because they're going to lose to the Stars. He's played almost 1,500 regular season games.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, exactly. And so, he's been around for a really,
They're just
really,
propping him up on
really
those skates and pushing him out there, aren't they?
Which is kind of what we did with Joe Pavelski, who is the previous leader in this category for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So there is an update on some of your old guys without a cup. I kind of wanted to throw Jake Ottinger out there because I think he doesn't get enough credit already, but he's not old enough to be in this category.
Is he like 27?
Yeah, or 28. He's young.
He is young, man. Yeah, no, I get you there. It does feel, we go back to the game 7 that he lost.
Yeah.
And Brian Ware was pointing out that was Calgary. Wasn't that like his first series or his first run through the playoffs? I can't remember if I'm correct about that or not. I'm trying to remember when Ben Bishop got hit in like the chest area and what we had to do there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, those are the best.
I feel like we have baseball nuggets coming up, but
we're not playing that song again in another segment.
Oh, aren't we?
No, we are not. I will not. Oh my God.
Oh man. They rhymed Connor Hellebuck with Hellebuck for like 19 seconds. That's a real thing that happened. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the mind-boggling start of Aaron Judge. And if you're sure, I'm not going to try to play that song again. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
That's Connor Hella Pop. Yeah, Connor
All right, I
Hella
have a
Pop.
question for everybody out there now that y'all done this. Y'all did this, Kevin.
That wasn't the audio I called for.
I can't believe Alec did that to y'all. You get one option. You have to have this option for the rest of your life. That song right there that Alec just played, not the one that's playing right now, but the Connor Hellebuck song.
There's another verse to it.
Is there? Or is it just that?
No, there's another part there.
So you get that song for the rest of your life.
Okay.
Or Junk for Joy for the rest of your life. 877-881-1053. All right, what's the topic for Baseball Nuggets?
Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. I need to refocus. All right. Let's talk about Shohei Ohtani. Go ahead and give me that home run, Alec.
Ohtani smokes the ball to right field. Does it stay up? It will. Second two-run blast for the Dodgers today.
Shohei Ohtani hit a home run yesterday with an exit velocity of 117.9 miles per hour. That is the hardest hit ball of the season.
Oh, man, they're weak, huh? Feel like they should be hitting harder.
I don't totally know if that was what I was going for, but okay.
Good for him. Yeah, Shohei's going to continue to just do amazing things like that.
Now, somebody who I think we have no doubt has been crushing the ball this year, Aaron Judge. Give me a little Aaron Judge, will you?
That's Connor Hella Pop. Yeah, Connor Hella Pop.
I like this text. Stop it. Where can I find that song? I want to create a poll. Should we vote Canada off North America? That's a great one. Or is this more reason for us to take Canada over?
I think this was done so we don't try to make Canada the 51st state.
Well, that's the thing, though. Once we take them over, they have to do what we tell them to. So,
oh, man.
Isn't that how it goes?
Not necessarily historically, but seriously about Aaron Judge. Yesterday, he didn't have a hit. Before that, he was on a 14-game hitting streak that was tied for the longest of his career.
Oh, wow.
In his first 34 games, consider this. This stat is freaking wild. Aaron Judge had a batting average higher than any on-base percentage of any player in the American League. His batting average was higher than any other American League player's on-base percentage.
So just with hits.
Yes.
Hits alone, he was better than
Yes. He had more multi-hit games, 17, than he did one-hit games. It feels like the Rangers don't even have 17 multi-hit games this year.
Yeah, I feel like
now,
as a team.
I think they do, but it feels like maybe not. He has more. Think about this, and shout out to Baseball Reference for this. Aaron Judge has more 3-hit games this year than no-hit games. He has 6 games with 3 hits. He has 4 games with no hits. And if you want to take it to the next level, if you think it's just power, he has more singles than Luis Ariz.
Oh, man!
That is back to back.
You're on fire
to
today,
back National League batting champion Luis Ariz.
He's going to be MVP again, then, isn't he?
Oh my God!
I mean,
for sure.
Now, again,
at this pace,
we discussed this the other day. There's no way this pace can continue all season long.
For sure.
We saw it last year with the home run pace. It kind of fell off at the end of the season because it just wears you down. That being said, when you're in the zone like that, you just do anything you can to stay there. Whatever I can do to stay in that spot where I'm seeing the ball like it's a basketball, I'm swinging the bat like it's a toothpick. Like that's what he's feeling right now. Is the bat's super light and the ball's gigantic and it's leaving the park. And the fact that he's not just a great home run hitter, Kevin, but that he is also as good of a doubles and singles hitter as anybody else out there, that makes him a special hitter in this moment. And I guess, as Juan Soto told me, because I thought Juan Soto was the best hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
He said Aaron Judge is the best hitter in baseball, and I think that's proof right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if, look, we talked about this the other day, even if he falls off a great deal, there's still a good chance he wins MVP. Can I give you one more amazing Aaron Judge stat?
As long as it's not that Hellebuck song.
I promise it's not a trick. I promise it's not a trick. I don't think we should undersell how terrible that other verse is either. Like, we might need to play that again just so people get an idea. All right. With runners in scoring position, what do you think is Aaron Judge's batting average?
Runners in scoring, so there's going to be less, and he's already that good. And what was his batting average originally?
414.
His batting average right now is 414?
Yeah, it was 423 before he went over.
515.
You know what? That is an amazing guess. Just a tiny bit low. He's hitting 519 with runners in scoring position. Then consider this. In that situation, he has 6 strikeouts. You know how many hits he has? 14.
That's amazing, dude.
So not only is he more likely to get a hit than not, he's more than twice as likely to get a hit than he is a strikeout.
I'd love to see. Now, this is the thing. If you're Brett Boone and you're coming in here, you're looking at the best hitter in baseball, and you're saying, let's try and get everybody to hit like that, right? Like, that's ultimately what you would love to have, is a team full of guys that are hitting the way he's hitting.
Definitely.
Well, obviously, you're not that guy.
Right.
All right, so what is he doing? I would love to see the numbers that he's getting, the pitches, the amount of pitches he's seeing each at bat, how much time he's spending up in there at the plate. And does he just go up there and swing away at the first one? Or is he doing the thing where he's forcing pitchers to pitch to him and to pitch to where he wants to hit the baseball? Barry Bonds did that too. Now, Barry Bonds did it by stepping over the plate. And again, though, he forced you to do it. So that's absolutely what I would love to see is, what are the ways that he's getting these pitches? Or is it just because his arms are so long, he's such a giant guy that he's able to get full extension almost all the time on these guys?
I'm not saying this is going to happen, but right now Aaron Judge is on pace for a WAR of 13.1. And you think that sounds ridiculous. Last year,
low.
Last year it was 10.8. In 2022 is 10.6. So, and right now his on-base percentage is 503.
I do believe, Kevin.
Unbelievable.
I do believe the all-time single-season WAR leader is Babe Ruth at 14.1.
Okay, so
but if he ended up at a 13.1, he would be second all-time.
Not that great.
Second, because Babe Ruth's number 2 is 12.8. Sounds weird, but his second place is 12.8.
Unbelievable.
So if he ended up with a 13.1, he would be a full point behind Babe Ruth's greatest season, but still ahead of everybody by far.
Unbelievable. Now, I know you'll be shocked to know that Max Scherzer has been shifted to the 60-day injured list with his thumb injury. I know you guys are shocked. You all predicted that Max Scherzer would definitely be healthy for the entirety of the season.
Okay.
No, you did not.
I was like, I don't remember doing that.
No.
But
Speaking of injured list, Bob Nightingale said he thought this was likely yesterday. Shota Imanaga went on the 15-day injured list with a hamstring injury. Remember, we talked about the day before. He left the Brewers game early. Let's go back to the Yankees. Devin Williams, man, he continues to struggle. They had already bumped him out of the closer position. He got lit up again yesterday against San Diego, and we'll talk about the Padres in just a second. His ERA in 14 games this season is now 10.03.
that's pretty impressive for a guy to throw that many pitches and have that high of an ERA.
To put that in perspective, that's like not that much lower than the entire ERA of the Rangers starting pitching combined.
You said 10.03?
10.03.
Wow.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of San Diego
combined.
Padres.
Okay, gotcha. Combined. Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, hold on. They have a really
pitchers are good. Yes.
As an average. Okay, gotcha.
San Diego Padres. They are now riding an MLB high 6-game winning streak. But Mike Schilt, he got ejected yesterday. The San Diego Padres manager, he was mad. Maybe he knew, I just need to fire up the team for Devin Williams to fail. He started yelling, kept chirping through his sunglasses, and was ejected. I'm sure there's plenty of things.
How do you talk through your sunglasses?
Huh?
You said he kept chirping through his
He kept chirping and then
through his sunglasses. I was like, how did he chirp?
Now,
how do you say words through sunglasses?
All right. If you're an official or an ump, you're not going to kick somebody out if they put their glasses over their mouth and like, I think you stink. Like, that's...
Who said that?
Yeah.
Which one of you said that? I didn't see anybody's lips moving.
He doesn't have a glove to cover his mouth. You know, he needs something.
Now, Fernando Tatis also had an ejection issue, and he said, oh, what did I say? I forgot. I'm just happy I got the boys hyped. And then Schilt threw his glasses. It worked. They came back. They were down 3-0. They won 4-3.
Schilt threw his glasses again?
No,
Man,
just
this
the one
This
time.
dude just loves throwing his glasses.
No, just the one time. And they are half a game back of the Dodgers for the best record in baseball, and they currently have, like I said, a league-high 6-game winning streak, or league leading at this point.
This might be a longer conversation down the road, Kevin, because I know we gotta go, but it must be very stressful to try and keep up with the Dodgers.
Oh my God, I can't
and be
imagine.
that close all the time, and you may get a little edge, and then all of a sudden you're back, and like trying to stay there for 162. That's got to stress you out a lot right now.
They're playing incredibly well, and the Dodgers have had some injury issues, and you're behind them.
Does Shohei see the ball better than Connor sees the puck? See, Kevin, see what you've done.
See, now people are saying they don't want to hear it, but there's this undercurrent of people there.
Perhaps
the silent majority that do want to hear more of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have been so star-centric and focused. How about we catch up on the rest of the NHL and NBA playoffs next right here on The Fan?
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have been very star-centric, and we'll dive back into the stars a lot more tomorrow as well. But I think because of that, we haven't really talked a whole lot about the rest of the NBA and NHL playoffs. I wanted to take the opportunity to do that right now. Do you want hockey first or do you want basketball first?
Let's go with some basketball. I watched some basketball last night for the first time in quite some time.
Okay, which game had the majority of your interest?
I didn't see the entirety of the comeback for the Knicks. I saw the end of the game though. And that was an exceptional ending. In overtime, even though it could have ended with Jalen Brunson putting one in the bucket to end the game early.
It looked like it was in.
It should have been, man. It really should have. And what's really interesting about this was, did you see the time that he threw the pass out of bounds?
Yeah.
And then stared his teammate down for not being where he threw? I thought he made a bad pass.
Right.
But he was just like, and I can't tell if he was mad at him. And then he goes and misses that shot. And I'm like, all right, so you going to stare yourself down? And he just stood there and smiled. And I was like, all right, you really got to be as hard on yourself as you are on everybody else. And then, they end up winning that one ultimately. But that was a very fun ending because I hate the Celtics right now.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and give me cut number one because Jalen Brunson did turn it on in the fourth quarter.
Taking his time, 10 to shoot. What's the play here? Brunson waiting, screen on the left from Towns, rejects it, steps back, right wing three, good for the lead! Jalen Brunson kisses three fingers to the crowd, and the Knicks have their first advantage since the second quarter.
Jalen Brunson, 29 points, which has kind of become run-of-the-mill for him. And it's interesting because Timberwolves and Warriors tonight, Minnesota is 6.5-point favorites. Every single road dog won in game one.
Really?
Of the conference semifinals.
Interesting.
And in all of these cases, they were like massive underdogs. Like the Timberwolves Warriors game, that's the closest spread of any of them. The Celtics were like a 9 or 10 point favorite. The the Cavs were an 8-point favorite, give or take. And I think the Nuggets were 9.5 point underdogs to the Thunder. But if you give me cut number two, that is not how that game ended.
The second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side, Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left. Coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number one. Final tonight, 121 to 119.
Did you see Aaron Gordon's quote after the game?
Yeah.
When I shot it, did I know it was in? Question mark. I knew it wasn't a miss.
I like that.
I do too.
Especially he had the dunk the other night, and Jokic was like, I knew it was off as soon as it left my hands, and he was like, they had to clean up for him. So
yes,
I like that.
Absolutely. And you know what? Speaking of Jokic, now he had quite a few turnovers as well. I think he had like 5 or 6 turnovers as well. So I have no doubt he's going to go back to the drawing board on that. But 42 points and 22 rebounds.
Losing a step though with these turnovers, huh?
That's
Jeez,
true.
man.
He only had
He's a
6
monster.
assists. It did not have a triple double right there.
When you're making a play like that, where you're putting, is it the total of his stats, like
Yeah.
the points and rebounds and
Yeah.
everything? When you're making a play like that, do you go with him? What's the number you kind of say that's too low or that's too high?
So usually around 52 on the total, I'll go after it. So if you're looking at making a play on Jokic, I like making the play on his points, rebounds, and assists combined as opposed to just his points, because he'll have nights where he'll get like 18 points, but will also have 18 rebounds and 17 assists. And you're like, how the hell did that happen? But yeah, so last night his total line would have been 80. And I think the over-under was, or excuse me, the higher or lower was 51.5. So, of course, you take the higher.
Gotcha.
on
Okay.
that. All right.
Aaron Gordon, as far as he goes, like, Denver loves him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they
Jokic loves
yeah,
him.
he arrived to that city, and that team had a piece that they needed. Like, they needed a player as explosive and athletic as him. And then whenever they won their championship, he's running around through the city shirtless and everything, having a great time. But like that place, when he does this, and it's good to see that's working for him in these playoffs as they're moving, because Kevin, isn't the feeling that Denver just fell off a little bit? A lot?
And see, that's what's interesting about this Denver team is their depth is still like not so good, but it kind of feels like they're like, and let's just go for it and let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
If all of our players play, a ton of minutes, because realistically they play 7 players. I mean, I know they can go 8 or 9 deep. For the most part, it feels like they play 7 players.
Okay, yeah.
And so, yeah, it's interesting that they're like, depth is stupid. Let's just keep leaning on all of our best players and see what happens. Do you have a feel for Warriors Timberwolves? Because we also get Pacers Cavs game 2 tonight. I have to admit, like, I'm not quite as in on that series. Maybe I'll disagree. But Warriors Timberwolves, what are we thinking?
This is a very fun series because Steph is still doing Steph things in moments, right?
Sure.
Where he's just like, all right, it's time for me to take over. But Anthony Edwards now looks more serious than he did even last year.
I agree.
Even coming into the season, he was like, I don't want to be the face of the league. I just want to go hoop.
You might have to be now.
And now he's like, he's turning into that point where he's just like, I'm just beating everybody. Was it Randy Orton tweeted out the Legend Killer chain that he was handing over to Anthony Edwards? And I thought that was pretty cool because he has been taking them down one after another. And here's another legend on the way to that. So my feel for it is it's going to be a long series. I don't think it's going to be one that ends very quickly.
And I think I said 80-point rebound and assists for Jokic. It was 70. My apologies for that.
Great.
Now, I've got a gambling note for you guys.
All right.
This dude put down $50 before last year's Stanley Cup final. Here was his parlay. Panthers to beat the Oilers. Hit. Guardians to win the AL Central. Yep. Phillies to win the NL East. Yep. Chiefs to win the AFC West. Yep. Texans to win the AFC South. Eagles to win the NFC East. And then Ohio State to win the college football playoff. The last thing he has to go.
Say it's not the Stars.
No, that would be amazing. Is the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the championship. If they do, he turns $50 into $70,000.
Wow. Dude, parlays are fun. If you're getting that, like, because it's $50.
Yes,
and 50. Maybe that's my monthly expenditure in gambling, all right, or plays. But it's $50, and you could just turn it into something even bigger. And all on the way, you're watching stuff that you're excited about watching too. Like all those things that happen, you're probably interested in watching whether or not anyway. And now you got a little extra juice to go with it. That's a really fun play.
Cash out option, $19,000.
I'd do it. I mean,
if you didn't have kids, like, let's just say you didn't have kids, you didn't have to worry about like college and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you'd still do it? Because like that's a crap ton of money.
Yeah, and this last thing here is, I mean, I'm probably taking the 19 and then reinvesting it some way to make that kind of same thing. But the last one, if I'm an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, right? Is the Thunder?
Yes.
If I'm the Thunder, then I'm sticking with it. But
Sure,
I'm not.
sure. Yeah.
That being said, if I just really need the adrenaline rush of watching the NBA Finals and Oklahoma City's in it, I'm absolutely excited that I kept that thing around. So I would probably sell it though for 19. That'd be all right with me.
Alec, you got $50 you put on the line. If OKC wins the title, you get $70K. You can cash out now for 19. What do you do?
There's a lot of things I would do for $19,000 right now, so I'm cashing out. I don't know. I mean, you name anything pretty much. I'm probably going to do it at this point.
Holy moly.
All right.
If you were a diehard OKC fan, though, like let's say you were Ruben, do you think Ruben would ride it out?
Oh, he absolutely
Yeah.
would. There's a pride factor in that for him at that point. For me, I'm like, my pride is in $19,000. That's
Okay,
what I'm taking.
that's fair. Now, on the hockey front, you just build them up so they have a bigger fall. For the first time since 2004, there are not one, not two, but three Canadian teams in the final 8. Do you think
Toronto took it to Florida last night and then almost lost it?
Yes. Yes, they did. Do you think that will make it all the more exciting when inevitably they lose the Stanley Cup again?
For you, and obviously when the Stars win it, like that's the big deal.
Exactly.
Dude, the Stars could technically take all three of those teams down.
Yes, you could beat the Jets in this round, the Oilers in the next round, and then the Maple Leafs. Holy moly. Let me tell you something right now. If it's Stars and Maple Leafs in the final, that Stanley Cup rating will be off the hook for Canada.
Because
like
of
I said,
Toronto?
Yeah, that is the Dallas Cowboys of the NHL in terms of they have a humongous fan base. They can be polarized into some people, ton of money involved, and they haven't won in a long time.
On our front, then on the American fan base front, are they as hated then in that respect, where the American fan base will be watching it going, dude, they're the worst.
And that is one difference, because I feel like you can find any NFL fan base and they have some fans that don't care for the Cowboys. I don't think you see like a whole bunch of Coyotes fans who are like, you know who I really can't stand? Damn Toronto, stupid Mike Myers. And I don't know if that is the case
Especially
whatsoever.
the Coyotes, they don't there's no trees in Arizona.
Look,
they're just cacti.
I don't think that the then Coyotes turned, well, I mean,
they're Utah now.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously they don't care about anything because they moved.
Are they the Mammoth now?
That is not official. I know that slipped on the YouTube channel, and they're like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about that." But yeah, back in the day, Coyotes fans didn't care about anything. I just don't think the Utah people probably are super heated about like Toronto and
stuff. You know
stuff.
what though? The one thing around here and in most of the country, the one thing we can definitely get behind is we all hate rake and leaves. So we can use that if we go up against them. Like we all hate leaves for that purpose.
All right, interesting. So
but we got to get there first, Kevin.
All right, Toronto won game 1. Do they make it to the conference final?
Oh, that's a tough series. I think it's going to be a long one. I think it's going to be a long series, too. I don't think so. I think Florida takes them down.
Okay. Ooh. What about...
Get all those rats on the ice.
What about Vegas and Edmonton?
Vegas, Edmonton.
That should be fun.
Let me just use the Brian Ray term then. Coin flip for me on that one.
Okay.
But you're right. That should be an absolutely fun series between those two because some very potent offense and some very strong hitting defense there, too.
Are those the last two teams the Stars lost the Western Conference Final to?
I think so.
And so theoretically then, they would have to play, if you can beat Winnipeg, you would have to play one of them again, get a chance to exercise the demons, and then Capitals Hurricane.
I have no feel for that one right now yet, Kevin, so I'll just say Capitals are taking that one down.
Because of Ovi?
Ovi. Gotta love. I mean, what he accomplished this year. And now he's not just standing around and taking his one-timers, you know? Now he's like, you know what? I'm actually committed to this thing again.
Now, this was prior to game 1 of Toronto and Florida, so no doubt this has shifted a little bit. But the betting odds to win the Stanley Cup, Florida was installed as the co-favorites along with the Dallas Stars. So obviously, as of this morning then, the Dallas Stars are the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, which we said would probably be the case if you beat Colorado, just like if Colorado would have beaten the Stars, they would have been the favorite to to win the Stanley Cup final. And so the Stars, they have prevailed in Game 7 with a huge third period comeback and now favored to win the championship. You know what's interesting about that? The Jets are tied for last at 10-1. And this is a team, and we talked about this going in, they have the best record in the NHL. Now, if you put aside the curses and everything like that, you would think best record in the NHL equals that's one of your favorites. Instead, people seen Shaky Hellebuck and they're like, now tied for last.
And plus that song, right?
What song are you?
The one that we all know that we hate.
Song?
That's my fault. I'm sorry, guys. That is definitely my fault for A, bringing this to the world, and B, revisiting the. Are you playing her version of it? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
The more I hear it, the more the people that said Kids Bop, I'm definitely with them on that. Kids Bop or Bop? It's a combination of those for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
The question of the day, plus, will that stupid song come back? Find out next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow, going to be a big day. Alec, how confident are we about our second guest?
I'm very confident.
All right, tomorrow.
Bochy will be the number 2 guest on the show tomorrow.
No, we're going to have Bruce Bochy on the show as well as Paige Beckers.
Oh, really? I knew that. I don't know why I acted like that. I knew that we were going to have her on the show. I'm excited.
Do you want to give a preview of that question you just told me?
Yeah. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, I do.
All right. Asia Wilson, she's the best WNBA player out there right now, right?
Yes.
Asia Wilson said the best advice she has for you is to ask questions and be a sponge. Do you have any questions for us? Because she said ask questions. So what questions would you like to ask us? We're from Dallas. We know a lot about Dallas. We can help you out.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how that goes. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day incoming, 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer that question of the day, as well as Twitch and YouTube. Plus, going to take a look at some of the news and notes from what I often call the most expensive weekend of the year.
Oh, is it coming up?
Just happened.
WrestleMania weekend?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you were trying to sit anywhere near the ring, yeah, absolutely. Or SummerSlam if you want to get VIP $40,000 to sit front row.
Oh, my gosh.
Community ball can be expensive.
Yeah, community ball, too. You know, that's a big event, too, that happens this weekend. But
we did a community ball where they were like, hey, let's go ahead and take donations. Does anyone want to donate $250,000? Somebody raised their paddle. I almost fell on the ground.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, well...
as much as I love helping and I love giving to people in need, I dream of moments where I could do that.
Yes.
And it just, nothing, drop in the bucket for me.
Yeah,
I can
right
only dream of that. It's like a fever dream. It's one of those that you wake up in a cold sweat and you're like, that happened. Oh, wait, no, I got to go to work in 2 hours. Nope, that did not happen. But those are the absolute worst because I believe them every time. But the most expensive weekend entails you got an F1 race. You've got a NASCAR race and the Met Gala all went down.
Yeah.
So there's a couple fun stories I'll get to here in a little bit about that. But the question of the day was inspired. You mentioned wrestling, Kevin. I saw this bit. It was actually 2 different clips on TikTok from CM Punk. He said on the McAfee show like months ago he talked about this, and then he just recently did a sit down with GQ, and they did that 10 things that CM Punk can't live without.
Oh, yeah.
Little bit. And one thing that he carries with him every time he leaves the house, he has a legit first-generation iPod Touch.
Cool.
He still carries it around with him. And they're like, why? You have an iPhone. You don't need that. And he was like, I don't want to transfer everything over. I don't want to have to worry about stuff getting lost forever. It still works. I don't care. And he even told the story on McAfee that he shattered the screen a few months back. He was walking down the street in Chicago, saw one of those places that said, we fix technology. And dude looked at it at the counter. He's like, I can't fix this. This is 15 years old. And he goes, wait, you're CM Punk, right? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, give me 2 weeks. And he got it fixed. He got a new screen for it. Got it completely fixed. So,
if it had just been us.
Yeah, it'd been like,
it was just me. You'd be like, oh man, yeah, who are you? Get out of here. No, buy a phone. So he refuses to get with the times, and he stands on that. He's like, I have Apple Music on my phone and everything. It's just not the same. I will die on this hill. What is one thing that might be outdated or it might be unpopular, but you still use it daily, whatever it is, you stand by it, you will die on that hill that you are not switching? Because for me, I think of 2. Apple Music is 1. I get made fun of by my friends all the time for using Apple Music instead of Spotify. I don't care. I think Apple Music rules. I think it's great. And Even though I'm not in school, they still give me a student discount. So I'm very happy about that. $5 a month. Hey, you can be as horrible as you want for $5 a month. I'm not going to complain. Number 2, it can lead me to the 7th gate of hell. Apple Maps will forever be my go-to. I will not use Google Maps. I tried it once. I hated everything about it. Apple Maps, it is not the greatest, but I don't know why I'm so comfortable using it. I refuse to switch off of Apple Maps.
I like Google Maps a lot more. It works better for me. I've found there were times Apple Maps back in the day in Denton, for whatever reason, it would send me to the wrong side of Denton, and I'd be like, "Oh, what's happening here?" So I would always be like, "Well, once I found Google Maps, I stuck with that." I'm gonna have to say my Hotmail account.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and like usually whenever people ask for my email address, I say CJ Majors at Hotmail. Yes, I still use Hotmail. And so that's my Hotmail account. That's, your company account, they can let you go at any point. And you don't have that stuff.
That's true.
So you got to keep your secondary account for the important stuff.
So the Hotmail account is a good answer.
Yeah.
My answer, of course, is my paper checkbook. I am never going to be done with my paper checkbook. It works incredibly well. And I go back to a story that I don't know if I'm supposed to say this person's name or not, but they had an overdraw in their bank account, and they were like,
"Me, I get it."
No, and they were like, "It was the bank's fault. They didn't put a transaction I made." I was like, "No, idiot. You need to know that you made that transaction, all right? So that's fine. The bank can have their own number. I got my number. I trust my number, and I just need the bank to confirm it."
Okay. I like that because for big purchases, like whatever I put a down payment on a car, I use a paper checkbook. I have one. But any kind of what I would call a micro transaction, if it's daily, if it's giving someone a gift, I don't do the checks. I only do it for massive things. Like I wrote checks in college, to pay off any remaining balances at the end of the semester. I would do that. But I don't hate that one. I really don't hate that one. I know a lot of people that still do. I have a lot of family members that when the birthday rolls around, I get a check in the mail.
And I was going to say, I use the checkbook, but I don't really write checks. I just use the checkbook as like my ledger.
Sure. And I'm trying to think of some other stuff because there's a lot of things that I think I still refuse to move on from. Like I saw somebody texting and they said older shoes. They can be chores, like for chores. And that's what I do.
Like my gardening shorts.
Oh, yeah. You've talked about that before.
Yeah, my gardening shorts are very important. I don't throw them away. Actually, guess what? Threw them away. The other day, needed to do some gardening. Didn't have any shorts to garden in.
Did you garden?
I just threw on some gym shorts. Actually, threw on a swimsuit. Then when I was done gardening, just jumped in the pool. It was nice.
I don't know why, but I really just hope it looked like it does right now outside when you were doing that too. So you're just in a swimsuit and it's just pitch black outside. That would be amazing. But I do that with my running shoes and my gym shoes. Is as soon as I'm like, okay, these aren't really comfortable for moving weight or for running long distance, they turn into my lawn mowing shoes. That's like my current yard shoes now are a pair of Nike Pegasus that I used to run in. I used to practice in, I'm pretty sure in high school. Like I've had them forever now. But from the 817, I still got my Hotmail too. This will make you feel better about my age, Corey. You know what my first email address was? First domain?
Was it AOL?
Oh, it was a Roadrunner account.
Oh, really?
It was tx.rr.com.
Oh, wow.
Like that was my first email that my dad made for me. And he was like, you can use this, just don't sign up for a bunch of BS, I don't know if it's still in existence, and Kevin, you'll like the name. It was ob-1 at tx.rr.com.
I love it. Although, and maybe this is a separate segment, do you have any older email addresses that you're not proud of? Because like you just established your email address and maybe you're like 15 or 16 and then you're like...
No, everyone I've ever done has been pretty consistent with my name because my name's so unique.
Me too.
The way it's spelled.
Good for you. I feel like mine's somewhat basic.
Hold on, Kevin. I think Alec, he's trying to get away with this.
No.
Yeah.
What's the email account that was,
I feel like it's probably not suitable for air.
Well, we'll find out in about 4 minutes.
Something 6969 probably. Like I guarantee
that's your password.
That's not my password.
Huh? We're just spilling everything now. I like that. For the 214 shoehorn for the dress shoes.
Oh,
I've never used a shoehorn.
I own one.
You do?
I've never used it.
Oh,
is that to help you put your shoes on?
Yeah.
It's not to keep them like stretched out while you're not wearing them or whatever. It's to help you slide your shoe in.
Yeah, there are some that you can't, like I do have some in my Jordans or like some of the different shoes that I have that have like leather on the toe box. So I don't want them to get creased or whatever. I'll put those like in a pair of Dunks. Like I have some that I don't want to get super creased. So I have shoe horns that literally just prop up the toe box and like the arch of the shoe and keep it straight. But I do have one that's actually meant for just helping you put shoes on. I've never used it, but I have it if I need it. If I get some really, fancy like red bottoms or something, whenever, I get big time or whatever, if that ever happens, that would be ideal. But I don't have any shoes that I need a lot of help getting into. I have a lot of shoes that I kind of tie once and I never tie again because I just slide them off and slide them on. So, I think it's pretty simple. I think that's the best way to live too. I don't like tying shoes over and over again. This is what I like. This is a kind of commitment from the 469. I have a stapler from the 70s. You can't break that thing.
How often do you need a stapler?
A lot more than you would think.
I agree.
Really, y'all do?
Yeah.
Yes. I only ever need a stapler that one time and I don't have it. Like it's always maybe once a year I need a stapler. And I'm like, crap, where's my stapler at?
This is where I'm so glad.
I wish I had a swing line.
Yes, that Jess is a teacher because she
That's
has
a cheat code.
and she has a laminating machine. And like, I don't know if I would ever need that.
You have a
but
paper cutter?
Oh yeah,
the huge one with
yeah.
the thing.
No, not with the murder thing on it.
Dude, I'm telling you, zombie apocalypse. I'm finding a paper cutter, taking that thing off, and carrying it around as a machete. Be ready.
That's actually smart.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Good job, Majors. I saw skinny jeans come in from the 682. I'm wearing jeans for the first time in like 8 months today, and I don't feel right.
Who are you trying to impress?
Nobody. I just finally found a pair of jeans that fit. I have a weird build, okay? Like if you haven't seen me in person, I have I'm 5'7", but I have a longer torso. So finding jeans that fit right, especially because I put on weight in a good manner, I don't find jeans. They're either way too tight or they're way too baggy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I've given up on the skinny jean route because they're just like spandex at that point on me because my quads are a little bit too big for that kind of game.
Now, yeah.
Not so much. I'm trying to get there, though. Keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Some antiquated things or just unpopular things that you use and you will stand by forever. So, talked about the most expensive weekend of the calendar year. You have the big F1 race, but you also have the Met Gala, too. So, I have a story from each. From the F1 scene, the U.S. Coast Guard was called to the coast of Miami Beach over the weekend as a group of 34 influencers were out there for the F1 festivities. They climbed onto a $4 million Lamborghini yacht.
Oh.
Which ended up tipping and sinking because they put too many people on it. So everybody was safe. Nobody had really any injuries to report from the Coast Guard, but whoever owns that $4 million Lamborghini yacht is now out of a knot, or of a yacht that can go 63 knots.
Yeah.
And has 5 guest rooms throughout. This is a bigger yacht. That's a lot of money to put down just to watch it sink. And then something just totally ridiculous from the Met Gala. You see all the wild, dumb, like different fashion statements that people are making, which I say dumb in a like positive way because I could never do that. One, I have no fashion sense. 2, I don't have the money for that stuff. Jeff Goldblum, he's one of my favorite people to watch out for at the Met Gala every year because he's really subtle with his outfits. They're nice. You can tell it's a lot of money, but it's nothing too flashy, nothing too fancy. Something hiding literally up his sleeve. He was wearing a Jacob & Co. watch that's called the Ahsoka Boutique.
Ooh.
Is Jacob the jeweler that Kanye is always talking about? Is that who?
Oh, dear.
Jacob & Co.?
I'm scared if it is, but I think you're right.
Oh, dear.
This watch features 162 diamonds on it. $740,000 that he was wearing on his wrist.
That's what he was paid to do the fly. I'm just joking, Kevin. I don't know how much.
There's no way he made that much money to do the fly.
Just think about how many things in your
Maybe
life,
holds
in
up.
your family's life, in your close friend's life that don't even come close to that price tag. Like, there are houses out there that you can buy that are really nice houses that don't even cost that.
It's not even that big of a watch.
It's not. It's really, it's not even the craziest watch you've ever seen, but it's still just over $700,000. Ridiculous stuff. So, hey, if you're going to buy a $4 million yacht, don't put 34 people on it, especially TikTokers. That feels like a recipe for disaster.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where, don't worry, everybody, it was strictly a football decision. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
59-yard attempt for Tucker. And the kick is no good. Wide right for Tucker.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. You know how yesterday we talked about how the NFL draft is going to be at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. in 2027?
Yeah, the National Mall of Americas.
That's a different place. Do yourself a favor. If you like people watching and you like facial expressions, go back and watch the entirety of that like little press conference with President Trump, but don't watch him. Watch Roger Goodell in the background because he's there to do an announcement about the draft.
Right.
But there's going to be a lot of other...
And he runs a very serious business.
He does.
It's got to be very on point all the time.
This speech hit on a lot of non-NFL based things.
Okay.
And a couple of different times, the president looks back at Goodell to be like, you know what I'm saying, right? And it's just amazing. Just watch it. Because Goodell's like, hey, we're going to announce the draft. Hopefully we'll have 1 million people there. And then like other political stuff gets in the mix. And it is just amazing to watch.
I'm going to watch it right now.
Really? Well, if you can wait till like
I can watch
the commercial
and
break.
listen to you at the same time.
Okay. But I swear, I'm going to look at you for something. You're going to be like, I'm sorry, what did you say? By the way, we talked about how Eli Manning was looking to buy a minority stake in the Giants. Apparently, Michael Strahan is as well, and there might not be room for both of them. Might be like the Highlander. There can only be one more.
I don't know that that's the case.
Oh, okay. Well, there is some...
I feel like they're going to say, yes, please buy as much of the team as possible.
There is thought that they're only going to sell to one more minority owner for now, and so then maybe those bids would be in competition. In case you care, Shedeur Sanders is going to wear number 12 for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, good for him. Has Abdul Carter figured out a number yet?
Oh, I don't think he has.
He's still stuck in a bad situation. I saw somebody say yesterday the Giants need to step in on his behalf now and really he's getting turned down by 2 different former players, dude.
I mean, take Jeff Hostetler's number. Surely that's not been retired, right? Oh. He won as many Super Bowls as Phil Simms.
There's got to be another number
as a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look.
There's plenty of numbers.
Yeah, take his number. Or
at this point, go with triple digits, Really make that number shine. Go with 100.
I don't think
have it at an angle or something.
Or take his number or Dave Meggett's number. Just pick somebody that they were a good player, but their jersey's probably not retired, right?
Probably not.
What, you think I just made that name up, don't you?
No, I know Dave Meggett. I remember him. I just feel like there was a story.
Oh, no. Did he do something bad?
Ex-NFL player Meggett gets 30 years in prison in 2010.
Oh!
You need to find the rest of that story.
Oh,
so yeah, maybe you don't want his number either.
All right.
22.
So that's why I said take Hostetler's number first. And let's not worry about the other thing that I said. All right. Let's go from that to Justin Tucker. So Justin Tucker...
He played for the Giants. Take his number.
Well, he might have also done something bad. Here's the thing. Eric DaCosta, I usually feel like the Ravens are on point when it comes to NFL front office stuff. This one feels a little bit tone deaf. So Justin Tucker is going to be a post-June 1st cut. There right now are 16 massage therapists who have accused Justin Tucker of inappropriate sexual behavior. Now, Justin Tucker has denied the allegations, but this is the statement from DaCosta. Sometimes football decisions are incredibly difficult to make, and this is one of those instances. Considering our current roster, we've had to make the tough decision to release Justin Tucker. Justin has created blah, 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 blah. He's great. So if this was a football decision, why wouldn't they just compete in training camp if you're going to designate him as a post-June 1st cut anyway?
It's not a football decision.
What? Do I need to read you that first sentence again?
Let's go to our friend Trey Wingo, Kevin.
Okay.
His Twitter account, Wingos with a Z.
You got to love that.
It's a, quote, if he was still as good as he used to be at football, we'd probably stand by him, but he isn't, and there's that other issue decision.
That's true.
That's what this really is like he had some misses, some big-time misses last year. It looks like he's starting to fall off. And we also, this thing is a glaring problem, and so we're just going to step away from the whole thing and blame it on football.
This is not a new thing, but is it weird that NFL teams, or just teams and businesses in general, their interest in due process is based on how good you are at your job? Yeah. Like, if he's the best kicker in the league, they'd be like,
let's see how long we can ride this thing out. Yeah.
But when he misses, they're like, this is terrible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, remember Ray Rice? Ravens again.
Yeah.
He was at a place where he was starting to get the decline. And that became a big part of the conversation was it's an easy out for them right now.
Yeah.
They're not hurting themselves by moving on from him.
You know, and that's what made the case study of Wander Franco so fascinating, because this is somebody who, like, Tampa was like, this is our guy. This is going to be our franchise player. And then they're like, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so I appreciate, like, that they did that when a lot of these teams are like, if you're not that good anymore, then we'll definitely stand up for whatever we think is right. By the way, NFL.com, they put out a comp pick projection for every NFL team, and they have the Cowboys down as a team that will receive one compensatory pick in the 5th round. The Dallas Cowboys have had comp picks, I believe, in the last 7 drafts. And so NFL.com is projecting that the Cowboys will have a 5th round comp pick coming up next year.
That's pretty cool. Can I get more of those?
I mean, I think it's too late for the next comp pick cycle.
I'll let it ride with these then.
But after that,
pretty happy with this.
What's is the highest compensatory pick you can get a 3rd rounder?
I think so.
Okay, because couldn't you see some weirdo world where the Cowboys thought they were smarter than everybody and they let Micah Parsons go because they're like, shh. You didn't even get it. Dude. We're about to get a 1st round comp pick, and you're like, you could have gotten so much more.
But they're like, then they come back after they find out, and they're like, this is a 3rd round draft, guys. This is where the 3rd round is really where we're going to make an impact this year.
Oh, let's talk about not drafting quarterbacks in the middle round. So earlier today, Quinn Ewers' agent was on with Sean and RJ. And go ahead.
By the way, it looks like Brett Boone will be on with them tomorrow at 9:20.
9:20. So he's going to stay in his usual spot. I love it.
So congratulations to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show.
Now, they got Quinn Ewers' agent to call in this morning, and he was talking about a variety of things about why he thinks Quinn Ewers fell. But I was reading an article on Fox Sports before I even knew he was going to be on that was really interesting to me. So throughout the 21st century, so the year 2000 through 2023, in rounds 2, 3, and 4, there was an average of 3.75 quarterbacks picked.
Okay.
So you got an average of, give or take about one every round and maybe a second one in one of those rounds. In the last 2 drafts, there were only 3. So now
total?
In 2, 3, and 4.
Gotcha.
And so I wanted to see if you had a hypothesis, because I have a couple of theories about why that is.
Well, I'm really, maybe because the level of play just drops off so much. after the first round anyway. And they always typically do find a reach somewhere at the back end of the first round or somewhere in the middle too. So, and then they're trying to fill up the rest of their roster. And then this guy's probably going to be a backup after that.
Okay. I think that is a valid hypothesis.
That's just off the top of my head.
My new hypothesis is it's because second, maybe even third rounders have been pushed in the first round to get that extra year of potential control. Quarterback is the most expensive position. So I do kind of wonder if there's been like Jackson Dart this year, if there's been some quarterbacks that have been like elevated into the first round because you're like, look, if he hits, now I've got that 5th year option and I don't have to pay.
Which we're still going to have to battle with his agent at some point.
For sure,
yes.
for sure. But at least it's not going to be like as bad. And so my theory is you're going to continue to see that and you're going to see an acceleration of quarterbacks into the first round so they can get that 5th year option.
That's a very fair theory, Kevin. I like it.
Thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are the prospects for the Cowboys upcoming season just kind of boring? Next on The Fan.
product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You think the Cowboys' prospects for this season are just kind of boring? But in the meantime, I want to bring this up. This is from college football's Reddit. Somebody has filed a lawsuit on behalf of themselves and Shedeur Sanders against the NFL.
For why?
I'm glad you asked. I will read you the complaint. They would like a retraction of slanderous statements made about Shedeur Sanders, along with an apology for any harm caused to his reputation as he fell throughout the draft. They would like implementations of fairer practices in the drafting process to ensure the talented players are recognized and given opportunities based on merit. Furthermore,
Roger Fairer practices.
They would like punitive damages in the amount of $100 million.
Of course.
For the harm caused to the plaintiff and the impact of the NFL's actions on his emotional well-being, and any additional remedies that the court deems appropriate, including compensatory damages.
So this is a person with this complaint on behalf of both of them.
Correct. Because they want the court to take appropriate action to address the intentional emotional distress and trauma suffered as a result of the NFL's collective practices and the harmful statements made regarding Shedeur Sanders and his fall in the draft.
This is the dumbest thing I've heard in a long time. I mean, I've heard a lot of dumb things.
Sure.
Said a lot of dumb things.
Sure.
This doesn't... Shedeur didn't ask for this. All right, so just his name being attached to this in general is ridiculous. But all right, man. Hey, look, man. Dumber things have gone through in courts.
Yeah, that actually is fair. Now, speaking of dumber things, I'm going to give Alec Medford a chance to address this individual first. We're about to play a few cuts from Andrew Brandt. And I'm not saying that Kyle Brandt. I don't know why I said that. Kyle Brandt. And I'm not saying I agree with all of these things, but I do happen to agree with a bulk of what he's saying about just the Cowboys' upcoming season. But Alec, do you have thoughts about Kyle Brandt?
Yeah, I just think he's probably the biggest hypocrite in national football media, because I think it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, he went on this epic rant that got thousands and thousands of retweets and Instagram posts, and probably got played on this very station about how he's tired of the Cowboys getting forced into relevancy. The only time I ever see any of his content getting clicks is when he's talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
I could see that.
Years removed from that situation. So, Mr. I'm tired of the Cowboys. I don't want to talk about them. The only time he talks about them is whenever he's reacting live on air to you guys' conversations with Jerry Jones, with Stephen Jones. He gets his content from us about the Cowboys, but he hates it so much. Even though it gets him thousands of retweets, he can't stand it. And we're about to prove my point here. This is incredible timing.
It was a rant, that's for sure.
I am going to prove the point, Alec. I'm sorry for bringing this up, but I will say in this instance, and I don't think it's particularly that much of a hot take, I kind of agree with a lot of what he's saying. So let's go to Kyle Brandt specifically. So we broke this up into 3 parts. Let's go to cut number 9, please.
They are by far the least interesting team in their division. By far. 4th out of 4. And I don't know if that's ever been true in my entire life. Even the Dave Campo era had more sizzle than this team does. Even smaller market teams right now are headlights and neon compared to America's team. The Titans are way more interesting. The Jaguars are way more interesting. The Dallas Cowboys coaching hire was not a bold choice. It was sensible. The Dallas Cowboys first-round draft pick was not a bold choice. It was practical. The not paying Micah storyline is a rerun of an episode we've seen 10 times from this team. The quarterback is the quarterback. He'll be very good, not great, say the right things, and get paid, and we'll do it again next year. The most interesting thing that has happened in the last calendar year for the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't even think it's close, is the owner's breathtaking cameo in a television show called Landman.
All right. So, and this is the part, and I know people are going to get frustrated, and Alec, I don't disagree with the rest of what you're saying, but when it comes to this, I kind of think he's mostly right. About just the boring nature of the Cowboys heading into this season, depending on what you think. Like, I don't particularly think they're primed
Nothing
to
splashy happened with the
compete in the
Cowboys.
playoffs or anything like that.
Nothing splashy.
I hope I'm wrong.
Nothing splashy happened with them. I don't think they're the fourth in intrigue in this division. I mean, I guess the Giants have intrigue because they're chaos. The Cowboys, however, did fall to third in any interest in that division for sure.
Yeah.
Because Washington got a quarterback that everybody's excited about.
Yep.
They have ownership that people are excited about. Now they have the new stadium that so there's a lot going on there. And the freaking Eagles just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on there. The draft for the Cowboys just had. Oh yeah, I guess the draft in DC also. The draft the Cowboys just had. Nothing really truly splashy there.
Which doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think they made an excellent pick in Booker. I think that they made two really good picks in the second and third round as well. And we'll see about the rest of the draft from there. But I think the first three picks were picks that make your team good. Okay? I'm not going to say they make your team better, but they make your team good.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to what they can do. But again, nothing sexy about it, which is very weird for a Jerry Jones type team. The offseason free agency, nothing sexy about it. Although they added players that I think are going to be helpful to this team. So in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys did what we've been begging them to do during the offseason, and that is stop caring about all the other things and just build a good, talented roster.
Because wouldn't you love for this team to bore everyone to death on their way to finishing 12-5 and actually doing something in the playoffs?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the Eagles bored me last year, and they won a Super Bowl, and I was like, dang, dude.
Now, he wasn't done, because here's the comparison. Go to cut number 10. Do you think the Cowboys are like this?
They are currently like the Tupperware of teams. It's just something you have. You don't think about it. You don't care about it. You put the spaghetti in. You put it in the fridge. You have no attachment to it at all. It just serves a practical need of being one of the teams in the NFC East.
Good. Again, Jerry, don't respond to this. This is all I'm asking you. Don't go.
Unless you want to do it on our show.
You know what, guys?
Then call in right now.
You know what we need to go do? We need to go make some trades right now. Don't get into this like he's right. No, this is actually a fantastic offseason if you want to make a statement during the regular season, because Kevin, I feel this way very strongly. There are seasons when we think the Cowboys are going to be very, very good.
Yes.
And then they turn out to be very, very bad. And there are seasons when we think they're going to be very, very bad. And they turn out to be good. And we're like, what the hell's happening with this team? And more than anything, I would like to stay neutral in the whole thing, but win football games. Now, do I think that they have the talent to do that this year? No, not yet. Do I think that they're building on the talent to do that in a couple of years? Yes, I do think that. But what he's trying to bait the Cowboys into that conversation of saying, hey, we got to do something sexy, otherwise we're going to lose intrigue. You're not going to lose intrigue from the rest of the country and from Cowboys fans.
Which is interesting.
Although you did lose some interest with the Cowboys fans because this year it did seem like there was a little more combativeness to the
They weren't
idea.
good enough. Yeah. From the 903, the goal is to not be the most interesting. The goal is to win games, and you can be boring if that's how it happens. Now, I got one more just for Alec. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 11, Kyle Brandt finishing it up.
I think the Cowboys fans themselves are passing the time grumbling about number 2 receivers, cursing Jaden Daniels, hoping Jackson Dart isn't as good as he is, and praying that the Eagles are gentle this year because they weren't last year. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not feeling anything negative about the Cowboys. I just feel numb. I feel nothing. And I dare you to find me you feel anything at all.
Okay.
There are some parts in that I agree with as well, about all the griping about the number 2 receiver, because then there's a whole bunch of people every time we bring up suggestions, they're like, who cares? Dak will never get him the ball.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And look, I agree. I hope Jaden Daniels isn't as good as he was last year. I hope Jackson Dart is not good. And I hope the Philadelphia Eagles fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
I agree with all of that.
I'm not hoping that the Eagles are gentle by any means. I do think that we are kind of stuck in this idea of we hope the Cowboys, the people at the top, can make better decisions to drive this thing further, that they can motivate the players to be at an elite level. Even though, like, again, I still don't think their talent level is elite right now. I think their talent level has a lot of work to do. And I would like to be more passionate about this team right now. I would like to be more excited about this team. However, I think when you say numb, the idea that we've been excited about this team at times and then got it thrown back in our face that they aren't that good, we're kind of jaded.
Yeah.
We're to the point where we're kind of protective of ourselves as Cowboy fans because we don't want them to let us down and have our hearts broken that way.
Now, if we have just a quick second, I wanted to throw this out there because maybe it gives you an opportunity for hope. The New York Islanders won the NHL draft lottery. All right. So you might not care about that, but consider this. Entering the day, the New York Islanders only had the 10th best odds of winning the NHL draft lottery. The reason why I bring that up is the Dallas Mavericks have the 11th best odds of winning the NBA draft lottery. So if the NHL can pick the 10th team, why can't the NBA pick the 11th team so we can get Cooper Flagg?
Is that who you really want?
Yes.
Look at this. Look at the way that this team is currently constructed.
We'll trade him for Kevin Durant.
No, probably. We don't have a clue.
In Nico.
Yeah, he said. Well, I think he said Miko there. I think trust in Miko is what he really meant to say.
Okay.
Does he fit on this team? The way it's currently constructed?
Yeah, I definitely think he does because he's not like
a Najee role.
Yeah, and he'll be great on the wing. Like I think he'll be phenomenal on the wing. I think he'll be a really good defender on the wing. I think he would fit perfectly on the team. Now I understand the concern is then like who is running your offense, and I would not want that to be Cooper Flagg on a consistent basis. But as a player out on the wing, I would freaking love that. But also, I need to point out that in the history of the NBA draft lottery, the Mavericks have never moved up.
Yeah.
So
unless they traded to get Luka, because they were.
I strictly mean yes. I strictly mean from the sense of moving up, like with the ping pong balls.
How do you get the ping? Do you weight the ping pong ball, or is it frozen? How do we do this one?
So with that, all I know is the story that I remember, and the draft lottery is on Monday for the NBA. All I remember was the theory that I'd probably believe in is when they just used to pick the envelopes, that they froze the New York Knicks envelope. I don't know. I just said it differently. So they could get Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
So
freeze a ping pong ball or something.
Maybe.
How do we do this?
Isn't there a terrible John Travolta, Lisa Kudrow movie about rigging the ping pong lottery?
Or something like that?
Something
Yeah.
like that.
I never saw it, but I heard about it.
It's not good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway where we got our Nelly ticket giveaway. Also, after a grueling first-round series, just how far can these stars go? And Matt Hicks. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Yep.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have our Nelly ticket giveaway in this segment. We'll talk more about the Stars, but right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers broadcaster and the man who I like to think might still hate the 8-person bullpen. It is Matt Hicks. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Matt, he asked me yesterday if he said that. Would you remember? Do you remember that conversation? I think it was at Goodyear in Surprise one year where you were not a fan of the 8-person bullpen.
Yeah, I don't know as though I recall that, but in general, if you throw me into the old school camp, I'm definitely of that way of thinking. You know, I can remember, growing up and watching the Senators early on. Growing up in the D.C. suburbs, and then later rooting for the Orioles in the late 70s and early 80s, when you may have had a total of 15 or 16 guys pitch for you all season, and sometimes even a lower number than that. So you only had, a few guys that you knew were reliable ever coming out of the bullpen, and they would, appear in 70 or 80-some games, and somehow, crazily, their arms never got tired, or if they did, they didn't tell anybody, and they still pitched. So,
well, as soon as we wrap up this interview, I'm going to try to convince you to stay on the line and talk to Alec real quick so he can repeat to you exactly what you said back in the day, because I thought it was freaking amazing. But we don't have to bring that up right now.
That's for another day, yeah.
Now, the Rangers, with the recall of Evan Carter, obviously getting Corey Seager back, getting Wyatt Langford back, switching your hitting coach or co-hitting coach, offensive coordinator. I don't think anyone can argue that in the midst of this offensive slump, the Rangers have just sat around and waited for it to turn around.
No, and even before the moves on Sunday, I don't think, you couldn't characterize it as just sitting around hoping that magically everybody would start to hit. There's a lot of work that goes on a daily basis. And there are some guys obviously that aren't necessarily struggling, but I think you can say collectively as a team, they have definitely struggled with slug. And when that's how you were designed, it's how, Chris Young went about helping to build this team. And in the offseason, the acquisitions of Jock Peterson and Jake Berger, this was a team that wasn't necessarily going to hit for batting average. It wasn't going to be running wild on the bases. This was supposed to be a team that was going to hit 2 to 3 home runs a ball game, preferably with men on base when that happened. And we were supposed to bludgeon people on a regular basis. Yeah. And that just hasn't happened this year. So when you get into this kind of rut, everybody feels like they need to do more to help get you out of the rut. So there has been, I think, a very concentrated effort on everyone's part to do more and to be better, and it just hasn't paid off yet. Now, you have some guys that are hitting the ball well right now, and, a Josh Smith, a Jonah Heim, Wyatt Langford has kind of been a little bit up and down, and, of course, we haven't had Corey in the lineup, but those guys seem to be comfortable at the plate, but I don't know as though as a unit that you can get it all done and score 6, 7, 8 runs a ball game with only 3 or 4 guys contributing. You really need everybody to help out. And, in Leote's case, he was hitting at the bottom of the order, and we thought maybe at spring training we saw a different Leote, because remember, he hit 4 home runs during the spring. Looked like he had altered, his approach and his swing at the plate, and we're like, oh, Leote might just be turning a corner here and be a slightly different player than he's been in the past. But that really hasn't happened. And when you take a look at his numbers this year, all of his numbers are down from what his career average has been. So he just wasn't getting on base with the kind of regularity that the club needed. And so in getting Evan Carter, Evan apparently is fully healthy, not really tearing the cover off the ball down in AAA. I think he was hitting about 220, but at least he was getting on base. He had popped a few home runs, and maybe he can be an additional spark, to help get this offense going.
Now, to go along with that, you'd mentioned Josh Smith, and I want to go back to this. I know how it's logical that you put Evan Carter in center field and all of that. What do you think about, the prospects of Josh Smith in center field on a more consistent basis?
Well, I think with Josh, I mean, you're talking about what what baseball has been for the last maybe 25, 30 years, and that is he's a guy who is so versatile in the field that it doesn't really matter where he plays. You just need his bat in the lineup. And so as Evan comes up, if Evan ends up seeing a pretty good chunk of time in center field, fine. But I don't know as though Evan's going to play against lefties because right now, I mean, given these moves, the philosophy of the ball club, and you'll pardon me for saying this, but I think it's damn the torpedoes full speed ahead.
I like that.
Pun intended. Because, a few weeks ago we were talking about everybody with torpedo bats. We had a few guys trying it out, but it's not really clicked with anybody on our ball club. But you have to win. And so Evan Carter's development as an everyday player is taking a back seat now to Evan can come up and help us win right now against right-handed starting pitching, not necessarily when a lefty is on the mound for the other club. So when a lefty is on the mound for the other club, then I think you'll probably see Josh Smith in center field. But, expect to see Josh in the lineup every day regardless of where that is, because he can play so many different positions and not just be versatile but play them well, that everything right now is designed to win on a nightly basis.
Matt Hicks joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Have you gotten a chance to talk to Brett Boone yet or hear him talk?
Well, I have not gotten a chance to talk to Brett Boone. I was actually out and about in the suburbs of Boston yesterday when all of this was going on, and I have not seen him in the hotel today, although I did watch a little bit of his podcast from yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that. We did. And, the connection with Michael Young and how these conversations got started and how much he reveres Bruce Bochy. I don't know anything at all about Brett Boone's hitting philosophy and how if in discussions with Boch and with CY that, they liked what they heard and, that this is exactly what they want. Now, I don't know what that is we're getting, but one of the things that CY referenced yesterday was modern day hitting.
Yes.
So, I think that we're still going to have the philosophy of guys getting off their A swing and trying to slug even with 2 strikes in the count, probably. But how that all plays out, getting the message from a different individual remains to be seen.
Yeah, I guess that was my my other part of that question was, what was Donnie Ecker's entire approach or maybe just what it was about his voice that got a little stale or complacent with the team?
You know what? I really don't know because we don't have an opportunity to to be there when they're in the cage, down below and what's being said. But clearly it's a message of we want you to drive the ball. We want you to work on increasing your exit velocity. We want you to hit the ball hard. We don't necessarily want to shorten up and just put the ball in play. But now I think we're getting some mixed messages because that's something that Bruce Bochy has said here recently,
right? That,
we kind of want to put the ball in play a little more. So I don't know where the vector is for this. If we're going to double down on everything is hit the ball far and hit the ball hard, or if we're going to, for certain hitters, try to mix in a different approach at 2 strikes and just make contact and put the ball in play so that we force the issues on the opposing defense and perhaps we get some more guys on base, because that's the one thing right now that really is a problem is that so far this season, here we are, 35 games into the season?
Yeah.
We're 35 games into the season, and I think Wyatt Langford has had something like 11 or 12 at-bats within in scoring position, and Corey Seager's had something like 7 or 8.
Oh,
and, I mean,
man.
you can't have that.
No.
These guys have got to be coming up with men on base on a fairly regular basis. And so whatever the club needs to do to have guys at the bottom of the order work at getting on base so that the guys at the top of the order can drive them in is where we need to be headed.
Do you feel bad at all for the starting pitching staff that I don't feel like we talk about how incredible they've been anywhere near as much because we're also frustrated with the lack of production from the offense?
hey, if before the season started, after we had acquired Patrick Corbin, and I told you at this point in the season Patrick Corbin would have a 3.2 ERA as your fifth starter, you'd be like, we're going to be in first place, before Cinco de Mayo. I mean, there's no question about it. And yet we're getting this kind of production from everybody in the rotation, and we've had a good bullpen to this point. So, I think I feel sorry for these guys a little bit. Now, guys like Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi, for their careers, have been pitching great and have not gotten much in the way of run support. So I think they're probably, used to this sort of thing. But, collectively, to have a team pitch as well as the Rangers have pitched and to be a game below 500 is definitely disappointing.
What have you seen from Tyler Mahle this year that has made him so overwhelming to people? Because I know people will say, like, he's a good pitcher or he was a good pitcher. I get all that. But with the injuries, you're like 4 years removed from like really top-notch Tyler Mahle. So what is he doing this year that's got him so effective?
For me, I think, and I don't think it's just one thing, but I think the thing that stands out is his ability to locate. For example, I think he's been a pinpoint when it comes to his splitter. And when you throw that pitch, and you hear guys talk about throwing pitches that are strikes to balls, it looks to a hitter like it's going to be a strike. And for a good portion of its journey to home plate it is, and then it dips below the strike zone. So you have hitters who have to determine when they're going to swing, and that ball isn't quite halfway to home plate, and their mind tells them I'm swinging because that's a strike, and then they launch into their swing, and all of a sudden the ball is below their bat. And for him to consistently be doing that with that particular pitch and to not be leaving that pitch up, I think is one of the big reasons why he's had the success he's had. And then it's, and off of that, then it's locating all of his other pitches. He's really not leaving anything out over the middle of the plate. It's not like he's got, a dominating fastball in terms of velocity, but he's able to spot both corners. He's able to throw that fastball a little bit above the zone when he's ahead in the count, and so he gets swings and misses there. And he's really confident. And, if you get a guy that's locating like that and he has supreme confidence, pitching with conviction, then you're going to get, the kind of results that you see from Tyler. And I think the results that we've seen so far have exceeded what, certainly expectation was.
Hicksy, I got this question this morning, and I'm still trying to figure out my answer to it. But I'll ask you, what would you say would help this team the most? Adding another power bat, adding a really good bat, or a dominant closer? Like that was the conversation we had before the season. It was all bullpen, but I feel like right now a bat at some point would be the best thing.
Well, at this point in the season, I'd go with the bat.
Yeah.
Because we're in a stretch now where we're not given the back end of our bullpen an opportunity to even close games out. So a dominant closer right now is wasted on a team that's only scoring 1 or 2 runs a game.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'd say a dominant bat. But then once you get that dominant bat, or once the offense is clicking, then obviously it becomes important to get somebody that can close at the back end. But we've seen all of these guys perform well at the back end. And so we know that, Luke Jackson's had a couple of hiccups, but I think in general he's gotten the job done. And we've seen this from, the others as well. Robert Garcia, Chris Martin, Kobe Milner has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Jacob Webb in spots has looked like a dominant pitcher. So I'm not so worried about those guys right now. But I think that, if you're going to start making, some kind of headway in the division and overall in the league, you have got to start putting up 4, 5, 6 runs a ball game.
Now, Matt, we all know your bona fides when it comes to the Texas Rangers. Would you say you are well qualified to speak about minor league baseball as well?
23 and a half years in the minors? Yeah, I'd say so.
Perfect. Are you familiar with the television program Last Week Tonight with John Oliver?
One of my favorite shows, even though I have not been able to watch it, I'd say maybe in the last 2 months.
Okay.
Because I don't get a chance to watch much TV
He's
during
a busy
the baseball
man.
season.
That's totally fair. Well, I'm going to catch you up with something that happened on this last episode.
I don't know where this
and
is
I
going.
want to see if you would take advantage of this offer. So they did a kind of a subsection of the show when they talked about teams who rebranded, like the Chesapeake Oyster Catchers, which if you haven't seen that hat and that logo,
I've seen it.
Go check it out because
I've
it's
seen it.
all right. And so he talked about there's some boring teams that are just going along with the flow. And so what they offered is the opportunity to get a complete rebranding, including all the resources and stupidity of HBO. And they would come up with a new team name, mascot, personalized theme nights that match the city's history and spirit. They would give them plenty of publicity to hype up their merchandising. The only catch is that you can't ask any questions or give any notes along the way, and you have to go along with what they come up with. Now, knowing your history in minor league baseball and the publicity that would come along with this, would you make this deal?
Absolutely. No questions asked. Given the writers on that staff and the stuff that they come up with on a weekly basis, when I have an opportunity to watch the show, I'm usually in stitches. But, they're also usually tackling very serious issues in our country and are doing so with a real level of intelligence and wit and making it, palatable and humorous all at the same time. So they really do think of a lot, and they've invested money in a lot of the bits that they've done, throughout the course of the life of the show. So I would say, that's publicity. They're not charging you anything.
No,
right?
It's free, but you just
absolutely.
have to. Yes,
you would be crazy not to take up that offer.
So I actually got to go to the Blockbuster in Alaska where they shipped all the Russell Crowe memorabilia that they bought from his divorce settlement, which is amazing. But you talked about the serious nature of that show. This is a quote from the episode for John Oliver. I promise we will put just as much time, energy, and research into this as we do into exposing the dark underbelly of America's criminal justice system.
Yeah. So how can you lose? How can you, just the publicity alone? Now, I don't think, they obviously know that, you can't be, there's a line probably that you can't cross, but it's last week tonight. They're going to go right to the line, aren't they?
Yes, they are. All right. Yeah. I'm glad that you confirmed my theory about that because I'm with you. I would also just be like, yeah, why the hell not?
Yep, no question.
Thank you very much, good sir. Remember, if possible, stay on the line and get Alec to repeat to you your quote about the 8-man bullpen that I will never forget.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, by the way, guys, while we were talking here 5 minutes ago, the skies opened up and it was pouring for about 5 minutes. It's been light rain here all day, and I would forecast whether we play or not tonight at about 50-50 right now.
Oh, no. As long as that Thursday game really gets rolling early is what really
that's what we really need to happen.
Yeah, so.
All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Now, Corey, you looked up the Chesapeake Oyster Catchers.
And I sent a picture of it to my wife, who is a marketing person, and said, did they brand their team appropriately? And she said, no, what am I looking at? And I was like, all right, there you go.
Would you like to vaguely describe?
It is a baseball mitt. It is also a half oyster shell. As you would see the oysters as they are laying on the pile of ice when you're eating them. In said oyster shell does not look like the slimy thing that you usually eat out of the oyster. It looks like they left the pearl in there. And so it looks like the catcher's mitt is holding an oyster that has a pearl in it at the top of the pearl.
I cannot encourage you enough, if you don't see what's happening here,
it's
to go
hilarious.
Check out the logo for the Chesapeake Oyster Catchers. Now, without repeating anything he said, Alec, safe to assume that Matt Hicks remembers that quote about the bullpen now.
Yeah, I got a bunch of laughter, and he goes, now that you word it that way, yes, I 100% remember that.
Okay, and it is not necessarily radio friendly. Now, we're going to get back to the Stars in just a second, but I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 is going to find out where the party at because Nelly's coming to Dos Equis Pavilion on September 5th. You can buy tickets, of course, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. We'll be doing this ticket giveaway all week long. And in the meantime, Alec, can you give me that cut number 7, please?
Driving the net, Ranson, and he's got it! Score! Against his old team! Ranson for the first time in this series!
You know, that's a good description from the 817. Oh, no. That's anatomy. From the 817.
Oh, my gosh.
Did they know what that mouth do with the logo?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't even know what that is in reference to. And Corey, this is a good question.
I don't know if we can
on that logo, do you think the pearl is more sensitive than the rest of the oyster?
I don't know what you're doing right now. I don't think that.
Do you not? I think you know exactly what I'm doing.
The logo doesn't feel, is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
It's a logo.
So
not a human or an animal.
You know,
a logo.
Look it up.
Hey, Kevin, do you want some stars?
Yes.
Conversation to go along with whatever we're about to do here?
We're about to talk about the stars here.
All right.
That's why I played the stars highlight.
Do you have some new information?
Go ahead. Give it to me.
Jason Robertson close to returning. DeBoer says they will see how he's feeling tomorrow morning after pregame skate.
In terms of maybe playing in game 1?
That's where we sit there.
Whoa.
He also mentioned Colin Blackwell is likely not playing, so it seems things are leaning towards a robo return. All right. So let's go down a little bit further here.
Can I just...
And this is Bruce Levine, by the way. I'm getting this information from. Miro Heiskanen skating on a pair with Matt Dumba. All other defensive pairings are the same. But this is where it gets really interesting, Kevin. And this is skate this morning. They're just having some fun. First line, Rantanen, Hintz, Gramlin.
Okay.
Second line, Ben, Duchesne, Sagan.
Okay.
Third line, Robertson, Johnston, Marchment.
Oh, man, what a devastating third line that is.
And then the fourth line would be Dodonov, Steele, and back. But that's a little bit of a mix-up there with those three lines.
Now, it's interesting because it makes sense. If you're ever going to mix something up, now would be the time when a player's returning. But I can't get over the fact, not saying that he can't play tomorrow, I can't get over the fact that Robo might be back before Miro.
Yeah, that was something that we weren't expecting either. So we'll rest on that just a little bit more. Again, they want to see how he's feeling tomorrow. He might wake up tomorrow and say, not there yet.
Yeah.
But even with DeBoer, though, when he's been asked about this, hey, with Miro, with this, how much of it is going to be player decision? You like to ask this question a lot.
Yes.
How much of it? And he said, look, man, we have a lot of doctors that are involved in this thing too. A lot of times there's a medical purpose for that.
Sure.
Because players always want to be on the ice. They always want to be out there.
For the 817, I don't like splitting up Marchment, Sagan, and Duchesne.
Maybe this was just for practice.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just for some fun, but I'm just saying that seems fun.
Now, I'm also excited about that prospect that you just brought up about Robertson coming back potentially for game 1 tomorrow. Now, you brought up this question in our show email, and I've been really fascinated by it. Like, I know we're not necessarily on the same side of this, but would you rather be the favorite or the underdog? Because we talked about this yesterday. This, to me, is a shocking shift in the betting odds. The Jets open as a -115 and the Stars at -105. So, obviously not totally even, but a slight edge to the Jets. Very, very, very slight edge to the Jets. That has taken a huge shift with the Stars going to -170 and the Winnipeg Jets at +150. So that put the Stars from about 48% likely to win to 63% likely to win. And that's because a ton of money came in on the Stars to win this series. So I know Brian Ray yesterday, he's like, hey, betting odds, not for me.
Right.
But
he said that multiple times.
Yeah, and I don't want to dismiss that. I just am fascinated by the shifts in the line and everything like that. That is a humongous shift off of just a day and a half of betting.
I'd be fascinated by those lines too, Kevin, if I was paying attention to my underdog, my Thunderdog.
That's right. Hey, I'm just saying, I posted a lot of these plays last night. Hit another 10-1. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Count them
in that play.
That's man. I'm getting even more excited right now.
Is it because you're seeing all the feedback about that one logo?
Somebody said something. I wish I could say it, but it's.
Somebody said they ate oysters last night.
They said maybe it's because I'm a guy. Maybe they're not searching the right areas for it. Anyway.
So they can't find the logo. They think it might be made up or mythical.
Yeah.
I get what
it's
you're
pretty
saying.
real.
But yeah, I just went and read Brian Ray's quote. He's close. We'll see tomorrow morning. That's just, he's close. Ugh. Sorry, I'm getting really excited about this game tomorrow night, Kevin.
As you should.
It's the thing I'm living for right now. Not even my kids.
Whoa, my gosh. What? That is a lot.
They understand.
What is What is the excitement versus pressure? Because look, we talked about it.
To answer your question about, I like being under the radar. I don't like to be. You like to be the favorite.
I do.
You like to be the front runner and force people to chase. I love this idea that in that room they're going. Everybody out there thinks that we can't do it. But I don't know how people handle it whenever people say you can. I don't know. Some teams are bad. They're allergic to that success whenever they're at the top. We've seen the Cowboys when they're the favorite. It seems like, guys, why aren't y'all better?
Yes.
You should feel like you're better.
Agreed.
And you said the other day too, and I know we didn't get into this with Bochy, but you were like, I really want Bochy to walk into that clubhouse and remind them who they are.
Yes.
Remind those guys what they actually are. And every once in a while, when somebody tells you what you are, especially when it's your coach, you do feel like the front runner. And I do hope that they have that mentality of, we're the dogs that the Jets are trying to chase out here.
Now, this is an objectively hilarious text from the 817. I'm concerned about Hellebuck being an underdog since he knows more about goalkeeping than anyone ever. If you missed that,
oh my gosh.
Sean and RJ played it yesterday when Connor Hellebuck, I'm going to paraphrase, but it was something like, I feel like I've read or know more about goaltending than anybody. And it just was like, it was like, I'm not saying it's inaccurate. It's just the way he said it and the content of it. I was like, God, I want you to lose.
That's Connor Hellebuck.
No!
Oh, man.
All right. So you like being the underdog. I do like being the favorite, but you're looking at a Stars team that, again, we talked about this earlier. They're tied for the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. But this still feels like a Stanley Cup or bust season. And I don't mean make it to the Stanley Cup finals. I still think that will be a disappointment because you had back-to-back Western Conference finals where you lost, and if you win this series, you're going to play one of those teams again in the Western Conference finals. You go back 5 years, you were in the Stanley Cup final, and you lost. I know it's amazing how far the Stars consistently get, but that's when you raise the expectations, right? And my expectations right now, and so are the bettors, that it's Stanley Cup or bust.
Just kind of looking at this real quick, Kevin. Ben's an unrestricted free agent after this year, I believe.
I bet they bring him back, but yes.
Granlund also is. Duchesne is. Dodonov is. Blackwell is. Cody Ceci and Brendan Smith. So those are just that part of that conversation. Yeah. I don't think Nil is going to panic. He doesn't seem like the dude that panics. He seems like he's just constantly trying to add to this thing.
I agree with that.
And then I love the line of why Mikko, and he said, well, it's where we are. And then it's also Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah.
It's like hold on, like we're a really good team and we're adding something that might put us over the top. I agree with you on that front of that they are driving for that or bust, but I don't think it would be after the season if it didn't happen that they would just be like, all right, let's strip it down and go do something else.
And part of
because he's been so patient along this way.
Well, and part of the reason is you listed all the players that are going to leave. That's not really like your young core.
Not at all.
And because with Rantanen and with some of the other deals that you've made, obviously they love to give out the 8-year contract. You have secured a lot of your younger core for a long time. So I also don't think they would blow it up.
Yeah, you got Mikko, Rope, Wyatt for a very long time.
And so you're not going to blow anything up, but I think you will chalk this season down as a disappointment. And I'm not saying that to be like, oh, what a crappy season.
I agree.
I think they will mark this season as a disappointment, even if they make it to the Stanley Cup final and they lose.
Was it last year or the year before? At the end of everything, Jamie Benn was the last one The video that we watched, Jamie, and he sat there, and everybody left the locker room, and he was the only one left, and you could just see on his face how much it affected him.
Because you don't know, they're in a position to make a run, but when you're in that locker room right after it's over, you have no idea if this will ever happen again. Now, it might be because of you, it might be because of the team, it might be because of who the hell knows, but you have no idea if you're ever going to get that shot again.
Yeah, and whenever you hear DeBoer. And he's like, no, this does have a little bit of a special feeling to it. And you have Miko kind of saying the same thing. Like, these guys, you can tell this group. All the guys in that room know what they're capable of and know that when they step on the ice, they're the big dogs. They get it. So it is going to come down to whether or not they can pull that thing off. And they got to get through the Jets first. They got to get through the Jets first before we can get there.
Now, if you don't love betting odds, I'm going to throw this out there if you believe in curses. The President's Trophy curse. For the past 11 NHL season, the winner of the President's Trophy, which is the team with the most regular season points, has failed to win the Stanley Cup. In fact, none of those 11 teams have even played for the Stanley Cup final, and a huge percentage of them have been bounced by the end of the second round.
Okay.
So if you believe in hockey curses, that's rolling for us.
I'll take it.
For sure.
I'll believe in it for now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Quarterbacks that went picked very low. What was the excuse for those guys? Plus, a conversation about tunnels under the world. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low G product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I did like the announcement from DeBoer earlier that said with Robertson, we'll see tomorrow.
That does feel on brand for hockey.
Jets coach regarding Mark Scheifele and Josh Morrissey. We'll see tomorrow. Game time decision.
Tremendous.
So that is a little gamesmanship from coaches saying, I don't got to give you crap right now.
And like, even if they knew, they'd be like,
I do not have to tell you.
Can't say.
So I will just keep and what did Brian Ray say yesterday when we had him on? He was like, it's the welcome to the NHL playoffs where you can't trust anything any coach says.
Pretty much.
Nothing. Yeah, exactly. This morning, I walked in and said, Kevin, I think I'm going to use this Quinn Ewers story as a conversation piece for the C Block. And we kind of went back and forth on our discussion on it. My feeling on this, because let's see if I can find this real quick. I actually kind of get it. But Quinn Ewers' agent said, and this is the quotes that were brought in, and he said taken out of context a little bit. The day after the draft, Slavin said he reached out to half the league to find out what happened. And he said they thought he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, but too big of a name to be a clipboard holder, which I think is chicken-esque. There's only so many reps to go around for a young quarterback. You can justify it at other positions, but if you can't get a quarterback the amount of work to develop him, then you're almost wasting a pick. That was one personnel chief that said that. Now, I personally do understand that because the most popular person on a team with no quarterback is the backup quarterback. So for teams that have bad starting quarterbacks, for the Cowboys, they're not. Quinn Ewers isn't a problem. No, the Cowboys aren't making a decision to move off him.
Right.
This year, do you think there's going to be a moment where people are calling for Milton to be out on the field?
Probably.
Okay, because Dak's going to have a stinker game somewhere.
Yeah, but that just seems the nature of like a fringe part of the fan base.
Right. The rest of there are other teams that have Mario. They have bad quarterbacks, and if you have him on the team as a backup, everybody's going, what about him?
Yeah.
Throw him out there.
Yeah.
Problem is, he's not good enough for that yet. And I do agree with the idea of like, you do need to develop quarterbacks. It's just difficult in the league now. You need to stay in college to be a developed quarterback because you aren't getting reps on any NFL team right now. So I do understand that. But again, I go to the thing is, he's not good. And the agent didn't just want to say that. Now, so what was amazing, though, was during that conversation, the agent was listening because everybody Tolos, Kevin.
That's true.
Everybody Tolos. And he said, I got to call in and I have to have a conversation with these guys about it. So that's just the way we do it around here.
And look, I did not agree with most of anything he said, including part of the reason was he talked about how Quinn Ewers was the fourth most socially engaged quarterback in like...
And that's pressuring teams to put him on the field?
Like, I don't buy that at all, but I get it. Like, I know what his job is, and he might firmly believe that. I think Quinn Ewers was always going to be a day 3 pick going into the draft, and the fact that he went in the 7th instead of the 5th is probably because people saw his shaky arm strength and happy feet and questionable pocket presence.
I agree with you there, too. 1,000%. I felt like all those things would not drop him further than the 5th round. Though.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm kind of like, okay, but I do have a question about NIL. When you see the former Tennessee quarterback was trying to negotiate an extra $4 million in college.
Yeah.
And then later down the road, maybe he's not good. He's a fringy second round kind of guy. Do teams want him? Or are they like, dude, he's gonna be a problem whenever we get him in the NFL?
See, I haven't really been able to figure that out because I know there were some people at the very beginning when Quinn Ewers left Ohio State. And this was after he left his high school team, and he's like, I'm gonna go ahead and go off early, see you later. That there was questions about that, but then there's been other times when players have opted out of a season or opted out of a bowl game that it doesn't really seem like it's been that big of a deal. So I've started to kind of lean towards the camp of, that's just the like extra thing you say to prove your overall point. Like, you don't really care about that, but you're like, no, we didn't want Quinn Ewers. Oh, what are the reasons? And you're like, also this other reason.
I do wonder if that's going to affect things down the road, though, whenever guys are getting millions of dollars in college. We're already seeing it affect the players wanting to leave. And I'm interested to see how they negotiate with NFL owners down the road, too, if that changes. Now, the one thing I will say, I asked you this morning, and Alec, I don't know if I've never heard a bad thing about Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
I want to make that pretty clear.
Yeah, for sure.
If there's something out there that I don't know about, I've never heard that the dude is making remarks or that he's, been caught drinking and all these things. I just haven't heard that. It was very instantly when he was at Southlake and decided to bypass his senior year of high school. Most of the country went, you better prove it quick. Otherwise, you're getting kicked out.
And instead, he went to Ohio State. That didn't work out. And he went to Texas. And, he had a good career at Texas. But, it's not just the football draft. You can find every sport in their draft, whether you want to go back to freaking Tyler Hansborough, where you're like, this kid is amazing in college and his team wins, but we don't think it's going to translate at the next level. And I think that's plain and simple what has happened to Quinn Ewers. If you think that's the same thing that happened to Will Howard, he was a freaking MVP and they won a national championship. He got taken in the 6th round. There's just some players that they're like, you were good in college, maybe great in college, but I just don't see the traits that you'll need at the next level.
Yeah, and that's kind of...
Or Shedeur, for that matter.
Now, the other conversation, speaking of Shedeur, because he plays for Cleveland.
True.
Or he's going to be wearing Cleveland clothes this season and might eventually play for them.
Maybe.
Another quarterback that is going to be wearing Cleveland clothes and might be playing for them this season is Dylan Gabriel.
Yes.
Have we already discussed Dylan Gabriel's ability to talk to birds?
Oh, like what?
This is Dylan Gabriel talking to the birds and finding out when he would be picked in the NFL draft.
This is where all the boys would get together, at least in the neighborhood. Wanted to talk story or hang out, check out the view. That bird back there.
What are they saying?
Cleveland Browns, 94, that's what he said.
Okay.
Cleveland Browns.
With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
How did that bird know Dylan Gabriel was going to be picked 94th overall?
I need more information.
By the Browns.
When did this video? No, that doesn't help. When did this video come out? Because if it came out like a couple hours before the draft, amazing. If it came out 1 minute before he got taken, I'm like, well, Cleveland called him on the phone. Or if it came out after he got drafted. But if that came out multiple hours before he got drafted, that is unfreaking believable. And I kind of wonder if that bird told him.
From the 817, make that bird president. Yeah, no, absolutely. He knows what's going on. So,
yeah.
And Kevin, I don't know the answer to your question. We'll have to do some more research on that to find out. But I believe that his agent had a pretty good idea.
Okay.
It may have been day 2. Or maybe it was day 3. I don't know exactly. It may have been early in day 2 that he knew that. And they're like, hey, we're getting a word that you're probably going to go in this round to them. You're going to go at 94 to the Browns.
But that's a great bit then.
It is a really good bit. And I thought it was really funny.
Well, because if it's wrong, you'll just be like, yeah, you know why it's wrong? Because it's a bird.
Yes.
A bird doesn't know about the NFL draft.
Stupid bird. So the question is, now that we know that bird knows the future, what animal would you want to be able to communicate with? 877-881-1055.
All right. So it's 1,000,000,000 billion gajillion % dogs.
Okay, I get it. Dogs are great.
Yeah, for multiple reasons. Dogs are great. But sometimes you have a dog who thinks every noise, including the wind, is people that have come to kill your family. And like, I appreciate, and like our newer dog, Boba Fetch, that is, he's calm. Bella is not. She thinks we might get murdered at any second. And so I wish I could just have a conversation with her where she could also understand me and I could be like, hey, girl, you're the best. And I appreciate what you're doing. That was the wind.
Stop freaking out.
All right? If you heard like a little twinge on the door like that, no one's coming to murder us.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. But that one time that a table in our house shattered overnight, she didn't make a peep. Like, I kind of want to relitigate that as well.
Because she did it.
But also, that is a theory that we have gone with for some time. But the other thing is they seem to know. And I'm like, what is it? And I feel like the dog will be like, oh, I think Noah needs to be changed or something. And I'm like, that's the information I need to know.
Stuck in the well.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not that, but maybe.
Yeah. The from the 817 animal I wish I could communicate with is my wife. Oh my, come on.
Oh, I like this.
Now it's audio of me saying that.
Cats, because they probably have the sickest burns.
They probably do.
Man.
They hate you.
That's true.
And we'll get into some more dog talk tomorrow, as a matter of fact. From the 972, birds aren't real and Dylan Gabriel stinks. Somebody did say, how are birds that informative and yet not real at the same time?
That's the reason. Because it's a governmental robot.
I'm glad you took us to that direction, Kevin.
Just real quick, do you think a cat would say to you, like, hey, I'm surprised you're not surrounded by flies because you're a piece of ass?
Probably.
Yeah.
Cats hate us.
They really do.
Kevin, regarding the government.
Yeah. Oh, no.
A former Bush administration official has made a shocking claim.
Okay, this story I do like.
That the U.S. government is secretly preparing for a mass extinction event on Earth.
I called that one.
Catherine Austin Fitz, who was the U.S. Assistant Secretary of Housing.
Why do we have that?
And Urban Development for Housing, joined Tucker Carlson on his podcast this week, saying she found $21 trillion in unaccounted funds was diverted to covert projects between 88 and 2015. Quote, one of the things I've looked at in the process of looking at where all this money is going is the underground base, city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. That's been built. Based on a 2-year study, Fitz estimated there were approximately 170 underground facilities in the U.S. and potentially under surrounding oceans connected by a secret transportation network. When Carlson asked about their purpose, Fitz responded, a near-extinction event. My suggestion to you is watch the show Silo so that you can prepare for this event when it happens, because we'll all be living in silos and we'll be divided up into different areas together.
See, and I want to dive into the numbers of Silo, but I don't want to ruin it for anybody that hasn't seen it. But here's my question for both of y'all. Are you invested in the continuation of the human race if you know not you or anyone you know or care about gets to be involved? Because it feels like in most of these scenarios, they're like, oh yeah, we got room for 100,000 people. Well, you know what? A lot of us probably aren't going to make the cut. And so like, if none of my friends or family or anybody that I care about is going to make the cut, it's just all the rich, fancy people that are going to make the cut. I wish we could put that $21 trillion back towards the deficit so people would stop freaking talking about it. So are you invested in the survival of the human race if they have determined you are irrelevant, as is your family, for the future?
I'm probably not. Okay. You know what? I hope that, that y'all get it all figured out, but that is something that is not in my world at all.
Yeah.
Like, that's your world, and I'm done for. From the 469 guys, I'm an Army vet. This lady's not lying. As much as you don't want to believe me, this lady is not lying.
Hold on. No. Before you read anything else, let me back it up. Well, that's probably not the way I wanted to say that. Dang it. I believe this is absolutely possible.
I do too.
Because in every movie, I don't think they just pulled it out of thin air when they're like, oh yeah, there'll be a contingency plan with the tunnels and stuff. There's some version of this plan. I believe that.
Do you think that they did it with shovels, or that they have one of those worm diggers? Have you seen those things where it's like a worm and it just eats the ground and then shovels the stuff back as it goes along and crumbles it? Yeah, dude.
Awesome.
This thing's amazing. Let's just start with that's not nearly enough money for what she's claiming they built in the 254.
That is a good
point.
point.
What do you mean? I don't know that. I don't know how much money it costs. What if they got really good discounts on the structure stuff?
Okay, great. You see the construction that happens just in Texas on just Metroplex roads. They're like, I don't know, we need like $48 million to get that done. And they're like, oh, what about the entire state? Oh, $3 billion. That's for Texas. You're telling me we've created some sort of tunnel between the oceans and all this other underground stuff? That feels low.
From the 214, I'm a Marine vet. She's full of crap. Marines supersede Army. All right, now we got an argument going back and forth here.
We have just started something.
And then from the 214, I watched both seasons of Silo, but it's ridiculous because there's no way all those people don't run out of stuff for 200 years. I don't know how long they've been there because I haven't gotten that far into the show. I've seen it all.
Okay.
But I did have that question too.
See, I think if they're like, yeah, Kevin, we have created as much space underground as we have above the earth, and you can all come with. Great. I would pay for a tax increase for that.
Let's go.
I'd be all about that. But if they're like, we're going to take 100,000 people and like Taya Leone gets to go or whatever, then...
How did you pull her name out of the world?
Because that's from Deep Impact.
Oh, yeah,
They say that she gets to go.
That's right.
They take her on the news chopper so she gets to go to the base. Like, if those are the people that get to go and I'm out, pass.
Would you want to be living under the ocean or just like under the country? Like, where do you want to live, though?
I want to live under the country, and I'll tell you why. Because I realize if the ground caves in, you're screwed either way. But I have seen, like, even in the aquarium, I think it would be so cool to live in that, like, tunnel under the ocean. But then I keep thinking, like, one little crack.
Just one
Or one
time.
super pissed off, smart shark, like in Deep Blue Sea.
With Samuel L. Jackson.
You're done for, man.
We watched too many movies, but because we watched those movies, that's why we became friends with Shea Wiggum so quickly yesterday.
That's true.
He loves
and,
us.
like, if you're going to use that against me, both of those movies came out like 25 years ago. These aren't like all contemporary movies that I'm listing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, dual segment. Are you ready? What do we think about the prospects of Josh Smith as the Rangers' everyday center fielder? And is Anthony Edwards about to become the face of the NBA? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There goes Young. Here's the pitch. It's hit hard over first. That's a fair ball down the line. It kicks back toward the diamond. A long run for Mastroboni to get to the ball. Young rounds third. He scores. Josh Terran for third. The throw from Mastroboni is cut. Smith is safe at third with an RBI triple. The Rangers' first extra base hit makes it a 7-1 ball game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent bit of audio. What do you guys think about the prospects of Josh Smith as the Rangers' everyday center fielder? So they put Leote on waivers. When no one claims him, he'll have the option to keep his money and go back to the minors, and we'll see what happens there. I know they brought up Evan Carter, and I understand that, but Evan Carter, I just can't imagine for now he's going to be starting when there's a left-handed pitcher. And you've seen Josh Smith. He's played 7 different positions this year. Shortstop, third base, first base, second base, left field, center field, right field, and then been DH a whole ton as well. So he's shown off his versatility, and I'm curious about your thoughts about putting him in center field full-time, even if you think it's a short-term basis, or do you have to at least get Evan some looks against right-handed pitchers?
What are Josh Smith's splits against left-handers? Do we have a number on that?
I would have to look that up. I do not know.
I'm gonna go find a little bit on that, because if it's not like better than what Wyatt Lang or that what
it is, it's definitely better than Evan Carter.
Well, yeah, if it's similar or whatever, then you'd kind of try and figure that out. Bochy's been very adamant that he has to be careful with Josh Smith. Last year, he played more baseball than he's ever played. And at the end of the season, there was some talk that he was kind of wearing himself down a little bit. So I think that's why I think that's what Bochy's talking about. I think a lot of the players on the team kind of wore themselves down by the end of the season last year. Because again, guys like Josh Young, Josh Smith, those guys, Jonah Heim, they had not played that much in one season.
So you might not love this, but last year Evan Carter against left-handed pitching hit 111. And Josh Smith against left-handed pitching has hit 227.
And versus righties at like 338.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be significantly better for sure. But that is an interesting idea that you brought up, is the idea that like you can do that if you want, but how's it going to pay off in August and September and October?
And very good question. And how do you get him? How do you keep Josh Smith on the field?
Yeah.
How do you keep getting him at bats? Because what's his batting average right now? 311. I'm down. That's a song by 311, Kevin. You want to kind of have him out there as frequently as possible without wearing him out, giving him days off. He's basically that fill-in guy. At the moment, he can play so many different positions, so you want to try and figure out how to do that. From the 817, hell no, Wyatt Langford's your center fielder.
All right.
Go ahead.
So I think that could also possibly happen. Now, that will depend on the long-term regression or injury of Evan Carter. Because, like, in an ideal world, is it fair to say the Rangers would love to have Langford in left, Carter in center, and Ozuna in right, and like just roll with that for 6 years or whatever.
After Adolis is out
yes,
of here?
Okay, exactly. But I just don't know if that time is yet. I know Boch told us that they had talked to Wyatt and had some conversations, but I would assume that would be kind of more like play some center here, play some center there. I'm not saying he can't be the long-term center fielder. He absolutely can be. I just don't think that time is yet.
Okay, and again, Leote's been out there most of this season.
For sure.
Somebody said, what about Pilar, Evan Carter split? And Pilar right now, he's hitting 237.
Yeah.
And, he hasn't, in the last 5 games, he has like 1-2 hits.
Yeah.
Nothing special, but very serviceable outfielder, beyond serviceable defender in the outfield. So I think that's a nice thing to think of. But yes, I agree with you. Those 3, that would ultimately be the decision if they all showed up that way. And then Josh Smith is continuing to be a utility kind of guy that you can put anywhere on the field. When I asked Boch last week, is he more than a utility infielder, a utility player? And he said, yeah.
Okay, so that's tricky, right? Because Josh Smith, let's say Josh Smith was the full-time center fielder. Do you feel like he'd look at it and be like, hey, yeah, good job? But if you can put him in all these different positions, I'm sure some people will argue, he plays almost every day, but a lot of times he plays in all different places. Doesn't really seem to bother him one way or another. He feels like one of the most valuable utility players in the entire league. Whereas if you were just like, hey, we got him at center, then I wonder if you'd except we need to move him from center for this day or this day or this day.
He's still treating it like he hasn't arrived.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been given a spot. And so he knows I don't have a spot anywhere in Major League Baseball right now. So I have to go out there. Whatever they ask me to do, I got to go out there and do it as well as I can to keep being out there. He knows that's his only option of getting back out there every time is for him to continue performing. Like when you got a guy in right field and he's been a right fielder for 6 years now, his mindset is I'm the right fielder. I'm the starting right fielder. I'm the starting first baseman. That's when they start getting in their little bit of a groove and their habits. Like we always say, they're a creature of habit. But Josh Smith's current habit right now is I have no clue where I'm going to be. I just have to make sure I get fed and I get a check.
Now, from the 214, why not take Garcia's spot for now? So I'll give you what I think is factual evidence and then just my own opinion. My own opinion is that I think that with Adolis, you have to be more mentally careful with him because perhaps he is sensitive is not the right word, but he seems to ebb and flow emotionally a lot more with the highs and lows.
That's a good way to put it.
And so the other reason I think is because the Rangers cannot stop chasing 2023 Adolis. All right, so look at 2021, 22, and 23. Adolis Garcia did not put up particularly dissimilar stat lines. But for 2021 and 2022, the way they got there were entirely different. Like in 2021, you saw him at times fall off a freaking cliff. And then in 2022, you saw up, up, up. 2023 was the most complete, stay the course, statistic-wise, regular season that we've ever seen from Adolis. And when you look at that, you got 39 home runs, 107 RBIs with a 245 batting average and an OPS of 836. And that goes back to looking at his contract.
What was he chasing that year, Kevin? Wasn't he chasing a contract that year?
Yes. And so you got the 2-year extension, which he was hoping for a long-term extension.
A bigger one.
And you didn't love that.
Yeah.
And right now, he's on the board for $9 million, and next year is going to be an arbitration season. All right, fine. Let's say that you're going to give him $12 or $13 million. I'll be, I think, generous on that front. Where in the world in the free agency market could you find 39, 107 with an OPS of 836 or anywhere close to $12 million? And I think that is what the Rangers can't let go of. And I think their concern short term is if they just bench him again, are they going to get him back?
This is
mentally.
This is like having a really cheap, actually free Hotmail account. And you're like, why would I give that account up if I'm barely paying anything for it? And I got to go spend more to get that kind of. You're dead on with that. With the Rangers,
and it started to glitch, and you're like, oh man, but it used to be awesome.
Yeah, and Kevin, then that's the other part of. Well, we're gonna have to change. The whole team's not hitting.
Yeah,
so we're gonna have to change hitting coaches. Well, then what if that doesn't change things? Then you start picking one player at a time. They did it with Berger already, moving him down. He had to go kind of refresh himself and figure out what he's doing there.
And because Berger has the options, the thing with Jock Peterson, and now if you want to talk about Adolis Garcia, is there's too much money for you to move on from them. For Leote, I get it. Like, I don't think anyone's going to pick him up. But if they did, that's $3 million. That you're just like, all right, so you spent $3 million and you just want to move on from that person. And like, but with Adolis, $9 million this year. For Jock, I think it's like 17 or 18 and then 17 or $18 million next year. If you're trying to convince your ownership group that they need to spend more money, especially when you're right up against one of the aprons, it's probably not going to work if you just let those people go or sit them or whatever, because they're going to be like, hey, you got $27 million sitting on the bench. Why don't you go do something with those players?
Yeah, exactly. Very good point there. Kevin, I'm not against the idea, and even for a short period of time, everyday center fielder for maybe a month.
Okay.
If Evan Carter is performing very well, then we reset and have that conversation. I think obviously right now they're going to try and get Evan Carter in the lineup as often as they can because they believe. I mean, you heard Chris Young
against right-handed pitchers.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and do it as often as they can so that they can. And then at some point, I feel like they're probably going to say, we got to see if he can hit some lefties too and try and take advantage of that if he's very patient at the plate and having great success.
Now, I think you're going to say no to this, but...
No.
Okay, fair.
Next topic.
Oh, man.
Let's go to this topic again.
So there's an article thrown out in The Athletic by Mike Bassick's nemesis, Jim Bowden, I do believe. And he pitched the idea of trading for Luis Robert. Because one of the reasons is if you have a platoon, very rarely...
Did Nightingale bring that up yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why. But one of the things is if you have a platoon, it's probably not because you have the most badass roster ever assembled and you just can't find room for all of your awesome players, right? Like if you see a platoon of Evan Carter, Pilar, and then some Josh Smith, it's because like you don't have somebody that you can put there every single day. So Luis Robert is a complicated fella in terms of, man, how many years have we been waiting for him to be really good? Like that one time, again, back in 2023, where you're like, holy crap, dude, this guy could be awesome. And it's all based on that because otherwise you see a player who frequently gets hurt and who has struggled mightily to start this season. And it would cost you, I believe the article said like your 10th and 12th prospect in the organization, Cole Drake and somebody else. I'm just not interested in this because Luis Robert feels like the ultimate of unfulfilled baseball potential.
Right there with you, man. I agree with you on that. I think have we discussed the Carson Kelly situation?
Oh, no.
Should we have kept Carson Kelly?
Yeah. I mean, look,
he's currently hitting 361 with a 1.320 OPS.
Yeah.
What the heck did we not see? What did we do wrong here? Now, granted, he's played in 20 games, but hey, 361, 8 home runs. That would be the best hitter on the team, right? Like he would be easily the best hitter on this team right now. Sorry to distract from the Robert conversation, but this Carson Kelly story is really blowing my mind.
Although, if you look at it, catcher is not necessarily a position where you're like, man, they sure have sucked for us this year.
Right, but DH would be awesome.
Oh, my God. For sure.
So
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Go Get Rangers. Let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. And is it song time again?
No, don't do it to us.
But are you sure? Next on The Fan.
Do it to them.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee.
Okay, that's excellent. I was already about to answer that question. I've been so programmed.
I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. I was distracted after seeing that that house in, what was that, Carrollton, get struck by a lightning bolt.
Oh,
dip.
I didn't see that.
I think it was Colleyville, yeah.
Oh, man. Are you ever driving down the road and you think about your reaction time if a lightning bolt hit the street and, like, caused it to bust
My friend's
open?
car got hit while she was in the car.
Oh.
And she said there was definitely like a, and then like it was just pull over and breathe for a few minutes because that was terrifying.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
That is really scary, dude. I often think about things like that. Like today in the shower, I thought, man, I think I heard one time like the shower's the one place you can't be if your house is struck by lightning.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Don't be in the shower when it happens.
Is that because of the water? The water on your body?
Yep.
Oh.
Conducting the electricity. Yeah.
Now, somebody requested that Club Stars open up for this particular reason. Have you heard the breathtaking Winnipeg hype song for the Dallas Stars series?
Has it already made its way to G-Bag of the day?
I have I've been privy to it. I have we have not played it on our airwaves. We've been too just disgusted by the whole thing. But it's hilarious.
We have two parts for you to listen to, and what I want you to remember.
We'll have a response from Bully Melrose.
Yes.
Believe me, yeah.
We have edited this down substantially. Here's part one of the Winnipeg Kids Bop song.
Oh.
Connor Ehlers and the MVP.
All right.
Wow.
What are your,
sorry, Canada. That's
what are your initial thoughts about that?
I would hate to be a Jets fan.
The
Yeah,
country that brought us Rush.
Yeah. How did we get that?
How did we get that out of Rush?
So here's what I want you to know.
I imagine Canada is like boring and super wholesome, you know, and you know maybe that's playing right into some of my thoughts about Canada.
We edited out the first 10 seconds, which is just more of the stupid
Stanley
underlying
Cup?
melody. Yes, and then we edited out that verse they have about the players that are hurt and their head coach. They say the exact same thing again after that, and then they say it a third time at the very end.
For good measure.
But not before you get the lyrical brilliance of this part of the song.
That's Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. That's Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Connor hella pop, pop, pop. Connor hella pop, Connor hella pop.
It's even funnier when you consider Dawson's name for him.
Because there are so many fun words you could rhyme with hellebuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even if you wanted to keep it clean, you could probably figure it out.
Hellebutt.
But they're like, let's just repeat the same thing over and over and over.
Did you have the same thought being a parent of a 2-year-old son?
Yeah.
Like this reminds me of a lot of the baby songs.
If you've ever heard the Gummy Bear song, it so reminds me of this. And
from the show, from the cartoon?
No, it's like some musician from another country is like, look for the Gummy Bear album. If you've ever heard the song, it's impossible to get out of your brain. But This felt like a Kids Bop version of a real song that they wanted to put together.
But it was middle-aged people for the most part. When
really
I saw
was.
the video,
Yeah.
it's like
it looks like they snuck into the arena whenever they weren't allowed to be there.
Yes,
Yeah.
and this is really acted as a curse. I mean, I know they ended up getting by, but it took all they had, and all the names that they drop in that song are either hurt or they sucked.
Yeah.
The 940, if I was on that team, I'd vote to forfeit because what the hell am I playing for?
Sure.
Those people-
And I look, I don't know if you guys want to open up the club, if Bobby wants to do a response, but the most logical.
Bobby's going to rap over that.
Yeah, it took me 1 second to listen to that song, and I want to respond, hey guys, your song sucks. And like, that's just what I want to throw out there. And that took 1 second to figure out.
We've had their play-by-play guy on already, right?
Okay, yes.
See,
Yes, we did this morning.
I would have said, hey, we're going to play you a clip of your song. How do you feel about this?
That's what I wanted them to do.
Yeah.
You'd have to think, is there not a more musically inclined Jets fan out there that could remedy this problem for them?
Because they had talented people there. In the video, this dude backflips off of something, and I'm like, all right, so you have some talented people here.
They can't sing.
Yeah.
Or can't get it together.
I guess not.
It just smacks of like some sort of corporate promotion production that's got to be super wholesome and family friendly.
Yeah.
And it's just such a fail because something that's going to go viral and truly resonate, it's got to be from the streets.
Now, to be fair, this did go viral.
Yeah.
But probably not for the best reasons. They've already turned off comments on their YouTube.
Oh, no.
Because of this. So,
Is the rest of the league responding to their song?
yeah, I don't know what is happening, but yeah, so they had to turn off the comments on the YouTube for this because
WTF, eh?
yeah, it was it wasn't
We're the
going.
Teletubbies of sports songs.
It is.
Yeah.
Very
Leave it to us.
Teletubbies,
Yeah.
Winnipeg. Did you see they've only won 4 playoff series ever? Did you see that fact about them?
I did not. Can you say that exact sentence one more time?
They've only won 4 playoff series ever.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Pretty sad.
That-
But I did
What
ask.
were you going for there,
I
Hagee?
did.
It sounded like he said they'd only won one 4-play series ever, and I was like,
I was wondering what you're doing.
I was
there.
like,
Yeah.
what does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't
Go
understand.
on.
Yeah,
I
tell
have
me
About
more.
that Friday content
Tell
because
me
you have a rain
more.
delay, right?
I'm a hockey guy all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You will be happy to know I'm in correspondence as we speak with our very own analyst, Bully Melrose, and we might get reaction to the Winnipeg Jets Teletubby song here shortly.
And I know there's important like hockey things to talk about, but I just want every guest to have to listen to that song and be like, have you changed your prediction based on that song?
How could you not, dude? Seriously, that song has been working against them.
That is very fair. Did you hear this morning when Sean and RJ went over the Quinn Ewers agent, I'm just making things up story, and then he called in
Yes, it was incredible.
to address that it was the social media engagement of Quinn Ewers that's what he said.
Wow.
That scared teams away from drafting him. What are your thoughts about that?
He's the high profile backup.
Yeah.
And they couldn't, it wouldn't sit well with him because of it. Yeah, that is. I do think there is probably some elements to that because I think that's part of what happened with Shedeur to some extent. You know, you have this.
That's a
giant
real
name
circus,
figure.
though, it feels
yeah,
like,
and that
right?
exactly the Ewers thing is
The
being
NIL quarterback
overplayed.
might be something that people evaluate from
But
now
like,
on.
that's what Corey brought up about the Tennessee, or I guess former Tennessee turned UCLA quarterback.
These quarterbacks are quick to leave. You know, they're quick to leave and go other places, and people are probably looking at them and going, "Why these dudes? Why can't they hang in there and try and fight through some adversity and stuff like that?" I think that's going to be part of the evaluation tool going forward. That the Parcells always said to us, "I don't want the Hollywood quarterback. I just don't want the Hollywood guy, whoever that is."
Quinn's not Hollywood though, is he?
Well, I mean,
his image has been great.
Well, the guy that has the NIL money and
The
all
commercials,
that stuff. That's kind of where I think.
okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Quinn at all.
No.
I think people evaluated him as a player. I think that's the thing that was the biggest thing from him.
Because they saw a drop-off year over year. They're
Yeah.
worried about his physical ability to stay in the NFL, and he makes questionable decisions, and his arm might not be as strong as we once thought.
I'll tell you what, he made one of the prettiest throws I've ever seen a college quarterback make at Tuscaloosa to beat Alabama. I mean, he's made some really, really good throws. But there's been times where his pocket awareness and things like that has just been horrendous. And I think that's where some NFL scouts kind of ding him a little bit.
And the durability is a huge question.
Yeah, and
I'm with you on that.
I would have stayed in college for one more year.
Not any worse than Tyler Shuck and his 2 broken collarbones and femur get picked 40th overall.
That is fascinating.
Kellen Moore. If Kellen Moore gets him to play like winning football down there,
healthy winning football,
then the Cowboys effed up. They should have hired Kellen Moore. That's what I'm looking at.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Booked Corby for 320.
Okay.
Patrick Corbin. Rangers pitcher.
That's about to be a shocking pickup right there. I'm really interested in that segment at 320.
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow, 12 o'clock, Paige Beckers. 12:30, Bruce Bochy. Got to tune in, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have 3 hours of sports gold here coming up before we get to the Rangers pregame show. So we got to cram 5 hours of content into 3 hours. Are we up for it? Yes, I believe so.
My body's ready.
Yeah, there's Eric Chiafalo. I'm Gavin Dawson.
Sorry.
Broadus is in the house. Former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Lucius Alexander's
Long
in the
time
Pin Cup
ago.
Master Control. Send Wolchuk some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. And Melrose's take on the Winnipeg Jets song is it's being requested across the G-Bag Nation.
If you're like a Winnipeg Jet employee, are you kind of like,
guys,
what are we doing?
Yes, everybody has to be
hockey-
disgusted. The problem is this was released right before the postseason for them.
Yeah.
So they've had now weeks
So they're playing this in the arena then?
remedy this problem. I don't know.
Like
I
between
don't know.
periods, you're going to get your Labatt's and you're like, you have to listen to that song?
I'm sure they're going to.
The music video was filmed in the arena, so clearly
it's a big production. Yeah, you can hear that they had music professionals working on this. It's a high budget type of deal.
No,
yeah.
no. You can tell that?
Oh yeah.
Just by that?
By listening to it, yeah.
It sounds like they're repeating the same.
Well, look, it
lyrics
involves
over and
no creativity, but the technicians, the engineers, the musicians that they employed to execute the song, professionals. You know, so yes, they're going to roll this thing out. They're going to embarrass themselves. They've never been on the big stage. As I told you in Crosstalk, they've only won 4 series
you're right
in their
about that.
franchise's history. Seems like they've been around for a half century. You know, they're like all of the worst
Like Original
American
Six.
sports teams combined.
Yeah.
When it comes to ineptitude.
Well, it's tough when you have a fan base like this. They thought this was a good idea. This just shows how much of a lack of playoff experience they actually have.
Like you're waving the white towel, like you're getting into it.
Now, their home environment is pretty impressive.
Oh no, it is
on
but
a game night.
But they
that
put
place
that
is scary.
song. They put that song over the speakers, and you're like,
kills it.
We're supposed to be a hockey team here. We're supposed to be tough. And
A player, I would imagine, would step up and say, "Hey, we're not playing this in the arena." Like,
I would
you know what I
imagine,
mean?
probably. You know, I just don't know if they're aware enough.
Okay,
Like,
you know?
you want me to play the worst game I've ever played? Then play the song.
They're basically like the homeschooled kid of the league. You know, they're out there in remote Canada.
you know what? I can't. The homeschool used to just pummel Bennett.
Now-
Any sporting event that Bennett played against the homeschool
Sometimes
team,
they can be great at sports.
They are really great. I don't think Bennett ever.
But they're a
beat
little bit
homeschool team.
socially unaware
Okay,
from time
I'm
to
with
time.
you.
And that's obvious because they have opened up the door to AAC disaster because we've got our hands on this thing now.
Yeah.
Watch Hellebuck start getting the spin cycle, and all of a sudden Shippy's dropping Hellebuck, Hellebuck, and the whole crowd is chanting. Now maybe we've Hellebutted it, maybe we've remixed it by then,
like that.
Dawson, and
I
we
like
go
that.
with the Hellebutt take there.
Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
that is something that is going to ring in the nightmares of Mr. Hellebuck for the rest of time.
It is so bad. We should do some sort of a reply to it and making fun of it.
Okay.
That has to be
it's big.
game 3 when we start peppering old Hellebuck. That's going to start ringing.
Sounds like a great project for Bobby Belt and
Yes.
Peyton Russell.
Yeah.
With all their musical talents.
Let me ask you this though, guys. If you're you're in the room there. You're one of the players. Do you go up to the captain and say, "Bro, you got to say something to management. We can't be doing this."
Yeah, how'd this
I
song
mean,
get out?
does the captain have a responsibility to go to the front office and
Every
say,
player in that locker room has a responsibility.
All I would say is sometimes things can get silly, you know?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't say anything we've done is silly. You
Yeah.
know, we have been putting up claw and antlers and doing all sorts of
What did you think
of
about the Creed
songs.
stuff?
The Creed stuff?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes something goes viral just because it's silly and we're having fun because we haven't won in a long time. We
Right.
finally got the best team in the league.
Yeah, but the Creed stuff, and I'm not a Creed fan, but that was better than that song I just heard.
Well, yeah, I think it was organic.
Yeah.
You know, and it was kind of, it's ironically funny, you know, in a way. But yeah, what they've done up there, I would be really embarrassed. I'd be trying to pull the plug on it if I was involved in any way. I think there's still time to be like, we were just trolling.
That was round one.
Yeah.
Against the Blues.
The real hype song is coming.
Get ready, Pantera, AC/DC, about to happen.
At least for the Creed, the Creed thing started in the Ranger clubhouse. You know, that was something that was birthed from within and came out to the rest of us, and we supported it.
Yeah.
This is something that feels like it's coming from the fan base and now trying to infiltrate a team that's trying to go on a special run here, and the fan base is from the looks of it, actively playing defense against that.
I mean, you got a couple of things. Once it gets too big and you got too many voices in the room, you're going to have a marketing department that wants to be super fan friendly, right? We want the little kids singing this so that we can have generations of Winnipeg Jets fans. And then you got lawyers, don't want to do anything edgy, don't want to do anything potentially offensive, fun. Definitely don't want to talk trash,
right?
Because that might agitate the other team. And that all, can come together for a hodgepodge of disaster. That's what the Winnipeg Jets have done here with this latest sports song.
Hey, Stars Talk real quick? Are you about to do some more Stars Talk? Can I throw something at you real quick? With the series starting there at Winnipeg and Dallas's ability that they have where they lose the first game.
Yeah, series starts game 2.
Are you worried about that? Like it being?
I'm worried about that.
Usually,
what have they lost? Eight game ones in a row, something like that.
I think
crazy.
It's at least 7.
But but it's usually like they get to. I don't know how it's been here lately. I should have checked this before I asked this question. But they seem to lose these game ones, and does it affect them? Like now you're kind of throwing away a game where maybe you have to win all your games at home.
Yeah, that's the bed that you make for yourself in that situation, and that's something
is there some hockey worry there when that?
I still think you win game 2. I don't get worried as the road team until you lose both of them. But one thing about some of the players that we have, whether it's the Rangers or the Mavs before they traded Luka, or here with the Stars team, but they've proven they're the best when all the chips are down.
Sure, no, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I just wondered something. I was thinking with Dallas's, they always seem to lose game 1 and not having home ice. To make up for it, say in like a game 7 setting.
Yeah.
Is that something that's going to ultimately bite them in the rear?
Yeah, it makes the question even bigger for it.
Then you have to find a way to steal a game there for sure, but does it make you have to win all your games at home?
I think so. It definitely puts that pressure on it.
You want to win your games at home anyway.
I think hockey in general, for whatever reason, some of these teams can be more resilient on the road. And hey, in the case of the Rangers, they just went out and won all of them on the road.
They sure did.
But as you mentioned, game 1 Stars Jets tomorrow. Ralph Stranges is going to join us here tomorrow.
Ralphie.
The show.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for that.
What happened?
I just saw that Leody Taveras has been claimed by the Seattle Mariners.
Nice.
Of Seattle.
Very good. I'm glad he's going to get that opportunity.
Of Seattle?
That's right.
Yeah, which means
not the Kraken.
So they assume the remainder of the contract, $3.25 million.
See you later. Thank you so much, Leody Taveras, for being amazing in the World Series. Made some great catches, had some big hits. And it's unfortunate that it's not going to work out because we could really use something at center field. Yeah. I think it's very telling that the Rangers decided to move on from a guy that's not a massive hit. But so him getting picked up takes $4 million off your payroll. And remember, the Rangers are like razor thin, trying to stay clear of that luxury tax line. So this moves them down farther, gives them a little bit of wiggle room. Maybe, they could get a bat. It's obviously going to have to be a young bat under team control still, because I don't think they're going to afford any sort of veteran guy. But that is, it's good to know. And we do have Rangers baseball coming up at 5 o'clock. They are in Boston. We are monitoring the weather. But yeah, big show coming up. Patrick Corbin's going to join us at 3:20. Apparently he's a big baseball card guy.
Really?
Yeah. So he's probably running into Bassick and, talking baseball cards, Right. But yeah, I loved baseball cards as a kid. 8th grade, I made one of the worst decisions of my life. Well, maybe not one of the worst decisions, but one of the most foolish. I left my baseball cards in my locker and went to class.
And somebody was watchdogging you?
Yeah. You could do this trick where you could hold up on it and dial back to the number, and sometimes it would lift up.
Ooh.
So, dude probably, saw that I had them and went by my locker, maybe got a bathroom break or something in between classes or something like that, and bingo, bango, bongo, which is unfortunate. Of course, back then you did not have cameras in the hallways.
Were you being flashy with it? Were you being loud and proud with it?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, now it's stuff from the 80s, which we later found out was over-mass produced, but like all the rookie cards from like the Roger Clemens and the Tony Gwynns and everything through the 80s. There.
When did you find out that you lost them? Like there was nothing that they could like, okay.
Around 4th period.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, then like 48 hours later.
So we can't like shut down the school and try and like search backpacks or something like that?
No, I don't think they would have wanted to do that. Maybe they could have in the 80s. I don't know. That's, kind of a privacy invasion. But I mean, the good news
somebody
is
stole your cards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not privacy. We're trying to.
that is theft. And it was definitely jarring, but I think the lesson was learned for me. You can't just leave stuff laying around and assume nobody's going to steal it. And the good news was over time, none of those were that valuable, and it allowed me to refocus my resources as I tried to reassemble the collection. I got better stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that ended up being a win.
Yeah, overall it was a win, and a lot of those cards we had opened as little kids and they were damaged. I mean, it's like, sweet, you got a Wade Boggs rookie card, but there's a giant crease through the middle of it because you put it in your spokes when you were 7 years old or something like that.
So you had a card that's worth about $50,000 right now that was running through your spokes.
Probably.
Water just splashing up on it and all that. Yeah, okay.
I mean, there were some cool cards. I think Joe Montana, Jerry Rice type of stuff.
I had cards from the 70s, and I didn't know what to do. I just got rid of them. You move and you're like, what are they're old baseball cards. I guarantee you there were probably some that were worth something in that thing.
Yeah.
I saved all my old programs, though. I got all those Super Bowl programs. I have a Super Bowl program from Super Bowl 3. So
that's neat.
I have every Super Bowl program as a collection. So that's kind of my thing I would never part ways with.
What I kept were we were collecting baseball cards, and then at some point basketball cards become a thing in the late 80s, early 90s, and they released the Beckett basketball editions. So the first, second, and third Beckett's were my 7th or 8th grade years, and I'm always at the card shop. So it's beautiful. It's got one of them's got Jordan on it, one of them's got David Robinson on it, and
that's fun.
That's
cool.
Got
them in the binder.
We didn't have card shops, man. We didn't have any place to take cards and
wheel and deal.
There was no economy.
It was just you got the packs of cards. Yeah, you rode the bike up to the 7-Eleven, the 25 cents. You got them. You usually got 4 or 5 players. You got a Mike Cubbage was a guy you always got.
Yeah.
God damn, another Mike Cubbage. I didn't say damn, but I'm Mike Cubbage again. Oh,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was we didn't have a place to take them and say, we didn't know anything about collecting. We collected them, but we didn't have anybody to tell you
there was no
hey,
market.
Man, hang on to these. They're going to be worth some money one day.
Well, at some point in the 80s, they realized some people have been hanging on to these cards for decades, and these ones are worth a lot.
Maybe I'm missing
But then
out on that.
they mass produced, so everybody's out there chasing the next big card, buying up all these cards, but there was really no scarcity at all on them.
Yeah.
So we ended up holding a bunch of junk, and now they got to specially engineer rarity. Oh, this one's got a piece of his jersey, or this one's gold plated, or whatever. Okay, Game 1, Stars and Jets tomorrow. How can you pick against the Stars after seeing what they just did to the Avs? I mean, do they need Miro? Apparently not. Will he actually play? I don't know. We did some old school investigation into this, and he did have surgery, and he's wearing a brace that people recovering from an ACL wear. So was that an ACL surgery? If that was, I doubt he's coming back 4 months later.
No.
So fingers crossed. It could be a variety of other injuries, but would that impact you if I told you Miro's not going to play in this series?
I think there would if in fact that Hellebuck was playing well. Had played well in the say the Blues series, and they swept the Blues, I would be like, oh, this is going to be tough. You're going to need. But the fact that he's not playing very well right now, they haven't been playing particularly well on the road. Dallas does have the ability to go on the road. I know the Colorado scene. I said it before the series was going to be tough, and Dallas found a way to get it done. Good for them. They played well really all year on the road. So yeah, you got to give the Stars an absolute chance in this one. Just because I think right now you have the better goalie going into the series. I think you have the better goalie. You have the more confident goalie. The goals that Otter's given up have seemed to be skate goals into a jersey goal, bad tip, goal. I mean, it's hockey
or great shots that you can't do anything about. Yeah.
But he hasn't given up the soft,
no cheapies.
bad.
Yeah, he doesn't have many keeping him up at night after that series. Hellebuck's got a ton.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think Dallas has the better netminder in this one.
So the Justin Tucker thing with the Ravens carefully calling this a football decision, I thought it was weird. I thought they were avoiding it. But is this just them making clear that they don't want to put on that commissioner's exempt list, so there's no way he can get money? It's just a pure football decision?
Man, I need to ask somebody about that, because to me, if that's the case, then he would get paid. Maybe he was not kicking very well for them. And so there was some thought that they were maybe looking at a guy anyway, but then all this news came out about this. I just don't think they want to deal with it.
How about the Nuggets last night, though? I predicted they would lose this series in 5. I thought OKC would be way too much for them on defense, and they were in the first half. Denver had 50 points, but they scored 71 in the second half. Aaron Gordon with a 3 a week after his game-winning dunk, 121-119. Denver strikes first. And you have to wonder there. I know OKC fortified their front court a little bit. Chet Holmgren is healthy. But Denver had 50 wins in the regular season. The Thunder had 68. It's now 1-0. I still think the Thunder are going to win this series. But are they perhaps a little bit vulnerable? It's still a one-man superstar show. If you can contain Shea or make him work for his shots, I think you got a chance. New York stunned Boston in overtime, 108-105. Jalen Brunson continuing to ball out. It's just unbelievable how good he is with that size and athleticism. He's killing it. Yeah. Okay, we got
the NBA playoffs have been awesome.
It has, man. It's been great. Top 10 coming up next. What's the subject matter?
The most toxic fan base in all of college football next year in the nation. But first, we get you to Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's Greystone.
That is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
one of the first 15,000 fans when the Rangers host the Rockies on the 12th. Grab your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Train Heating and Cooling.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent Train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. We're going to do the Rangers Players Show right here with you. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, the Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, joining us now, pitcher who fell out of baseball heaven into the Rangers' laps on March 18th, Brian. I know you remember that day.
I was so grateful.
Had an injury there with our pitching staff, so we go to the 12-year veteran. Has a 3.28 ERA across 5 starts for the Rangers this year. Went 5 2/3, gave up just 1 run against the M's over the weekend. 2-time All-Star Patrick Corbin joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We are doing great. Excited to hopefully get this game in. How's the weather there in Boston?
Yeah, off day yesterday. It was raining. It's still raining a little bit, but that's the weather this time of year here. But I think if it doesn't come down too bad here soon, maybe we'll get it in. So we're trying.
Yeah, we're checking the hourly here. It looks like it could clear up pretty good around game time. So, Patrick, we've only had you here for 6 weeks or so. Thanks for the amazing work you've done for the baseball team already. But what allowed you to just jump in here and be successful so quickly for them?
Yeah, I was really excited when I did sign here. Just looking at the roster on paper, it seems like one of the best teams in the league, and getting to know the guys and the organization, the people that are here is really exciting, and it's a fun group to be around. It's a winning attitude here, just a bunch of good people, and that's what makes it fun to come to the field every day, go out there, compete, and get things going.
Hey, Patrick, in baseball, when they say a guy is an innings eater, that's a compliment, right? In a good way, something you should be proud of?
Yeah, I always, every fifth day, just want to be available.
Sure.
And you just try to find the routine to stay on the field. And there's a lot of ups, a lot of downs in this game, and you try to still go out there, do your job. So whether you give up an extra run or two to get that extra inning or two to save those bullpen guys, is our job. So every fifth day, I'd like to go out there, get close, over 100 pitches, get as many innings as I can, and be reliable. And that's just something I've taken pride on in my career.
Have some over the years of some of the bullpen guys bought you some steak dinners and stuff like that for saving them on a night or two?
I don't know. Maybe I'll buy him some dinner. I like doing that. So outside of the field, going to dinner, I'll take ownership in that. Trying to find a restaurant, taking these guys out. But no, those guys are working hard there, and they're a couple, 2-3 times a day. I'm only one every fifth day, so maybe a little bit harder on those guys.
So are we a foodie then? Are we a guy that when we're in a town, we're gonna look up the special place to maybe go and try?
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
Good for you.
I've done that in the past and stuff, but yeah, just try to find the best place or somewhere unique. And we play in a bunch of great cities, so that's just kind of what we do.
Okay, we got to ask you then. What's your favorite restaurant in the big leagues?
All the steakhouses are pretty good. I think I kind of base those off of kind of the sides and stuff, but I'm going to go with something different in Arizona, Cafe Monarch. I played in Arizona for a while, but really high quality food there, and kind of fancy place, but the food's good. I promise this will be the last food question, Patrick. But
no, don't you dare promise that.
But can you take a wine list and order for the table?
I enjoy some wine and some bourbon, so
okay, either one. You're good with me.
There's a handful that I like to stay with, but there's a couple other guys that maybe are a little more experienced in that part. But there's a couple that I usually stick to.
Good for you.
Well, Patrick, obviously you're a sides guy, so let's go ahead and paint that picture. What's the ideal? Let's say you get two sides. You get your two sides to your steak. What are they?
I mean, some type of French fry, I think, is a go-to. Everybody likes that. And then, I don't know, I've been on a Brussels sprout kick, so if they have good ones, they can be good. But also, I don't know, usually the place we go to, they do a good job with those.
Is that, do you do them with, again, I'm asking, here's another question, but you like them with the bacon and the chard? That kind of way?
Oh, yeah. When they're crispy, it makes everything better.
There you go.
It's Patrick Corbin here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so you like to go out to eat. Do you do anything interesting or extreme to keep your body ready with the fitness and everything?
I mean, you just, during the season, you find a routine that works. You don't want to overdo it. You just want to make sure your body's ready to go every fifth day. And we lift, we run, we do things like that. But you find a routine that works. You don't need to overdo it. You try to make sure your body's at the best. And that's the luxury of a starter. You know when you're going to pitch, so you have those opportunities to find out what works. So mixing in massages or things like that definitely help recovery. And then if you're going to have some wine one night, maybe you're not pitching the next day, so you're able to do that as well.
I love the story where you told the Rangers, I've done my own spring training, guys. I'll be good to go. Do you think you could stay home from all future spring trainings and just be ready? You got that routine down that well?
I mean, it was great to be with the family. Being in West Palm, I think, helped with the facilities that were available. But I think ideally, I mean, we thought be signed somewhere before that. But, I mean, everything happens for a reason. We signed and then had a baby 2 days later and then went back out to Texas. So that week was definitely a crazy weekend for my family. But we're excited. They're all out in Texas now, so getting settled in. So it's been a lot, but we've enjoyed it.
Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you.
Hey, Patrick, what's it like pitching with a mean spider bite on your foot?
Yeah, I mean, the team won't let that go. But we had an off day. The family just got there in Texas and was unpacking all day, moving around fine, and then was outside with the kids and started cooking dinner. And all of a sudden, my foot was killing me and couldn't put too much pressure on it and had no idea what it was, and iced it, kind of kept it elevated, got to the field the next day, and that's kind of what they told me. So I didn't really feel anything. I was just like, it hurts, and kind of the worst spot for swelling. It's tough to get out of there, but just kind of glad that's over with, and hopefully nothing else bites me the rest of the year.
Your teammates calling you Peter Parker? What are they calling you, Spider-Man now?
Yeah, Slider Man now. So.
Slider Man, that's awesome.
Yeah. Your slider's pretty dang
I need something to
mean.
happen to one of these other guys so they can move on from it.
Do we have any pranks going with little plastic spiders and shoes or anything?
Just the web sign, you know. And my son's obsessed with Spider-Man now, too, so it's just a lot of Spider-Man.
Do we know what got you? Was it a recluse or a widow? Or
I don't know my spiders very well, but all I know is my foot hurt and probably took 10 days to get out of there to where it was moving around again. But just kind of glad that's over with and hopefully can move on.
It's Patrick Corbin here with you. So what is this year 13? What adjustments have you made throughout your career to adjust as hitters have become more aggressive and the game's evolved?
Yeah, I mean, you always just try to find ways to get better. I mean, they're trying to, they scout you. There's a bunch of information on me, a bunch of videos, so you just try to find different ways to get outs. And I think we kind of are leaning on the cutter a little bit more versus some of these right-handed hitters. I feel lefties, just being left-handed, throwing the slider, things are moving away from them, just trying to find a different way to get righties out. So that's kind of just been one of the biggest things the last couple of years, but just excited to kind of get a new start going here with a different organization and looking forward to continue to go out there and get things going.
When your slider's working, I imagine you can build a lot of things off that. What happens when the slider isn't working?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been able to throw pitches to my glove side, so the cutter seems natural to me, the slider, the fastball into righties. So that's always been usually there for me. It's the changeup sometimes that maybe some games it works, some days it doesn't. But I think being able to have that cutter, have that two-seam into righties, just opens a lot of things up for me on the outside corner. So But each game, each at bat, things change. Lineups are different, and it just kind of depends what's going on that day. And I think just being around the catchers too, that we have some veteran guys to where we can pick up swings and talk in between innings and kind of just find a game plan that works.
Patrick, when we were out spring training, I became obsessed with watching the life of a baseball, like how long it would last in a game. And I was ever wondering with a pitcher, is there ever a time the umpire throws you a ball and it just feels so good in your hands and you pitch it and then it goes away and the next ball is not as good? Does that ever cross your mind when you're out there?
Yeah, I don't know. They can't figure out how to get the baseball the same every time, and
right.
Sometimes it's slick, sometimes it's muddied up, but I don't know. Some guys are definitely very picky with it, but there's definitely times where you touch the ball, it just doesn't feel right, and maybe it feels good to somebody else, or one of the fielders, or you throw it inside a hitter and a bunch of pine tar comes back. So
sure.
I personally like to throw those ones away, but some guys I'm sure use those for sure.
Yeah, I just wonder because I always count like, oh, that ball only lasted 7 pitches, or that one only lasted 2 pitches. I was just wondering if a pitcher goes, oh, damn, I lost my good ball there, kind of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the seams are higher on some of the balls, so people like that, but kind of just all preference.
Were you always a baseball guy growing up, or because I've heard you're quite the athlete?
I mean, I grew up in Syracuse, New York, so basketball was big. When I was younger, I really enjoyed that, and played football as well. So I always knew I had a pretty decent arm, and never thought I'd be pitching this long in the big leagues. But I've enjoyed every second of it. It's been great, and I'm just trying to play long enough so my kids can remember.
Am I getting ball sacked when I read that you set a school record with 8 3-pointers in a game?
Yeah, that was in high school. So yeah, I love basketball. I wish I could still play and keep it going, but it's kind of frowned upon here once you're in the big leagues. So.
I bet you can still dunk though, Patrick.
Yeah, no, I still got all that. I'm still moving around. So probably a lot of the guys I played with in high school, if they're not playing sports still, I don't know, they're probably on the couch or whatever. A bunch of my friends, so I think I could beat them still.
Some summer camps with Jim Boeheim and that crew. Did you do some of those?
I got to meet him when we won the World Series in 19, and got to talk to the team and go out on the court there. That's and cool. Shoot around and stuff. So yeah, that was great. Definitely miss having him coach that team, and pretty much that's a lot of people in Syracuse. That's what they look forward to is Syracuse basketball.
So were you a quarterback?
Yes, in high school, but I stopped playing in 11th grade and then played basketball in 11th grade, and the guys on the team were, hey, why don't you try out for baseball? So tried out for baseball, just pitched in high school in 11th and 12th grade, and kind of that was it.
So you didn't play Little League or anything?
I played Little League. I was left-handed catcher, left-handed shortstop, things like that. So, but my
That's
first
an athlete,
first season in high school was 11th grade there. So
senior year, he goes 8-0, 1.53 ERA, throwing 80+. That's awesome, dude. So that changed your plans for after graduation pretty quick, huh?
Yeah, I didn't really. I don't know. I just enjoyed my first year at college. I played basketball and baseball up in Mohawk Valley in Utica, New York, and didn't know how long I'd play. I just really enjoyed doing both of those things. So, and then that summer I was on a travel team, and that's kind of where baseball took off.
I don't know if you're a Knicks fan or not, but you're obviously in Boston right now. Did you get soaked up into the Knicks victory last night?
Yeah, I was surprised they came back down by 20 there, but yeah, I mean, it was a good finish there.
Patrick, we understand you're quite a card collector. Is this true? You like the sports cards?
I started last year. I don't know how big I am into it, but it seems like more and more guys are doing it. But I like some of the football cards, and a couple of guys in the clubhouse who were opening some packs last year, and just kind of got into it a little bit. So
I would love to just know the one teammate that you feel like has been the loudest and most obnoxious when it comes to the slider man stuff.
DeGrom's always saying it to me every day, but he kind of keeps to himself. He's more quiet, but for some reason he loves that. So,
what about if next strikeout you do like a Peter Parker, like you throw the web with your 2 fingers?
Yeah, I don't do too much
Subtly.
out there, but I don't know. They've been doing it to me. So if you see the dugout during the games, they might be doing it. So.
I love it. The fun's happening. Thanks for letting us in, and thanks again for joining us here. And best of luck to you, man. Welcome to Texas.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Cheers. There he goes, Patrick Corbin here with you in the G-Bag Nation. His next start's coming up this weekend in Detroit against the Tigers. Put in some great work this past weekend against the Mariners once again. And that was fun. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
The newest sport that's taking the internet by storm next in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Brett Severin joins us.
Gates has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Simeon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A way to explain it other than just being part of the family, being there all the time for us and just all the different shows, just all comes together all at the end of the day.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Thanks again to Patrick Corbin for joining us here on The Fan. Okay, it's time now for Sports Hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
I have slid into each of your DMs on the Twitter. I would like for you to see the newest sport that is taking the internet by storm. We've seen this happen a little bit. Pickleball has been one of those that has taken over the world. The slap fighting stuff. This is sort of the football equivalent to slap fighting. It's called Run It Straight. And this is a padless Oklahoma drill where you have a painted line that is straight from the runner to the tackler. They're like 10, 15 yards apart, and they just sprint at each other. And the videos that I've seen are some of the most violent.
I've seen
That's what the Islanders do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their bag right there, bro.
So this is commonplace in some portions of the world.
Brutal videos, too.
Yeah.
Two men just coming together.
I thought I saw a guy literally die in one of these videos.
Crazy stuff.
This is how the true alpha is determined.
This is like, it seems like a rugby. These rugby guys are sort of built for this.
Seems like a Wooly Bully Jane Slater type of thing, actually.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And
just give it a beach and a volleyball net.
Walchuk was seeing stars after that.
Yeah.
But this right here, Run It Straight. Oh my gosh, I don't understand. And it's like regulated. This is like a sport. This isn't just like dudes in the backyard. This is, they have
the one I saw, the guy going from right to left got hit so hard he wasn't moving.
I know. I think that's the one where I'm like, did this, because the video ends up ending, and I'm like, did his life also?
Yeah.
It was like, was that the it?
The guy going left to right hit him so hard, and when he fell, he just wasn't even moving.
These are brutal, man.
My right front tooth is knocked back about 10 degrees compared to the left one, and it's still like loose. I'm surprised it didn't die
from a collision like this.
Because when I was 17 years old, we were playing tackle football with no pads.
Yeah.
And it's just like your nose can break, your teeth can get knocked out, you can get a concussion, you can get broken ribs, you could have a lung collapse. Like, what are we doing, guys?
Dinner.
These are like grown. I mean, now these mostly look like college age.
As a kid, you don't think about that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I remember getting tackled in the street, like got knocked out of bounds and like shoulder into the pavement. You know,
you got road rash, you're popped up.
Popped up.
Second down.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's insane. I don't understand these people. I mean, I have a buddy that plays just for the fun of it. Like, he plays rugby. He's in like one of these rec league, like beer league rugby, and I mean, it is insane.
Hits,
I don't understand why he's 31 years old making that life decision.
I mean, at least with rugby, there's going to be a lot of arm tackles. There's going to be a lot of me pitching the ball before you get to me. Like, we're trying to avoid the head-on collision. This is just lining up. This is just like the worst moment of a rugby game again and again and again.
Do you like the idea of this being the slap boxing of football, where it's just
I love it. I want to watch. These people are maniacs. Though.
They are total maniacs. These are the type of dudes that everything goes back to the gorilla these days. I mean, these are the type of like brains that you need in terms of the 100 psychopaths.
Nobody should be able to do this sober, right? This is a 12 beer minimum for me in my lifetime.
Yes, and nobody should be doing this over the age of probably 18. Like, I can't imagine an adult making this decision, and it's happening right now all over our country. Run it straight is the most insane sport I've ever seen.
Any older, you'd risk permanent injuries from some of these.
Did you guys see? We didn't mention this yesterday, but Mike Tirico had to punt on the Kentucky Derby broadcast.
He got sick. Right?
He got sick.
Yeah.
And apparently he said he ate something that had a nut in it, and he's got a nut allergy. Mm-hmm. So his throat and his nose and all that stuff clogged up on him. His breathing was affected in a huge way. He says he feels fine now. He was on the Today Show this morning. But apparently it was, I mean, how at this point are you just unaware? I don't think he was surprised that he had a nut allergy.
Well, that's
right?
No,
you don't develop that
he
super
knew that.
late.
He knew
got
that.
a hot meal.
He knew that. Yeah, somebody offered some food there at Churchill Downs, and he just couldn't turn it away, and he did. It's like me tricking Dawson, with cream cheese. I'll make something with cream cheese. I know Dawson hates it, but I'll put it in there, and he didn't, and I don't say anything, and he's fine.
Yeah, that's true. But he's also not going to clog up his throat.
No,
like if you have an allergy that's that bad, don't you ask anytime
when I do a crawfish boil, I usually ask people if they have if they're allergic to anything, like any of the seasonings or things like that, because I'll tell people all I put in it. But like, there's things like I've done it with like Dawson before. He's never said anything. So.
Can't believe you're putting cream cheese in your crawfish, though. That's
there's
pretty proprietary.
No, there's some things that I put in, like some of these Italian dishes and stuff like that you just kind of like, oh, okay, we're good.
Hey,
it's onions. I'll put onions and stuff. He didn't say anything about the onions.
I have a little nugget.
Even though I know he hates onions.
Little football nugget here in the hodgepodge.
Now he's not going to eat anything.
At least he's not allergic to any of these things.
No, I know that. If he was like allergic to onions, I wouldn't put it in there. Like we did one time. Like, here is the story of Dawson. Here we do po' boys, shrimp po' boys.
Absolutely.
Dawson hates it dressed, but the best way to eat it is dressed with all the lettuce and tomato and all that, and the mayonnaise and all that stuff. That's part of it. So I just get him a shrimp basket.
There you go.
So he didn't have to get all
you
that.
Go to pivot.
It's wisdom.
Pivot, yeah.
Jalen Milroe, Seahawks rookie quarterback. He's going the Jaden Daniels route. We might have Jaden Daniels 2.0.
VR?
What?
He's going VR.
Oh, man.
This could happen for him. Jalen Milroe.
Okay, I don't know if this is fixable, though.
Okay, now here's the deal. That's obviously not going to fix his accuracy. There's other components to his game that has to be refined.
A lot of it, yeah.
But I every single quarterback, like, we shouldn't just be talking about Jalen Milroe with this thing. Every one of these quarterbacks should be doing the Jaden Daniels virtual reality.
The Cowboys had a $250,000.
No, but that was like a decade ago.
I'm just telling you, though, they tried to get Dak to do it, and I think they should a couple of
have
times.
better headsets now, though.
Well, okay, yeah,
that early Oculus stuff, that kind of gave me a headache too. If I was Dak, I'd be like, what am I even doing here?
Every day at practice, they were behind filming every play. The little thing, and so yeah, they had the opportunity. I think he went in there one time.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Made me feel like I was getting fisheye or something.
Yeah, I can imagine whatever it was they were using a decade ago has nothing on the new age VR stuff. Jaden Daniels, it's completely changed his career arc. So yeah. JJ McCarthy of the Vikings has been doing it throughout his injury and his rehab process. So we'll see how it benefits him. But Jalen Milroe's doing it now, and again, I think that should be mandated for all these guys. Okay, beer sales over the last year in the U.S. I have the top 5. It's time to play a game. What beer is in the top 5? Lucius, you can chime in on this.
Lucius is going to get this one right off the jump.
In terms of total sales over the last year in the United States, who is the king beer in America?
Got it, Lucius?
Who makes Coors Light? Anheuser-Busch?
Miller Coors.
Miller Coors?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, them.
Coors is number 4 on the list at $3.13 billion in sales.
Who makes Modelo?
Modelo, I don't know, but that's what we're doing this by.
I know.
Like
but
Modelo's number 1.
No, I'm answering I'm playing like the Jeopardy thing.
Modelo is number 1. Gotcha.
No,
Modelo, I think now 2 years running.
Yeah, Modelo.
Modelo
I thought
is
Lucius was going to throw it because of the boxing tie.
over $5 billion in sales for Modelo.
Yeah.
That's your number 1 beer going right now.
Yeah.
Corona in the top 5?
Corona is number 5.
Is Budweiser in there?
Number 2.
The heavy.
Budweiser's still getting it done. And then there's
Miller
that light
Lite?
beer that all the ladies like to drink. No.
Oh,
This is not the
Ultra.
Miller Lite. This is
The Ultra?
the Michelob.
Wow.
Michelob's number 3.
College kids in Texas do too.
Yeah.
They drink the Michelob.
The Michelob seems to be the hot ticket right now.
At the Crawfish Boil, that was very prevalent.
Lucius, did you soak in any more of the Met Gala yesterday when you got home, or was there anything else?
I just watched the red carpet situations. People talk about outfits, and that was about it. I was looking for Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was Cam, I'd be pretty upset about that, man.
Lucius,
they took his whole swag and everything and made a whole party. Like, we had a party in your honor and did not invite you. And I was looking for Farnsworth J. Bentley, too, out there.
So he's inspired this new look, and
Well,
they didn't even invite him?
Everybody there
Well, he
had
didn't
his look.
inspire, but he's definitely been rocking it for a long time.
Yeah.
And then now they have a party with you've been rocking this since football camps. You out there with football camps with them goofy ass hats on with feathers in them trying to coach kids.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now they're throwing a party in your likeness and you're not invited. That's crazy, bro.
Especially in the NIL era
Yeah.
that we're living in right now.
I hope I don't put you on the spot. Somebody showed up with a piano on his back.
Oh yeah, that was Andre 3000.
Andre 3000.
That's the that goes back to your question, Broadus.
Yeah.
Which son will be
Which son will be
the most talented of the Erykah Badu babies?
Oh, it's got to be that one.
Andre
right?
3K.
I'm glad he showed up though. You know what I mean? Because he's always been dressing like that too, like a dandy.
Yeah.
Dude, you mentioned Jeff Goldblum.
He had that S on, bro. He had that S on.
He had a diamond watch.
They're all wearing watches that are over $1 million and $3 million.
Okay, this was the most expensive one that I was reading about. I saw a handful, $500,000, whatever.
Yeah.
This dude had, like, Saquon had a pretty impressive watch.
They got on Saquon because he was dressed like he was going to the Oscars. He had on a black tux.
Yeah, he didn't get too wild with it.
No.
This is usually an opportunity to do something
Diana
weird.
Ross went with a like it looked like a baseball, like a tarp. It was like the tail on her dress was like it took up
They
the
had
whole.
like 3 or 4 people walking with it.
Yeah, walking with it was
I bet
crazy.
Saquon's Taylor was like, "Oh my God, what?"
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs was doing his thing. He went buck wild with it. But Goldblum's was a $750K watch.
I thought there was $1 million
covered in
watch.
diamonds.
Yeah, I thought there were a couple watches that were big.
I didn't
time.
even know they made watches that could possibly cost that much. 7-figure watches.
You remember Bubba Watson that played the Masters left hand
golf guy?
He plays golf in a watch that's $540,000.
Coolest thing I ever seen him have. He had a hovercraft golf cart.
Yeah.
So if there was a water hazard, he could just keep driving right over.
Oh, that is legendary.
Pretty pimp daddy there. I guess you probably have to bust that out at a private course.
Yeah,
but
it's a private course.
Yeah, Tom Brady gave his son a $3 million watch. Remember the Jacob Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$3 million.
$3 million
Gotta buy the
watch.
kids love. Okay, top stories at 3 coming up next. Stars and Jets, the latest news going into Game 1 and what we know about why the Rangers made that switch with their hitting coach. It's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Hey, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're only going until 5 o'clock tonight because the Rangers are in Boston, where their storm is expected to recede here by the time we get to a first pitch shortly thereafter, a 5:40 or so. Man, we had quite a storm earlier today in DFW, but looks like quite a bit of it is drying out. And we're all excited very much for Game 1, Stars and Jets tomorrow, the latest news coming in. And then we want to talk about the Rangers' plan here to hopefully revive their offense, what led to that decision, and how much we believe that this could be the answer. Latest news, Daily Mail, which is a UK news aggregating site, they're calling out ESPN for constantly showing our Instagram influencer behind Coach DeBoer. Everybody's seen this gal by now?
Oh, yeah.
Natalie Gauvreau, maybe? Gauvreau, a French name. So I'm in the ballpark. I'm confident I'm in the ballpark with Natalie's last name, but y'all know her and love her based on, her beautiful presentation.
Stanley Cups.
Yeah, the Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
That's right. In all their glory. And, she's a bit of a good luck charm, but the headline, ESPN can't stop zooming in on stunning NHL fan sat behind team bench. And I noticed the same thing.
Yeah. Their production team knows where the ratings value is.
Yeah.
And to her credit, she finds usually a great position to where you're kind of seeing a little bit of everything all at once.
Yeah.
Like I have to show the coach here.
Yeah.
It's not my fault she's in the background.
There he is again. Look at this guy. Mr. Undefeated in Game 7s.
Let's just keep throwing it to the coach. Throw it to the coach. Make up crap about him in his bio just so we can throw it back to him.
What's Pete going to do here with the fourth line, Jim? I don't know. Let's zoom in on him.
I wouldn't be surprised if Pete calls the timeout here. He's only got one, but
speaking of hockey, our hockey hawk Gavin Spittle currently in the adjacent production studio recording the latest episode of the podcast. So you're going to want to jump on in there. It's the number one Stars podcast in the land. Brian.
I think she's the guest on today's pod.
Wow. Yeah, he gets the biggest guess, so I guess that would be apropos.
The biggest guess.
But yeah, that's something to be on the lookout for. Win-loss with her in attendance and with her out of attendance is something to keep track of. I think it's pretty important. But we go to The Athletic here, the New York Times. They have a Stars Jets preview for us to look at. Their computer simulations give the Stars a slight edge, 51-49. That's a little closer than I thought it would be after learning that 14 of the 16 ESPN analysts picked the Stars to win this series. I think they're carrying some pretty good minimum. I thought Winnipeg might have been exposed there. As a great regular season team, but then they do the ratings and the net ratings. They say on paper this is actually the closest round 2 matchup with just a +2 net rating separating these teams. It is the Stars with a slight advantage on paper here.
Why
Brian.
did I feel like that in round 1 that the Colorado-Dallas series was very similar to this when it came to two teams?
The Avs were slightly ahead because of probably the injuries.
But you had the better goaltending. So
the Jets established themselves as a defensive powerhouse this season, giving Hellebuck more support than he'd had in years. At 5-on-5, giving up 2.3 goals against. With Hellebuck between the pipes, the team allowed a league low 1.7 per 60 in 5-on-5 situations. It ballooned to 3.85 was his goals against average.
Yeah.
In round 1 there against the Blues. So this is quite doable. All right. So there's just a little bit of a flavor there for what we are anticipating going into tomorrow night's Game 1 of the second round series.
We might get Jason Robertson in Game 1.
Are you serious?
I mean, DeBoer saying he's close. We'll see tomorrow morning on whether or not he can play. He was running with the third line in practice.
So he's about to pass Miro and get onto the ice before Miro. Was there any Miro from Beatty?
Let me look at what they're saying about Miro.
I think he was paired with Dumba. Yeah, that I think they were just kind of working him in, and he's been a healthy scratch here throughout the playoffs. So I don't think that it was, maybe they're just trying to work him in, but it didn't seem like he was working with any of the top pairings.
Robo?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about
Miro.
Miro.
Yeah, he was running with Dumba.
Yeah,
he was running with Dumba.
Yeah, he's working with Dumba. But I think he was working. I think Jason was working with the third line. Is what they were doing. I think you said that. I'm sorry. Were you?
Well, we were going back and forth.
Okay,
between the two.
I was. Yeah, I was. It's funny because I was looking up some goalie stats, and in the playoffs. So I remember it was something I did yesterday. I was just curious, but this Hellebuyck, he's given up the most goals of any netminder in the playoffs so far.
Yeah,
he's given up 26 goals.
He was brutal in that series.
Yeah. He's been hella butt, and that's how he got that nickname. And I expect us to serenade him with that when they arrive for Game 3 and Game 4. Evan Grant writing today in his opening line about this hire of Brett Boone, the way Chris Young explained it Monday, the best coaches are psychologists. Says the Rangers want their players more free in the batter's box, more confident, more focused on quality at bats and team-focused at bats. C.Y. saying in the piece, I think just not losing sight of the competitive elements of the game, the mano-a-mano aspect of the pitcher-batter relationship, and standing in that box with confidence that you're going to get the job done and that pitcher's going to feel you. And certainly Brett embodied that as a player. So they're looking for some attitude here coming in from Brett Boone. He wants the team to be less analytical and more aggressive, basically playing baseball with your cojones instead of being between the ears too much. I think not knowing the data, there's danger in that, but burying your head in the numbers, there's absolutely trouble there. This is how Grant wrote about it. He said, as in the case with most coaching changes, the pendulum swings in one way or another. For coaches, it swings between tactician and communicator. Ecker was a strong believer in biomechanical fixes and planned detailed game plans that focused on countering the opposing pitcher's strengths. It's good strategy, but it can make you think too much.
Yeah, nothing against the analytical approach, but sometimes you just need to go in there and see ball, hit ball. You know that, and I think maybe that Chris Young and maybe even some of the others on the staff were probably thinking man, we are way overthinking this, and the more we're overthinking it, the deeper we're getting in a hole.
Yeah,
where we just need to go. And Eric, you were talking about, maybe you was Gavin yesterday talking about the Mariners and their new approach is just get the bat out there and let that be the way you get base hits and stuff like that. But they probably got tired of those 9:30 in the morning meetings where they sat there for an hour and talked about all the mechanical stuff that they need to do.
Yeah, and be ready for this pitch and that pitch instead of, hey, get up there and get ready to rock and find something you like and drive it, And you definitely don't want to have an ignorant hitting instructors who are like, yeah, just get up there and be a strong son of a gun and protect the inside plate and turn on that thing. You want to be smart about your approach, but when it gets in the way of being confident and being an athlete, then you're thinking too much. And
speaking of hockey, though, too, this kind of thing, we've seen in hockey, they make these changes mid-season.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the team just, Edmonton Oilers last year, just, change early in the season. They were going nowhere. And then the next thing you know, they end up in the Stanley Cup final. You just, sometimes just a different voice, a different approach.
Leadership can be powerful.
Yeah. All of a sudden it's a different plan of attack. And, I think that's what the fact that this is not, we gave him a 3-year deal and all that, they're really just they're kicking the tires here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're kicking the tires that his baseball history, as a lifer with his family as lifers, that his approach is going to go into what are you seeing up there? And instead of hey, look at the charts here. Let's look at the at bat. Let's break
be careful. He's got a nasty slider.
Yeah, look out your toes.
He's going to set you up for this, and then you want to go to that. Evan Grant wrote about Edgar Martinez as well, which you mentioned. It's one of the success stories of the year with how you could change your fortunes with a different hitting coach. But he says they would have tried it with Michael Young, but Michael Young is so entrenched with being a family man right now in his post-playing career. He's not ready to come be that guy. But apparently when he ran into Brett Boone, he was like, man, I think the Rangers need a guy like you. So he helped thread that needle. And
maybe the two similar guys. Hey, listen, not me, but I got a guy for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Los Angeles and I'll bring you back a guy. that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what else? Is there anything in this story? Oh, yeah, his brother Aaron, going from TV to ESPN 8 years ago with the Yankees. I think that's that success story there you're talking about there. And speaking of the Yankees, guys, they have a reliever crisis. They brought in Devin Williams to be a late-inning dude. His ERA ballooning to over 10 yesterday, Brian. Had another meltdown.
Couldn't happen to a better team.
I think he got the first two guys out and then put maybe bases loaded, had to leave, and he was elite in 6 seasons with the Brewers, but the pressure in New York is different.
A lot different.
And some guys really struggle and then they get it figured out, but for some guys it can spiral and get worse. So the Yanks are now 19-16 and watching the bullpen just start fires for them late in games.
Devin Williams has allowed 13 runs this season. It's the same amount of runs he allowed in 2023 and 2024 combined.
Wow. Yeah, you hate to see. You're right. You hate to see it. After spending better part of my life watching them just try to dominate the league with spending. Anytime something like this happens that doesn't go their way, I find it hilarious.
Oh, darn.
Big 12's board of directors has agreed to a 3-year contract extension with Commissioner Brett Yormark.
Yeah.
It's going to run through 2030. Big 12 presidents are rewarding him for stabilizing and modernizing the Big 12 in the wake of the Oklahoma and Texas departures there in 2021. You feeling pretty good about the Big 12 these days, Brian?
Yeah, it was like the film that we got to watch this year. It was some interesting matchups when you get to see, now it was kind of funny with Arizona State, Arizona, and those Pac-12 teams being involved. But hey, good for them. BYU. I mean, there was some quality film with the way that the Big 12 schedule played out to the very end. Colorado had a chance and some upsets along the way. Kansas was able to kind of do some things to knock some people out. So it was a good season overall that way.
It really was. And I think it's pretty cool. After you lose massive national brands like that, you kind of have to wonder what this thing could be, but still a lot of passionate fans.
Colorado helped because of the notoriety of the head coach and the team, with Shador and then with Hunter and all, but so that the eyes were on Colorado, which made up for a lot of things there.
Clemson and Notre Dame. Are you interested in this? They're announcing a 12-year scheduling agreement that will pit. I have a lot of respect for Notre Dame, but I mean, without seeing them get to the top really since the late '80s, early '90s, I know they've been close.
No, last year their national championship game though.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying that in a way. I think your assessment is correct. Last year, though, they lose a terrible game to Northern Illinois and then go on an incredible run.
Yeah.
So, and then they really did it. They played good defense. The quarterback was kind of Tim Tebow-like, not really throwing the ball
Maybe this
great.
name, image, likeness thing breathes new life into Notre Dame.
They're
and
trying.
And
They're trying
leverages that brand
they're
to
trying
bring
to spend
in money and get players. But right now, I don't feel like, I got to watch Clemson Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I'm watching a pretty good football team. I don't care unless you're a Clemson or Notre Dame fan.
There was a time when this here recently where both Clemson and Notre Dame were playing against each other because the ACC stuff that they do, and they were like Saturday night NBC games. And both teams were coming in the game with 8-0 records and stuff. So yeah, I could understand what Notre Dame they're trying their best to make sure that their schedule fills out. But man, sometimes now it's about the wins and the losses. I mean, we've kind of seen that. You just have to. Well, I take that back. It's about the wins and the losses for this playoff, but the quality of the win. That's you got to kind of protect yourself now.
And the ACC needs all the TV ratings they can get. They need big marquee matchups like this. Clemson needs Notre Dame.
Yeah. It's so crazy to watch tape and watch. And I think it's cool that Michigan plays USC and UCLA.
Yeah.
And Penn State goes all the way across the country to play. But man, the ACC, you're right. It's hard to watch Stanford come. One of the best games I saw this year was Cal play Miami. That was one of the better ACC games that I saw this year, and watching on tape was even better. Yeah.
All right, Barcelona has tallied. They trail Inter in this second leg 2-1.
They got to win outright, don't they?
They need a goal by the end of regulation to force extra time. They did away with that tiebreaker with road goals.
Oh, okay. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're watching this this Champions League action, and we'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon and into the evening.
It's weird with Barca. They're wearing almost like Dayglow uniforms. What are we doing here? I mean,
Sam Presti wins Executive of the Year in the NBA. The Thunder, so good in the regular season. 68 wins, down 1-0 to Denver. Do you think they're in trouble, Chief? Think the Nuggets could get this?
I mean, I'm surprised that they won that game. I have more confidence in the Nuggets being able to beat the Thunder than I do, say, the Knicks beating the Celtics. I mean, this playoff has been incredible. You can't put anything past. This is a tried and true champion right here that you're dealing with in the Nuggets. Nothing's going to be too big for them. And Jokic, I mean, he was otherworldly. He has to be that almost a 40-point triple-double every night.
Yeah.
And that ultimately, I think, is the biggest problem for them. But this thing going 6 or 7 games, I think, is absolutely on the table.
Yeah, he probably feels like I need to go at least 35-15 for us to win. Can I dominate them in the paint so much that our disadvantage at pretty much every other position can be diminished or mitigated? It's pretty dang interesting to watch this playoffs run. Brian, what you got? They score again?
No, I was going to say it was a 3-on-2 and incredible save by the goalie here for
Inter.
Yeah, for Inter. Yeah, tried to get the equalizer there.
Shedeur Sanders to wear number 12 like his mentor Tom Brady. I don't know about you guys, but
Tom left him out to dry.
If any team passed on me at least 4 times, like the Raiders did, screw you. Screw you. Screw you.
Yeah.
I don't have any mentors anymore that were on any of these teams. Yeah. You guys with me on that?
Yeah. I mean, I think if I'm still wanting to wear my number 12, it's because it's my number. It has nothing to do with Tom Brady.
There you go.
It could be the reverse of his dad's number, though, too.
There you go.
Think about that.
Yeah. Let's reframe this narrative.
Yeah, reframe it.
I would reframe it. I would say I'm wearing dad's number just in reverse.
Yeah. 21 seemed like a weird quarterback number, so I'm going with 12.
Yeah.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get you more football news. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. The Cowboys news of the evening is next in The Fan.
Flow with V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball's coming up here at 5 o'clock. They're in Boston to take on the Red Sox. Salute to our Rangers player guest, Patrick Corbin. Joined us, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Got a hockey update here for you guys. Pete DeBoer has apparently told Connor Blackwell he could be out for this series. And that is being interpreted as a sign of what you guys just mentioned that last segment. Jason Robertson, who is skating with the third team today, is a very possible go for tomorrow. This is potentially heroic stuff. This is, miracle, maybe hockey toughness coming into play, Brian?
Yeah, hockey toughness always is prevalent this time of year. And talking to Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, just got done with his Spits and Suds podcast. I'm sure he would tell you about the, with these type of changes, though, with, the power play and stuff like that.
Oh, the penalty kill, losing Blackwell.
Yeah, losing Blackwell on the kills. He's been outstanding. And so, I'm sure that he would be telling you that right now.
You're getting a lot of offense. You got to feel confident we can find a replacement for Blackwell.
The replacement is those goals.
Yeah.
The opportunity when, the quick hands around, when things get a little tight and they get a little tough. And the Stars have shown that they could play behind the line. They could play behind the opponent's net and be effective. And that's where Jason Robinson really comes in, where he's able to kind of got the size to get a little position, stick down, quick hands, puck on tape, boom, right in the net. That's what they've kind of, when you don't get a lot of shots like they did in that Colorado series, you got to have those sneaky goals that you can get, and that's what Robinson's able to do.
It puts Dodonov on the fourth line, which is fun. Dodonov is my favorite non-star Dallas star. Maybe you have a favorite non-star Dallas star of yours out there at 877-881-1053. But we're going to get the C note here in just a sec. Cowboys news of the evening every day at 3:25 here on your home of the Cowboys. Josh Morrissey, the Jets defenseman who left Game 7, he's going to be a game-time decision tomorrow. So that's pretty big. Okay, Chad Reuter, NFL.com, did 16 day 3 picks that could compete for starter snaps as rookies. 11 of 157 day 3 picks started 8 or more games last year, up 1 from the 2023 draft class, but down from 16 in 2022. So not a lot of these guys have a rookie impact, but Chad Reuter, he's picking Jaden Blue as one of them.
Yeah,
Brian, I bet you probably agree with that.
I absolutely. We'll see like the whole question, and we'll talk about it a bunch until we see, can he make sure that he has secure the ball? That's the big thing, the fumbles. And once that, if teams know that he has a problem with that, they're going to try and tackle that ball. But the more that he's able to kind of hold on to things, and you'll get teams not to go after as much. But, man, he has got a chance to be a big-time player for you.
If he's not the guy, I think your scheme better be amazing because I think you could be in real trouble. I don't see either of the other players they have, Lipke, Vaughn, Williams, Sanders, none of them can be guys that you can build a rushing attack around. If it's not Blue, you're done for or need to make a trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess you could cross your fingers that the Clemson guy, Mafa, can give you a little something. But of the veterans that you have in there, and Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, there's no confidence whatsoever. Jaden Blue's got to be an impact player for you, and he has that ability. I think the instant impact is obvious there. Yeah. But I'm looking to give Javonte Williams as little a touches as possible.
Yeah, me too. I think there's
him, let him block, that kind of stuff. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm with you on
that. Does Maffa compare? Remember Jalen Smith's brother? What was his name? Rod Smith.
Running
back. He was big.
Kind of. Yeah.
Just couldn't make anybody miss.
No, very similar. Kind of what they call a track runner. Okay. You get on the track and just kind of go. Yeah, very similar to that type. I mean, he can be very, very physical with the ball in hand. That's his bread and butter right there. Handing the ball, let him hit the hole, and then try and let people he'll bounce off some people, but he's not going to create a whole heck of a lot for you.
Okay, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, also writing about running back today as we're going through here the C note, the latest headlines here on America's team. The focus is, okay, here's the takeaway. How interesting is this? Both Williams and Sanders have had seasons where they caught 50-plus passes in a season. Obviously, Jaden Blue is a guy that made plays in the passing game, the 2 touchdowns against Ohio State in the playoffs and all that. Most everybody saw that. But the big takeaway is, are the Cowboys getting ready to deploy an army of running backs that are constantly going to be making the defense wonder, are they running it or catching it? We got guys coming out of the backfield. That's the kind of creativity, I think, that asks questions of the defense that could give you an edge. And if you have multiple of them, you're not going to worry about them getting tired, So I think that would be that to me makes me wonder as Nick's writing about that. Do they have in mind that we're going to have this super versatile running back room so we can constantly give you that look of, are we running or are we passing? And, hopefully start to get some more favorable looks for Dak and man downfield.
Yeah, the problem is if you just have no productive running backs, then they don't care at all about you. They won't respect your run game in any way. You know, those guys still have to be productive. I understand the glass half full way of looking at it there. For Nick, you're trying to keep teams off balance for sure. But if nobody really is a threat when you do hand him the ball, then what the heck does it matter? It's going to be same old, same old. Dak, can you beat us?
Yeah, and then that's when, I think scheme and offensive line could make the opportunity so great, but you're one player away at least at left tackle from having that kind of an offensive line. And we can keep our fingers crossed the scheme is there. But I like, that sort of, mindset. And maybe the players aren't there, but the window into what the coaching staff is thinking. I like the process. I like the setup. Maybe it's not the right players. We go to Richard Paulinelli inside the Star headline, is 2025 Mozzie Smith's last chance. Is he that bad, Brian?
Oh, I think that we've talked about how he's improved in division games, the Giants games, Commanders, Eagles, played much better, was more of a consistent player. But yeah, I think so. That if Mozzie Smith goes out and you don't see growth, you don't see more consistency, more consistent play, yeah, we're going to be talking about one technique guys. Maybe JT will come in and help, but I think that this is really kind of the balls in Mozzie's court right now. He's got to come out and be able to play much better than what he showed at times last year.
This Tiger Besh, Jack Besh story is just so sad, isn't it? I think this is probably the third or fourth time I've seen it up there on the TV. Just unbelievable, how those things come together like that. Connor Live say headline, blogging the boys, the Cowboys still need to decide on a starting nickel corner. Your options to work with. You brought in Kyer Elam, you had Kalen Carson, you had Josh Butler, Mukawamu, and then some long shots there. If the third rounder Ravel is healthy, how is this cornerback configuration going to come together?
He's a boundary guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to. I don't think you're going to play him inside. So,
but does that free up Bland to go inside at that point?
Yeah, you could play Bland on the inside. But you can maybe think about playing Carson too. Would be another way that you might navigate that. Carson, listen, if Carson can show up at the OTAs, the mini camps, and go out there and look like okay, he can handle this, because he is capable. He is capable of being a good corner for you. He just got caught in a situation where he got hurt in training camp. He missed a lot of time. And then they threw him into the action, and he wasn't ready to play. His confidence wasn't any good. So he needs to come back in a different mindset for this football team. And if he does, that will surely help them with their situation of how they're going to line up and try and defend like 11 personnel stuff.
Do you think they're reckless with what they have healthy to start a season, or will this be sufficient? Kind of looks like they're hoping the line of scrimmage is great and their linebackers are pretty good.
I think they're hoping their front seven are pretty good. Yeah,
because Ravel likely week one he'll either be hurt or will be a rookie.
Yeah, right now the bet I believe he'll be ready to go. That's just kind of what I think right now. But like for Diggs, no, I don't think Diggs will be ready to go. But I think Ravel will be ready, and if that's the case, yeah, you're putting a rookie out there, but man, that kid sure is talented.
CBS Sports wrote one reason for optimism for all 32 teams after the draft and free agency. What'd they do for the Cowboys?
That they address the right guard spot.
No, I might go for that. They said Dak Prescott returning to health.
Okay.
Dallas can look forward to getting their starting quarterback on the field and healthy. Last season, Dak was limited to just 8 games due to a hammy. Landed him on the injured reserve, but he's expected to be healthy. While the veterans' 2-5 playoff record casts doubt on his ability to push the Cowboys through the postseason, Prescott is 76-46 throughout the regular season, which sets up Dallas for a rebound after a 7-10 season in 2024. I hope he's healthy, and I don't hold the playoff record that much against him. I think lesser quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl, but I just don't know if he's going to be healthy right now. I think that's questionable journalism.
Yeah. There's no way to know for sure exactly what you're going to get from a health standpoint with him, and how mobile is he going to be. I mean, that's one of the biggest remaining questions as we go into the season. Obviously, we'll get a taste in Oxnard for how he's moving around and whatnot, but you won't know until you get into the season. And I think it'll be a hold your breath type season. Every time he takes off, or every time he gets hit, you're going to be like, is he going to get back up here?
Yeah, it's going to take a while to rebuild that confidence, and I don't know how bold he's going to be. Dak Prescott, I mean, has been a really productive quarterback, but he's really been at his best when he could run a little bit. And now we're at a point in his career where we might actually be talking about, no, don't run at all. Don't get chased down. You're going to have to be throwing it away because we have to now avoid injury. And I think it was at that point with Tony Romo where they were like, okay, we need a succession plan here. We can't continue much longer like this. And you know what? Dak has had the leg and then the shoulder and the calf again. And now to add this hamstring to it, I think an injury of substance this year makes the Cowboys pretty inclined to move on by the time we get to next spring. I think the end could come pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking him?
Yeah, yesterday I went through some of the undrafted free agents. I've got 3 more that we could talk about today. We'll do that next.
Okay.
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Barcelona coming back from 2 goals down. It's tied at 2. 84th minute Champions League semifinal second leg. They'll go to extra time if they remain tied. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. And Tolo stopped by. Chris.
Salute.
Stopped by and said hello.
That was awesome. What a mustache that guy
What a
had.
mustache. Eric, you remember, were you with me at spring training when, like, Raleigh Fingers was there? Did you ever?
Yeah, I remember. I remember Mr. Fingers.
The handlebar mustache.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because I thought maybe you were taking like the Italian beef sandwich and you'd wolfing 3 bites and maybe I'm like, hey man, that's Raleigh Fingers. I think you and Wooly.
I think I had just wolfed one down.
Like you and Wooly looked at me like, who the hell's that? You know, that's a guy from like my childhood from the 70s. Great mustache.
It's like a shopkeeper from the Old West.
The handlebar mustache.
Famously, his name is a sentence. One of the few athletes of all time.
Hey Dawson, you just derailed my thought here.
My bad.
But in a good way.
Damn it, Dawson.
If you were talking about a shopkeeper.
Yeah.
If you were in the Old West.
Yeah.
What would you be? Like, would you be
bartender? Yeah, I'd probably be dead by the time I was 30.
But what occupation would you have in the Old West?
That's a good question. I suppose maybe telegraph operator, journalist, something like this. Could see myself doing something like that.
You could be one of the miners.
I would like to be a prospector. Maybe not the actual miner guy. I don't think my claustrophobia would work well in that environment.
So you're like a mean ranch hand, like Gavin Dawson.
I'd like to, maybe
the prospecting for gold, that kind of like being in the river kind of thing, or
well, I mean, I guess I would look at it like I got to figure out a way to buy a claim and then hire a crew to work it.
Right.
That would be ideally the goal, but I don't know if I'm going to have the capital. Might have to rob a bank first or a stagecoach. Something like that. Come up on those dollars to buy the
Lucius
spot.
Maybe a blacksmith.
Lucius, if you're in the Old West, what's your occupation?
What years are those?
Like in the in the 1800s.
Shoot, man. I have an idea what I want to be.
Yeah, you're running the
1895.
Yeah, give me the time frame, baby.
Paint that picture for us.
I gotta have some aspirations.
Yeah.
I would want to be in like entertainment.
Okay.
Yeah, I would want to be in entertainment.
So you play the piano?
Traveling around from town to town.
Okay.
That type of thing.
All right. Oh, entertainment. All right.
Yeah, a little entertainment.
You're the entertainment. I get
on
it.
a stage show.
All right.
The St. Crispin's Day speech
There we
from
go.
Henry V.
Line up,
That's
people.
right.
Here we are.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I mean, with my experience with the home births, I think I could be a midwife.
There you go.
I got under center.
Find your niche.
I made it happen.
You could you deliver babies then, huh?
I mean, I've done it a couple of times now, man. Can raise my hand up on that. It was actually, we were rehearsing or rehashing the birth stories with our kids just this morning. They all wanted to hear their story.
What's the midwife do?
She's basically just she's the nurse. She's the one that should be there delivering the baby. But for my second baby, it was like a middle of the night surprise. So she was like walking in the door as things were really happening.
So you delivered your second child.
Like a cheerleader for your lady.
Yeah.
Holding hands and everything.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Nah, I don't think you could, bro.
Yeah.
You'll get shot. You'll get shot.
No, in all honesty, it's
I
a
see how
nightmare
you were looking
position.
at the mid-husband.
My wife did tell me the first one.
Go get Doc Chief.
I guess I was overdoing it with the encouragement and stuff. I was thinking of it like a gym partner. Like I'm just in here trying to encourage you, motivating you to get through your sets.
Push through it. After the pain, there's the game.
Keep fighting, absolutely.
Yeah.
And at one point, she screamed, "Shut up!" at me. That was the first one. Then we got it together moving forward after that. But I mean, that's the experience that I have. Maybe I'll just be like a store clerk or something.
I think that's what I would be. I think I'd be the store clerk.
With the apron?
With the apron and like the bow tie.
You just be keeping the place
pristine,
clean.
That'd be 50 cents for the flour. You know, I mean,
always
I'd be
drying out the little old cups.
Yeah. The bartender, I don't think I would be a very good bartender.
Dangerous job, I think.
Very dangerous job. Yeah. I think because you're really not making drinks, right?
I said, give me the bottle.
You're just putting bottles of whiskey up on and kind of.
Yeah. You need to get you some ice on deck because that's all the shootings and everything that happen in the Wild West. They're drinking that hot ass whiskey. They get into arguments.
My man,
dress and chill them things.
They're drinking warm whiskey after riding around all day.
I'm going to fight you too.
But I think I'd be the shopkeeper guy. I think you'd come in. I'd be the supply guy. Like, hey, what supplies you need? That's my job. All right. I'm surprised nobody said like gunfighter.
I don't have that particular confidence in myself.
Dawson's right. I think I'd get
quick and the dead.
The quick and the dead.
I know I'm accurate, but you got me.
They own the bathhouse out there. Those bathhouses. Yeah. Where you actually take a real bath.
A real bath.
Where you had to go take a real bath. You rent the tubs and whatnot.
Yeah.
You had the brothel.
So that's like the barber, right? Could you be the barber guy?
You had the barber, brothel, who else?
The brothel guy. But that was run by ladies,
usually
right?
the ladies.
The ladies ran that thing upstairs.
The madam?
Madam. Yeah, you used to have the
boss. Well, you boys look like you've had a long ride.
Yeah. Come on in.
Yeah. Quite a business. All right. Talk to you about some undrafted free agents for your Dallas Cowboys. Joshua Kelly, wide receiver from Texas Tech. Going to get into him a little bit here.
Bringing the Raider Rash to Frisco.
This guy right here he was a 3-star recruit and out of California, and he started his career in at Fresno State.
Knows how to party.
Yeah, and so it's funny, he went from Fresno to Washington State and then to Texas Tech. So his best numbers that he's had for his career have been at Texas Tech. They did a nice job of using this guy. He's a big time slot player. He's not the most explosive or detailed route runner when you watch him play, but he does have some quickness, just some initial quickness out of his breaks. And so when you watch him at the top of his route, he's able to kind of get out of it quick and get a little separation. I think his footwork and all was really, really good. At 6'1", 186, he's kind of a thin guy, but his hands, super, super competent. Yesterday we were talking about holding our Oregon receiver, and I felt like that he was kind of some double catching of the ball. This guy, Joshua Kelly, he can catch the football. This guy's got really confident hands, and he's really good when working with people around him, the contested catches. So he's got the hands, he's got the short area quickness. There is some suddenness to his game that way. I think the contact balance is something these coaches look for in their receivers. This guy's got it, but he can run routes when it comes to like curls, the hitches, the comebacks. You see a lot of different routes for this guy, and he makes plays in all of them. I like the way the tempo, the pace, everything he does is really good when it comes to selling the route and getting in and out of his breaks, and there's some smoothness to him the way he's there. So the hands, those are top shelf, like I said, and he really, really attacks the ball, and he's a willing blocker. He's just not an explosive receiver when it comes to speed. So it's kind of a mixed bag with him, but man, this guy makes a lot of plays with his hands. So
you got a little bit of a twinkle in your eye when you talk about this guy.
Joshua Kelly, I like Joshua Kelly a little bit. He wasn't one of these guys that I initially was one of the 235. He wasn't, and I feel bad for missing him. He didn't get selected, but you very well could put this guy in the 5th round, maybe the late 5th, 6th round type of player. There's plenty of receivers that he's better than that were on the board. This kid probably should have been drafted the way he catches the football.
Good, we need him.
All right. Justin Barron is a linebacker from Syracuse. Now, the thing about Justin Barron that's interesting is he's 6'4", he's 225. So he's played receiver, he's played defensive back, and they've moved him to linebacker. But at 6'4", 225, he was playing kind of like the big nickel, with Dan Quinn. Remember what we did with Bell and those kinds of guys? But this guy, he could play, he plays the linebacker spot. He's really a sideline to sideline player. He's got really good length. The fluidity is good. He could slip past blockers. more than take him on. He is a size, a little bit of undersized, but the speed is really, really good, and he's super competitive, and he's super tough. He's got the right kind of mindset to play linebacker. He's got pursuit angles are really good. There's acceleration for the position as, playing at that linebacker spot. I think he's a much better zone cover player than he is, say, a man player, but you do see him work against some tight ends when they go up the seam, and he's able to stay with them. He's this hybrid linebacker, and he's played a ton of special teams.
I was about to say, this sounds like in all three phases.
Yeah, this is a backup linebacker that's got position understanding of playing it in the secondary, playing at linebacker, but his special teams work is what's going to get him on this field. So the awareness, I think, is good. The with the lineup at the different spots, I think that's as good too. But his lack of bulk and size really just isn't ideal. But he's probably going to he'll make the team because of special teams and his ability to show the toughness that way. Okay, Zion Childress is my last guy. Zion Childress, excuse me.
Oh, somebody just texted about him.
Yeah, he's a safety from Kentucky is where he at. And he was a 3-star recruit. He started his career, I'm sure they're asking about because he started his career at Texas State. And he was kind of a nickel for down there for Texas State. And then he just said, well, I need to try and go to get myself a little bit higher up the food chain here. And he chose Kentucky as his team. But he was a 2-time captain, which it makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys. They're looking for those guys. He's played 25 straight games at a safety. And at 6 foot 195, he's really quick to read. He drives really well on the ball. He makes these plays where you're thinking like, oh, he's not going to get there. And then all of a sudden, bam, he's right on top of it. Because overall, man, he plays really fast. He's physical. He's decisive. He has occasionally, there's some missed tackles that you'll see with him. He doesn't have a lot of ball production, but man, he is one of those guys that triggers quick. He's a solidly built player. He's got the good speed. He's got agility. He's got lateral quickness. He can cover a lot of ground. The missed tackle part of it, though, is something he's probably going to have to overcome. So, you'll see him try and punch the ball out. He's one of those guys. He's always trying to create a turnover. I just don't think he has the great speed, and I'm not sure how much you really want to put him in coverage, but the quickness, the downhill, the toughness, all those things that you'll like about the game. I love the way he sees the game, but he'll need to work on some of the coverage aspect parts of it, though, if he gets matched up that way.
Terrific report, Brian.
Thank you.
On the undrafted free agents, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan. You will not believe what has transpired in the Champions League. Rafinha scored again to put Barcelona up 3-2, but Inter Milan equalized, and they are now in the dying embers of the game and about to go to extra time. But that tally from Rafinha gives him 21 goal contributions in the single Champions League season, tying him with Ronaldo. That's what kind of excellence we're witnessing here in the semifinals.
I thought they had the winner there. So late goal, huh?
Yeah, Barcelona Twitter was in full pandemonium.
Yeah.
And then in the 93rd minute, Inter equalizes, so we're getting extra soccer. Chief, what are we doing next?
Around the bases, we've got some nasty baseball injuries to address as we prep our bodies for an Eovaldi next in the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
7 by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the nation here on your home of the Rangers. We're less than an hour now from pregame. They're in Boston getting ready to take on the Red Sox. For the second series in a row, we're wondering, has this offense hit rock bottom? Have they found the answers that can be a catalyst to pull us out of it? For more on that story and others with the 2023 World Series champions, here's the Chief.
One of those 2023 champions is Leody Taveras. He has been claimed off of waivers. The Seattle Mariners have picked him and his $3.25 million remaining salary up. So that'll free up a little extra change, hopefully, for CY to be able to maneuver and bring in some more talent come deadline time. But congratulations to Leody. Wasn't really confident that he was going to get claimed off of waivers. But the Mariners said, let's go ahead and bring this guy in. So congratulations to him. We'll certainly be seeing a lot of him moving forward now in the division. But
hopefully hitting sharply hit line drives over his head.
Yes.
Watching him scramble.
Yeah, that's right. Watch him just fumbling through routine plays in the outfield and then striking out in the box.
Yeah. Or making the last out in a game in August when the Rangers really need to win against the Mariners.
We'll never forget that, but hopefully none of that resurfaces.
No, I was just saying, hopefully.
Yeah, you're painting a picture of him hurting us.
Yeah, no, not hurting, maybe helping.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Him making the last out.
Taking the wrong angle on the fly ball.
Yeah, at the plate.
Yeah.
Called strike 3. Rangers are up a game and a half.
That would be funny if that's how this thing all ends.
Hey, man.
Respectfully.
He ends up being the difference
to the champ, you know?
Yeah, no doubt.
He went to the enemy.
That's true. But we forced him there.
Yeah, we say this with love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not asking
make a mistake, fam.
We're not asking him to be hurt. We're asking him to lose the ball on the lights.
Yeah, that's true. We're not being
that's a lock.
We're not being mean.
Maybe misplay of
just asking him to be himself, really.
Or maybe chase a ball way out of the zone that's on the ground.
Okay.
You're right. Our chances of finally winning in Seattle just went up significantly.
Yeah, there we go. This is brilliant by CY. He knew what he was doing. Plant somebody to do it.
Congratulations to Evan Carter, who will be making his season debut for the Rangers in center field.
Full count, baby.
Replacing Mr. Taveras, and he will be batting 7th in the lineup.
Please don't go 0 for 4 or something like that.
Our chances of drawing multiple walks tonight just doubled. This is amazing.
I agree. Make these pitchers work a little bit, man. How about that? How about Josh Young batting 9th?
Okay.
He's just slowly but surely getting kicked down the lineup there. But Bochy's
I like
pulling
the
out all
meritocracy.
Yeah, same here.
Can any of these pitchers hit?
Hey, that guy Patrick Corbin, I wouldn't put anything past him after talking with him earlier.
Eovaldi, I mentioned somebody can hit out of this group, right?
I just feel like CY has this discomfort meter that he can crank up, and every 48 hours he's just turning it one dial. Like, there goes Berger.
Yeah.
There's Taveras.
I guess it started with Simeon going to the 5-hole. That was the first turn of the knob.
Yeah, if you did them all at once, you'd have half the clubhouse ticked off at you.
Yeah.
But you just do it a little bit, and then I think it starts to get normal. Okay, I'm looking here for what might, shake this thing. I think you got Simeon in a good spot. Jock Peterson's been significantly better. So I still have a decent amount of confidence. Well, sometimes I think I'm an idiot for it. Where are you with that? Should I be confident in this, or does that make me an idiot homer if I'm still believing in this ability to get this offense going?
Yeah, I think confident is pretty strong. And if you're confident, then that does border on homerism. But if you have some hopeful optimism that, hey, it's a long season, and these guys do have what now feels like a while ago, but a track record of really lighting it up offensively, and now you shake things up in the way that you have, it's fair to have hope.
I'd like to see, maybe I'd do a study, I don't know. I'd like to see some numbers where, the Rangers of the starting pitching that they faced this year, and where those guys are right now.
They have faced some really good teams.
I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to give them a pass.
Kind of feels like you're cranking up the old excuse machine.
I'm not
hear
trying
it in the
to,
distance.
But I'd like to know, is their schedule against starting pitching been the best in the league, the mid-pack, late? Is this like a chat
I'm gonna get on it here.
You see,
let me see if
I'd like to know if the starting pitching that they've faced so far this year, where it ranks on the league average.
I mean, it might be skewed because the Rangers' offense is so bad. Like, if you've pitched against them, the chances of your ERA being pretty good.
I watched that
increase 20%.
I watched Sears twice against the Rangers, just for the A's. And Sears is a good pitcher, but I just watched him just totally. It's that part of it's disheartening. But they've played against some good rotations. Played against the Mariners for 6 games now. They win 2 of them. No, they won 1 of them. 1 of 6. So yeah, it's bad. What are you doing over there?
I'm just trying to look at strength of schedule stuff. It's not specific to pitching.
Yeah.
But like in general, I do believe the Rangers have had a top 5 to 8 most difficult schedule.
Yeah, what we could do
to date.
Yeah, what we could do is just take the team and see where they're ranked as pitchers. They're starting pitching. Like take the Cubs, take the Red Sox, take the Mariners, take the Dodgers. Doesn't seem like we've played anybody that's not any. We haven't played any real bad teams.
It is good to see though the remaining schedule is pretty favorable, as they have like the 26th easiest remaining, or I guess it would be like the 5th easiest remaining schedule going, but they have had one of the more difficult ones to date. So
maybe
there is something to that for sure. They face some studly pitchers, but also they've been so atrocious when it comes to the hitting that you have to throw everything out and look in the mirror at some point, but hopefully a little bit easier pitching with some self-improvement and all the shakeup that's gone down from coaching to lineup stuff. Hopefully things are heading in the right direction. One of the things that Jared's looking for, he noted on Twitter today, there are 2 teams in MLB with swing rates of at least 50%. And those 2 teams are the Rangers and the Red Sox.
Yeah, when Eovaldi, when he pitched against them opening day, he was pretty devastating. I believe it was a slider.
No, it was a curveball.
Oh, it was a curveball.
Like 25% of his pitches were a curveball.
And they couldn't touch the curveball.
They couldn't touch it at all.
Yeah.
That'll be something to watch for tonight. Does he go back to the curveball? Because he hasn't really hit that thing the same way like he did since opening day. So that cat and mouse game will be fun.
You were getting elite and vintage Eovaldi tonight, playing against his former team at Fenway.
Oh, no.
I know. I think this is like one of those postseason Eovaldi type games where this dude's just going to be an absolute monster.
I put him on a no-hitter watch here. Brian, what are you knowing about there? You watching the soccer game?
No, I just looked up and I saw Inter just buried one in the corner.
Fratesi in the 99th minute.
Fratesi.
Inter Milan leads 4-3 in extra time, 7-6 on aggregate now. I'd say their adjustments to the scoring system has worked pretty good here to get excitement and goals flying in.
They're trying to get some excitement in this thing.
Yeah.
I don't even know how big of a game this is in terms of implications.
It's like the conference championship game.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Barca's wearing their highlighter outfits.
This Champions League is like the best trophy you could win.
That's the second time you mentioned that highlighter uniform. You do not like this. You're not a fan of these uniforms whatsoever.
I do not like these uniforms. They've some of the prettiest uniforms in the world. Or kits. They call them kits, right, Dawson? I missed that.
Yeah,
out,
they
right?
sure do.
Kits.
Shirts.
Prettiest kits in the world, and now they're wearing. Now we got dudes laying on the field. Inner dudes are they're falling out.
I mean, they've been playing for 101 minutes now. Sorry, Chief.
No, it's all good. This is a big
like
game.
Luka or something like that out there.
Are they huffing and puffing out there?
Oh, no, that guy just went down for the count.
Luka's only conditioned for soccer 2 games a week. It's too many games, brother.
Did you see him walking out of the restaurant the other night?
No.
Him and Palinka and JJ Redick.
Have a doggy bag?
No, he didn't. He came out of there empty-handed. No leftovers.
You have a after dinner cigarette?
I would imagine he saved that for the ride home.
No leftovers. He ate the table.
Yeah, he pulled his eye on.
Hey, are you going to finish that? He says, I just wanted to see Luka walk outside like they're waiting for the car, to pull up like the valet, and he just puts in a cig and just fires it up.
I think they were giving him a demonstration of what his table should be looking like in the off season. They're like, hey, let's go grab a bite and let's go ahead and show you the proper things to order here.
Oh, you mean
as we release you into the off season where you might balloon to something ridiculous.
Shot. They weren't at the California Pizza Kitchen. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't believe so. But it was funny to see him walk out of there. He didn't seem too happy necessarily.
Rain?
Well, do you think they were asking? What do you think they were asking him? Like, who do you want? Do you want LeBron back?
I'm sure that's what it was. Like, hey, this is our plan. Obviously, we have the Supermax deal looming. This is how we want to sort of construct it, and if we give you this money, this is sort of what we can do for you. Pick his brain on maybe the styles of players that he wants, or maybe specific players that they feel like they can go and get, and then probably saying, hey, and here's what your regimen needs to be. Honestly, if I'm the Lakers, I'm just saying, dude, you need to be like Stuck on You, the movie. That's what you need to be with LeBron this offseason. Just whatever he's doing.
Go get in shape with him.
Go figure it out.
Well, I did see a report that LeBron has no interest in taking a pay cut, which is glorious. You know, there's going to be no undercutting to help get other players in there. But yeah, I think if you got him a player like PJ Washington and Gafford or Lively, I think they are contenders. I think they're 2 players away.
Yeah, I would say probably about that. As long as Luke is healthy and everything, I would agree. But also JJ Redick now, it's like, do you have an advantage on the sidelines? Because that was brutal.
Yeah.
Okay, back to
you think they were watching what he was ordering and silently judging, not to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he picked that number 3. He got the sirloin.
The whole thing was a setup.
He got 2 sirloins, in fact. He really did.
I'll start off.
He had the chance at asparagus, and he went with the mac and cheese.
Hold on, he says that's just the appetizer, guys.
I'll start off with the crab cakes, followed by the charcuterie board.
Do you think he asked for the dessert menu as soon as they sat down?
Oh, and a beer, too. Okay.
Get that creme brulee started for me, please, right now.
Is Michael Finley available for front office work?
So, hey, we had some injuries. Did you guys see the injury in baseball yesterday? The Cincinnati Reds rookie that broke his forearm.
Yeah,
he just crashed into the wall. Tyler Callahan.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Hashtag doing too much.
He went for it.
Bro, when you go listen to it, he smashes. The mics can pick that up.
Yeah.
That wall smash, and when they replayed it, it was disgusting.
It was bad break.
He snapped his forearm.
Yeah, he did.
And they didn't count it as a catch.
Did the dude circle the bases while he was laying out there next to the ball?
Yeah, because he wasn't really sure. He was kind of looking around like, is that a catch? Is it not? I'm going to go ahead and finish the play here.
I saw the guy hit the wall, and I had to look away. And I just didn't know if the runner just kept going, like.
He wasn't intense about it. He was kind of looking around, kind of like.
Do I need to stop?
He didn't really know exactly how he should play it, but but he definitely rounded the bases. Yeah.
He's out there, chance for a home run. The guy's just chugging along.
Let me tag this base, but you all right?
Yeah. Like Mike Tyson right after he knocks somebody out.
Hey,
oh, my bad.
Sorry, dude.
The new craze for these kids on TikTok is the Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid thing. You see
Oh
that?
yeah,
they're just
that kind of reminded me.
walls.
That kind of reminded me of that dude hitting the wall. The Kool-Aid challenge.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of clips.
How do these kids pick out these? Did they just randomly try it? They don't know what fences they're running
those
into.
plastic fences.
Oh,
like the white picket fences?
Yeah, they're looking for those.
Oh, I thought they were trying to just randomly take a right into a fence. I was like, they're kind of walking.
Those big old pretty plastic fences that cost you about $6,000 to $7,000. Kids just running right into them.
Oh,
that is crazy, dude. Wow. Yeah, that's one of those weird internet deals going on right now. Well, the 20-year-old that fell, the Pirates fan,
He's
got
walking
hurt.
now, right?
Yeah, he did take his first steps today. Slow process, but I guess moving in the right direction. He broke his neck, a clavicle, and his back. So
lucky to be alive.
Without question, the fact that he's even up on his feet right now is pretty amazing.
Football player.
I think it was because the role I was telling you guys about.
I don't know.
Got
dude.
lucky.
When I watched the video, I did not see it the same way.
I didn't see a roll.
I saw a guy.
I saw a guy look like
he should be lucky to be alive, and he had no athleticism about the way he tried to land.
They could have got him off the field with a spatula. He hit that hard, that flat.
Well, it's either because he's got good stuntman instincts, or he was so hammered, it was just fluid. He was like water.
Oh.
That drunken style.
Hey, wait, what was the troll job? Because somebody's giving you credit right now. I flew past one of your troll jobs.
I don't know. Did you
troll job me?
I've been a high volume shooter the last 10 minutes. I don't think it was. No, I don't think I trolled you. I think it was just
me.
I would
He's
say
not gonna give it away.
I forget. I forgot them all.
Text back in.
Hey, on to the next play, dude. Short-term memory.
We got to run. G-Bag Nation. Jared
Yeah, now we gotta go.
jumps in next right here on your home of the Rangers. Sands joins you next right here. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and we're back here on the Fan. I have to chat about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here on the Fan, Inter Milan is 11 minutes here from glory. It's in extra time, and they lead Barcelona here 4-3 and 7-6 on aggregate Champions League semis. We're about to talk with Sands here. Get your Rangers preview as their series with the Red Sox. Pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. The preview is. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Jared, how the heck are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm great. Tarp's still on the field, but hoping that we're going to be ready to roll when first pitch time comes around. And I guess it's a start of a new chapter in the 2025 season with the return of Evan Carter and the arrival of Brett Boone.
Yes, sir. And Tavares claimed by the Mariners, right?
Yeah, and, I guess, sometimes it's probably a product of us seeing warts more than the opportunity, which I think, you can be victim of when you're looking at it through one lens. But, we heard in the offseason that there was a lot of interest in the trade market in Leody Tavares, but the Rangers held on to him. I think, they wanted some protection for Evan Carter and Adolis Garcia coming off the year in which he was injured. And so I guess this probably supports that, that a team at this point willing to take on the money and the Mariners, and not that it's a ton of money, but the Mariners specifically are a team that, they've been known to, keep things under budget, right? This isn't like a team like the Dodgers that seems to just write check after check after check. So, hopefully for Leote, new environment, new opportunity, things will click. Maybe he just needed a fresh start, going somewhere where he's not playing from behind, so to speak, in terms of what expectation was, and maybe trying to recapture what he did in the first half of 2023. But, this is significant for the Rangers. Again, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, around $3.25 million in relief. But for a team that's trying to stay underneath the first apron from a salary cap standpoint, this gives them a little bit of wiggle room. And so I think from that standpoint, it's probably something that the front office was excited about.
So this is money that they could use to add maybe another bat, you think?
Yeah, you think about around the trade deadline, you got to take on money. If you're going to acquire someone, if they're, financially, if the contract is greater than what you are giving away and nothing else is negotiated beyond that, you want to be in a position where you can take on money. And if the Rangers are, if ownership is adamant about staying below that first apron, then you got to be able to create some wiggle room. And also, frankly, we talked about Tyler Mally's incentives, I think, in spring. And if he hits a lot of his incentives, that right there might put him over, but now gives them some wiggle there. And with the way Tyler Mally's pitching, it seems like he's in a position to maybe hit some of those incentives. And Gavin, something as simple as like, all right, a guy's pitching well, he's not on your 40-man roster, and you want to add him to the big league roster. You got to add that salary, right? That's a new salary that you haven't already accounted for, and those things can add up. Let's say you add Robbie Alstrom and Emiliano Teodo, or I guess maybe Teodo would be a bad example. He's on the 40, but Robbie Alstrom, as an example, Cody Hoyer, just throwing out two names, two relievers. Well, those are two salaries you now have to add, major league minimum, but that's going to total around $1.5 million, right? So, it gives you a little more wiggle room when it comes to that. And so I think, that money can be used in a lot of different ways.
Hey, Jared, with Evan Carter coming up, and I know we're all kind of excited about him and what he was able to do. And it was a rough start initially, in the minors, and now, kind of bringing himself back. And I hate to be this guy, but what if it doesn't work? Do we now feel even worse about him being a prospect in the future? Is it that kind of way, or is it, no, you just maybe has to go back down and do this all over again?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think both can be true, right? Because you're going to feel the way you're going to feel. And the reality is, if he comes up or he is up and he doesn't produce and he gets sent back down, you're not going to feel great about it. But, I don't know that the Rangers would be in a position to move on. I don't know that they would want to move on. But, if they're not feeling good about it, I don't know, what the market would be, if they were wanting to move on. And I don't know if they want to I don't know if they would want to proverbially sell low on him. But, yeah, I think that's very fair, Broadus. I think this is a big opportunity for him to not just stay healthy but produce. And I don't know if it's going to be there right off the bat against lefties. I don't know, to what degree he's going to play or get opportunities against lefties. But certainly against righties, you hope that he can contribute. And I'll tell you this, the bar's pretty low.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, because to them, is the bar low, or is to the fans obviously are thinking high bar. How's the organization feeling about this then?
Yeah, well, I guess when I say the bar's low, I do think that the organization still feels like there's potential for him to, be a big time impact player. Like, we've all thought for a few years, and obviously punctuated by what he did in 2023. But just right now, in terms of the situation he's entering into, I just think if he can get on base a little bit, draw some walks, see some pitches, he's going to help this lineup, balance out the aggression. So I guess when I say the bar is low, I mean the bar is low for him to help out based on internal needs and perception. Now, I think the casual fan probably still thinks Evan Carter, superstar. I think the super in-tune fan on the other end of the spectrum, maybe, we talked about seeing warts with Leote. Maybe they see warts and they've got a different perspective. I think that, the expectation internally, though, is still long-term. Hey, we think this guy could be an impact player. Right. But I think right now they just want a guy who can come and supplement the lineup, add some speed and athleticism on the bases when he gets on, and hopefully he can just stay healthy too, and we can see, with a little bit of a runway, what he can do, dealing with the challenges of a big league season.
We're talking Rangers baseball here with Jared Sandler on the Fan.
Jared, what's the Brett Boone situation been like?
Yeah, well, we spoke to him earlier, and he seemed pretty fired up. He gave like an 8-minute answer right off the bat, and pot calling the kettle black, right? So I'm careful with making any passing a judgment.
You stand
on
up
that.
and applaud.
You usually don't go over 6.
Yeah, exactly. But no, he was pretty excited. He talked about how it all came to be and just some of his initial thoughts and taking over the role. And the reputation is he's a high energy guy, and certainly didn't get any indication that wasn't accurate. And but a lot of what he said was a lot of what we talked about yesterday, just simplifying things, not putting too much in guys' heads, understanding that it's an individualized approach, that you're not going to treat Josh Young the same as you're going to treat White Langford and Evan Carter and whatnot. But the thing that I thought was interesting is, he does come from a baseball family that originated from a baseball standpoint years and years and years ago. And if you want to talk about old school, his grandfather, Ray Boone, was, that's all he knew, right? That was old school. And Bob Boone, and even the era in which Brett Boone played, what we know now, or some of the things championed now by front offices, was not something that was commonplace then. But he said, and maybe it's aided by the fact that his son-in-law, Nick Allen, is a major league player. Nick Allen married his daughter, Savannah. And so, he's got a good relationship with Nick, and Nick is obviously exposed to some of the new age stuff. But he said, this isn't my game anymore. This is their game, and the game has changed. The game's advanced. And, he's not the guy who I think is going to be spouting out some of this new language, but he does seem open to understanding how it can impact guys and how it might impact one guy more than it impacts the next guy. And I just think that openness and collaborative mindset, I think is important. It's definitely not a his way or a highway type of mindset, but I do think just in general, his goal is to simplify things for these players, and hopefully that pays dividends. I would caution fans, don't pass judgment tonight, tomorrow, the next night. No, even he said, hey, right away it's going to be a lot more listening than talking and acclimation period. But I think ultimately the hope is that you start to see a change in the box.
It's Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan. There's the Edgar Martinez story that he fixed the Mariners. Are there other examples where hitting coach, bang, it was the spark that they needed?
Yeah, I think in general, you guys know this. Sometimes I don't want to say placebo, because that would suggest that, when changes like this are made, it doesn't impact anything. What they say, their teachings don't impact anything. But I think sometimes it's just a fresh start. And it's when you make a change like this, hopefully the professionals, the players go into this with an open mind of, all right, let's hit the reset button. Obviously this change happened for a reason. Anytime a change happens midseason, unless this is like Taylor Jenkins and Mike Malone, you're dealing with a team in general that's struggling, or a specific area of the team that's struggling. And that's the case. So if you think about it, Gavin, I think there are plenty of examples, because a lot of times teams that make changes like this are at or near the bottom in that respective department. And so usually it can go nowhere but up. But I think that with Brett, the thing that is working in his favor, you mentioned Edgar Martinez. He mentioned earlier today how Edgar was one of the biggest influences in his career, and that his best years with the Mariners, Edgar played such a huge role. And he talked to Edgar this offseason about Edgar stepping in and having a role last year when Dan Wilson took over. And so I think he's got that perspective and understanding of how, as a midseason participant or being the subject of a midseason change, he can step in and not try and do too much, not, be hesitant and not do enough, and kind of find his place and be able to settle in appropriately.
Does Eovaldi go back to the curve tonight?
It's a good question. I can see you saw some stuff on Twitter, obviously. That was a big player for him against the Red Sox. First time his usage with that pitch had exceeded 25% since 2021. And but that's the beauty of this, right? The cat and mouse. We talked about with football, hey, this worked in this game, so you assume, well, maybe they'll go back to that the next game. But the other team's planning for that too. So I guarantee you that the Red Sox are in there prepared for the curveball. And a part of what makes Nathan Eovaldi good is he's got a lot of weapons, and he doesn't just have them, but they're good weapons, right? Some guys can throw 5 pitches, but 3 of them suck. So, hey, go ahead. Yeah, throw those 3 pitches. We dare you. That's not the case with Eovaldi. He can throw multiple pitches and they're effective. So I'm actually really curious. I could see it like, hey, yeah, show us you can hit the curve again because you didn't on opening day. But I could also see him going away from that because maybe he reads early on that they're looking for that. And I think that's another strength of Nathan Eovaldi's is that he might go into the game with a plan. He and Jonah might have a plan, but he might notice first inning or first time through the order that hitters are showing something based on their swings and their approaches, and maybe they alter the plan. Not every pitcher is able to do that. Not every pitcher is able to pick up on that, but he is, and I think that's one reason why he's been so successful.
Jared Sandler doubting the Chiefs' baseball acumen there.
Yeah.
Not believing that you could have had that take on your own.
Like I didn't see the opening day of Aldi Curveball Bonanza right here at Global Life Field.
Eyeballing it.
I know that I was more just commenting that Eric gets deep into Twitter and is, really locked in on some of the analytics and the metrics and some of those deep dives when it comes to pitching specifically. I mean, we've always thought Eric is the pitching expert of the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Seamhead Twitter as much as anybody. Jared, you know that.
Yeah, that for sure.
Is MLB going to stop their stadiums from over-serving their fans and making them jump out of the seats?
Gosh, guys, can I tell you something? One of my biggest fears, anytime I see a foul ball that is near the railing of one of the sections, is someone's going to flip over. And I know that that's not what led to this, but I worry about that. Anytime I see a foul ball that's not 4 rows deep where someone could be leaning over, that is a big fear of mine. When I get anxiety watching that. So
I got anxiety watching that Reds outfielder Callahan smash his forearm into the wall.
Oh yeah, that was nasty. There was someone who got, it was a young player who got traded from the Yankees to the Athletics, I think. Really fast guy, and I think in his first game he broke his arm or something doing something similarly, first major league game. Or maybe it was a knee. It was some gruesome injury, but I saw that replay last night, Chief, and that was that was rough. I think there was one angle where you could really see a change in direction with the arm. It was not supposed to go that way.
Did you high five PJ Tucker in the hotel last night after the Knicks got the dub?
I didn't. I was wondering if it would be fun to go down to the lobby just to get a sense of what the scene was like, not necessarily from the players, but just the support staff. But I did see Casey Smith earlier today, and it just made me really sad knowing that, Casey Smith is with New York. He's no longer with Dallas, and little did we know his exodus was going to lead to so much more within the next 24 months. But I did see Casey Smith, and it was nice to see a familiar face.
It's always nice to chat with you, Jared. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Enjoy the game. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. And let the record show, he has called me out for getting all my baseball stuff from a box score, and now call you out for getting it from Twitter.
I'm next.
Yeah, how about
He's
that?
a savage.
I'm next.
Yeah,
the guy.
I'm next. Yeah.
The guy is insufferable at times, but he's a wealth of baseball knowledge. And we have a final. We do have a final in Italy, don't we? Incredible shot by Yamal, the teenager, in the 114th minute, but a brilliant save preserves the victory for Inter. 4-3, 7-6 on aggregate. They've done it in extra time, the Champions League semifinals. This is, like the conference championship. They're on to basically the Super Bowl of soccer. They're in the Champions League final. Congrats to them and their fans. Okay, have you jumped on the bandwagon yet? Let's talk some hockey next here in the G-Bag Nation. I have to chat with you about Window Nation.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir, it is baseball time in Boston. Sands has the pregame coming up in 10 minutes, which gives us about 6 minutes to talk some Stars hockey. Game 1 tomorrow, Stars and Jets. Have you jumped on the bandwagon yet? Have you not jumped on the bandwagon? What are you waiting for here at 877-881-1053? I mean, maybe you just hate hockey, but take a look around, buddy. Okay? Cowboys ain't doing it for you. Mavs, okay? We're hopeful for the Rangers are going to start hitting. We know they have a hell of a bullpen, hell of a rotation, right? We'll keep our hopes up, but we're starved, you know? And at this point, even if you spent your life hating hockey, you know, maybe you got something personal in there, but you know, I feel like this is a prime bandwagon jumping opportunity, even for a lifetime non-hockey fan. This is your introduction, right? The home team is about to take us on a championship parade. I don't want to miss it.
The door has been cracked. It's time for you to open that bad boy up and jump all the way in. This thing is, it's so fun. I do wish these were back to the 7 o'clock starts or something like that, but this is worth staying up for. I mean, this is electric as it gets. And now with the cranking up of Mikko Rantanen, things are just so fun.
I had the time of my life. My 3.5-year-old laid there with me and watched probably 25 or 30 minutes of this game.
That's unheard of.
It was a moment I'll always remember. So that has me a little bit locked in. When did you jump on the bandwagon at 877-881-1053? The 321 says, I'd rather listen to Jared spend 10 minutes answering a simple yes/no question than listen to Stars hockey talk, says the 321. That is savage, sir. We go to the morning news. 5 reasons to hop on board for the Stanley Cup push. Number 1, they traded for one of hockey's best players. They say this would have been like if the Mavs had traded for Anthony Davis without giving up Luka. So,
yeah, absolutely. And he's starting to really get hot at the right time.
Yes. They just beat one of the NHL's best without 2 of its star players. See, this is when you know that a team might be great. Pop Spurs used to drive me crazy in the 2000s when like Ginobili or Parker would be out. You're like, oh, cool. We got a chance here. Nope. The great teams can lose a player or 2 and still execute the coach's game plan, partially because they're underrated star role players, but also because the system has, you know, power like that.
Yeah, and you got a goalie that's just playing out of his freaking mind.
Let's go. Okay. But yeah, you beating the Avs in round 1, I think that's further validation that this team has what it takes. They are the favorites versus the Winnipeg Jets. Okay, morning news here. The 5 reasons to hop on the bandwagon at 877-881-1053. 214 says, I've been on the Stars bandwagon since 95. I love to see that. Okay, I concur on Jared, but come on, let's go Stars, says the 214. What do you think? I'm looking for anybody that has not jumped on the bandwagon yet. They have a young clutch goaltender is reason number 4. You just mentioned Ottinger, only 26 years old, but he's already built a reputation for being at his best when the lights get bright. Now, there have been a couple of playoff runs, Brian, where Otter wasn't amazing. Okay?
No, yeah.
But this is the clutch version.
And there were a couple of times where it was on home ice, too, where there was some struggle. But he seems to always kind of find a way to get back to form. He never has multiple bad games, with that. I mean, towards the end of the season, they're a little bit of a rough patch for the team overall. But when it comes to playoff Otter, if he's bad one night, usually the next night he's right back on track.
The 5th reason the morning news gives for maybe jumping on the Stars bandwagon is they're battle tested. They've been knocking on this door for a long time. I mean, they've been doing what the Cowboys think they're doing, which is hanging around that rim. And as a result, we've seen them come up with some incredible moments, really since the bubble in 2020. But even very recently, doing something that they had not done all season long when they needed it the most. And the fact that Rantanen did it, beating his former team with that kind of a hat trick moment, it was iconic. Okay, so at 877-881-1053, keep those text messages coming in. As we get a robo update here from the Chief. What are they saying about Robertson? Could he actually play tomorrow?
Yeah. I think he actually has a very good chance to play tomorrow. All signs are pointing to that being the case. He was practicing on the third line today, and DeBoer said he's close. We'll see tomorrow morning, but also mentioned that Colin Blackwell could be the one that is going to be out.
Yeah.
So the dots are being connected for a robo return, which is just what the doctor ordered considering this Jets defense.
No doubt. The 682, the Cowboys and Mavs have ripped out my sports soul, and I have no more to give. I can see you don't want to invest. That's why the morning news gave you those 5 reasons. It's okay to believe in these guys. They're special. They have a good GM, good coach, good player. 469 girlfriend was the one that got me into the Stars this year when she took me to a game. Thanks for participating. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Just went 3 flawless. Thanks to the Chief as well. Send Wolchuk some love on social media. He's on vacation. Be back next week. For Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Rangers baseball is coming up next. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.